Welcome to Komorebi. You have chosen to take part in a personal experience. In exchange for that, we have given you several options to use. Feel free to do so at your leisure. Your experience will be divided into fragments like these. Right now, there's only one. Try saving and then interact with this fragment. Alternatively, feel free to enjoy the view. Experience opening fragment. A new beginning.
Oh, is it going auto? Okay. My eyes flutter as I linger on the precipice of a peaceful sleep. Cars pass by, then fade away, lulling me like mechanical waves on a suburban ocean. However, as enticing as slumber may seem, this is not the time or the place. As we drive, I keep myself awake with pleasant thoughts, thoughts both old and new. Those vehicles that passed by, where were they going? And where did they come from? I dig deeper and start to wonder who those people are, who they loved and held dear. Billions of people, all with lives fundamentally different from mine. It's a lot to take in. But is that difference a good thing or a bad thing? I stop to think, and I can find no answer. As many people say, though, the unknown is alluring. That's part of why I'm sitting here right now. I feel a tap on my shoulder, and I let out a loud yawn. Giving my friend a slight smile, it isn't long before I receive one in return. At least we were both on the same page. There would be plenty of time to sleep later on.
Hey, you all right over there? Ever since we left the airport, you've been dozing off like mad. I thought it was pretty good company, you know? You're offending me.
I shake my head as if doing so would grant me further clarity. Honestly, I was waiting for you to make the first move.
Oh, so we're making moves on each other now? I must have missed that memo. But, you know, both hands on the wheel. Besides,
He looks down for a moment and presses a button to silence the
distracted
intrusion.
driving? Of course. Apparently, this thing doesn't want me talking to my friend. I guess it thinks you're a risk? Maybe you should take that as a compliment.
I shrug, unsure of how to respond as I rest my head on the window. According to the system, almost everything was a risk these days. Why is that blue? It wasn't worth losing the points, so we sit and remain in silence. Oh, okay, that's just the beginning right there, I guess. A new beginning. Cool. A few moments later, the silence is finally broken. I'm thankful as things were starting to get a little awkward. But I guess meeting someone for the first time is always like
Well,
that.
it was nice of him to pick you up from the airport. Isaac, right? Make sure to keep people like him close by during a change like this. Things may seem a bit uncertain right now, but remember, that's not a bad thing.
He fiddles with a few papers in his hands before pulling out a specific sheet. Placing it on the table between us, he slowly slides it over to my side of the room. I pick it up and inspect it for a few moments. It's a basic questionnaire.
If you could just fill out the basics, that would be great. Obviously, I know who you are, but we need to leave a paper trail. You fill that out, and I'll decide our topics for the day, all right?
I nod, grabbing the pen that rests on the table beside me. These sessions were always boring, especially the first few. A new city and a new counselor. Right back to square one. After filling out the form, I place it on the table and slide it back. The counselor picks it up, inspects it, and gives me a knowing nod.
All that aside, I assume that you still prefer the name Delta? It was mentioned in the note sent over by your previous counselor. Don't worry, it's normal. A lot of people your age shy away from their birth name. Why spend our lives with something that's been decided for us, right? Things are a lot more flexible than we give them credit for. That includes the future, a fact that people tend to forget.
I really don't know where he's going with this. He taps the papers against his lap, straightening them out.
Allow me to be a little blunt. I mean, we both know why you're here. My practice focuses on people like yourself, those who saw nothing. Honestly, that's a very small group. It must get lonely for you sometimes. There's a single question I like to ask my new patients, so excuse the cliche, but how does that make you feel? Being alone while billions receive a glimpse of the future.
I thank him for rubbing it in, ensuring that the sarcasm is clear.
It's the opposite, actually. I meant to give you some support. Imagine being constrained by a vision of your future, consumed by it. You have what some people would call freedom, a truly blank slate. Remember, Komorebi is a relatively new phenomenon. Society has flourished for thousands of years without it. Some would consider your situation a blessing. Don't forget that.
I can tell he's giving a speech that he's given many times before. Because of that, it seems to lose some of its impact and wisdom. As I close my eyes, I simply hope that this is all over soon. The TV report continues, and I open my eyes with slight hesitation. I've only been here for a few days, and rest is almost impossible to find. A new start to your life is always stressful, after all. At least I have friends.
I can't believe they're making us watch this. 100 years of visions? Nobody cares. Looks like Argus just wants to stroke their own ego.
Dante leans forward, taking the opportunity to chime in.
Yeah, this is more about the system than anything else. Maybe they should fix all the glitches before boasting. Watch. Soon it'll say talking over their propaganda is risky.
Isaac leans forward, whispering as if the topic is sensitive.
You're not supposed to badmouth the system, Dante.
As if my score could get any lower, man. Besides, Delta has definitely seen my true colors by now. I'm under no obligation to keep up the nice guy act.
Why does it have to be an act? Can't you just, you know, be nice?
Too much effort, not enough caffeine. And you know the system is messed, Isaac. We're all on a leash. They just use Komorebi as an excuse to make it stay that way.
Can't argue with that one. Hey, Delta, didn't you have an appointment soon? Maybe I can use you as an excuse to stop watching this thing.
And you're telling me to be nice.
I laugh at the retort and lean back in an attempt to relax. I let Isaac know that he was right, but my appointment wasn't for a while. Plenty of time to gather my thoughts and continue watching this report. Yeah, I definitely need to gather my thoughts. There's a fog over my mind, and I feel so scatterbrained. Grounding myself in this new environment would definitely help. Okay.
Interact with each word to learn more about it.
Okay. Okay.
Upon interacting with all four, your experience will continue.
Alright. Cool. One day the world was changed forever. Billions of people experienced vivid visions of the future. These could not be mistaken for dreams. It seemed to be true precognition. The visions that people had would follow them for the rest of their lives. Replaying at the worst possible times, it was almost like an intrusive thought. Whether positive or negative in nature, these visions still consumed lives. Nobody knew how or why this happened, but it was far too late. Chaos ensued. Those who saw personnel success went to great lengths to fulfill their visions. Those who saw personnel failures did anything they could to avoid them. It wasn't just a one-time event either. Rebi stay overstayed its welcome. Children and grandchildren grew up alongside this odd phenomenon. They too experienced their own visions around the age of 13. The world became obsessed with the future, obsessed with Komorebi. It was a word describing sunlight that just shines down through the trees, a simple and poetic metaphor for the visions filtering into our world. However, it wasn't a series of visions, nor would they change over time. It was a vision of a single moment, and it would follow you for the rest of your life. For example, if your vision was horrible, you would still be forced to live it almost every day. It seemed far from fair, and lives were defined by the moment presented in people's visions. While the Komorebi phenomenon was peculiar, there was also something else. Some people saw nothing, left completely in the dark with no vision at all. Less than 1% of the world experienced this, a very small group, but it was still extremely worrying. What did seeing nothing mean? Were you dead? Nobody knew. Depression and suicidal ideation became commonplace among this group. They are assigned a counselor who meets with them on a regular basis. I am one of these people. I never experienced my own vision. People always worry for me and fear that I may do something rash. In reality, however, I'm fine. My lack of a vision has never defined me. Because I moved to a new city to live with friends, I was given a new counselor. It's kind of lame to start all over after spending so many years with the last one, but I'm told that this doctor is great and I'll feel at home in just a few sessions. Because of the chaos that ensued during the advent of Komorebi, a plan was needed. There were too many people acting recklessly in the face of their futures. Whether avoiding or fulfilling the vision's risky behavior was a constant. A new system was introduced that governed the behavior of the people. You would be held accountable for all your actions regardless of legality. This was an attempt to keep people in line and focused on the present. Live in a safe, orderly manner and you would accrue points over your lifetime. If you did the opposite, you would lose points. Be rude, speed, litter, stuff like that. Your point total would define you as either an asset or a liability to society. While primitive at first, this concept grew as technology progressed. It is currently integrated into every possible device: phones, cars, homes. The demand is clear: be rewarded for your subservience to the system. Crime and accident rates plummeted due to this, and society is on a tight leash. But some people argue that living in chains isn't really living at all. Life is all about taking risks and making progress, they say. Fight as they might, however, no movement has resulted in any change. Your worth in society is dictated solely by your score in the system. Generations later, managing your points is simply the norm. Today marks the 100th anniversary of Komorebi. Nothing has ever been the same since then, and I don't think it ever will be. The current state of technology in society is vastly different than it would have been. At the top of it all, right next to the world leaders, is the Arcus Corporation. They created the system. They create almost every device we use today. In many ways, they affect our lives even more than those in power. The report is basically going over the high story of Komorebi and Argus, but to be honest, it seems a little self-serving and very unnecessary. Isaac was right. It's like they just want to stroke their own egos. They made it mandatory viewing, too. If you ignore the special report, you would lose some points. Essentially, our social status is being held for ransom. But if there's one thing that nobody can monitor, it's what I'm thinking of. So while I'm watching, at least I have time to gather my thoughts. I let out a soft sigh and everything suddenly feels better. It's crazy how much a quick mental breather can help. My last Killzor is the one who taught me that. He told me that our mind is like an office full of filing cabinets. If we don't gather our thoughts, they just lay around piling up. We need to set some time aside to process and filter them. Sometimes a simple metaphor like that can really change the way you think. Unwanted thoughts can be thrown away like trash while you organize the rest. If our mind was a physical space, we would never neglect it. We would keep it immaculate. As if it was perfectly timed, the report ends alongside that train of thought. The energy level in the room immediately skyrockets now that we are free. Honestly, it was a waste. That was an hour we will never get back. As I get up to leave for my appointment, I notice something peculiar. The report goes right into some sort of after show about more Argus stuff. I don't really care too much, but I notice the word nostalgia. It's littered all over the place, like they want me to keep it in my mind. Unfortunately for them, I'm not in a nostalgic mood right now. I leave the house looking toward my ever brighter future. After all, why look back when the alternative is so exciting? Something tells me these first few sessions will be a total bust. I never found it fun to talk about myself, and now I'm forced to do it. Hopefully, the notes that my last council are sent over will help me get up to
You
speed.
know, you're something of an anomaly to me. Most people in your situation have less than stellar scores. But you seem to exist in the middle, a truly neutral ground. A preliminary look at your risk profile shows me almost nothing. But on the other hand, you haven't done much to gain points either.
Another ambiguous statement. I asked him if that was good or bad.
I don't know, actually. I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's a little ironic, though, isn't it? In regards to the system, I mean. Your score is meant to define you as a person, yet you elude that definition. Then again, I'm no stranger to attracting those that go against the norm. Would you mind answering a few personal questions for me, Delta? Nothing too intrusive. I just want to get a feel for who you are.
I nod, seeing no harm in this. It's why I'm here after all.
Well then, let's start with the basics. Why did you move here? What did you leave behind? Big life changes like this are rarely without cause.
I shrug, unsure of where to start. There was a lot to say and little time to say it. At least we have our first few sessions cut out for us. Oh. Okay. Part 1. Those who we love the most. Okay.
Welcome to the first of 4 fragment maps. This is how you will navigate through your personal experience.
Okay.
The top row is
Interesting.
made up of pivotal fragments. You must complete all 6, but can complete them in any order.
Okay.
Upon completing all 6, you can interact with this arrow to move forward. You will witness a culmination of this fragment map before moving on to the next. The second
Okay.
row consists of personal heart-to-heart fragments. These are optional but highly recommended, as they are the key to forming bonds and relationships.
And I'm guessing by the fact that 3 of them have their outline darkened that we can't do those yet? Because
Right
we don't
now,
know.
you only have access to
Yeah,
Isaac
okay.
and Dante, but that will change in the next fragment map.
Okay.
The bottom row
Understood.
consists of supplemental fragments. These are
Okay.
skits based on exchanges made in your group's chat room. For your benefit, they will be portrayed just like any other fragment. Upon
All
completing
right.
a pivotal fragment, you will unlock a journal entry. These explore Delta's personal thoughts as events slowly unfold. There will be 5 to unlock in each fragment map, and they unlock in a predetermined order. Should you wish, you can also toggle the nostalgia filter. This will apply a vintage look to your experience. You are now ready to continue your journey unhindered. Check marks will appear beside completed fragments, so you can monitor your progress. It is also recommended that you alternate between various fragment types.
Okay.
Enjoy, and make it an experience to remember.
All right. Sounds good.
Would you like to change the status of the nostalgia filter?
Why did everything turn
Would
all
you like
dark?
to change the status of the nostalgia filter?
Is the nostalgia filter just no colors? That would kind of suck, wouldn't it? I don't know about that. Okay.
Experience pivotal fragment. First arrival.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Don't cry for yesterday. Hope for tomorrow. I grabbed my bags from the trunk, an easy task as I made sure to pack light. The point of this journey was to leave my baggage behind, not carry it with me. Isaac steps in to help out, and I turn to face the house, my new home.
Well, what do you think? The pictures don't do it justice, do they? It has its quirks, but it served all of us just fine.
Okay. Um. Hmm. It's beautiful. I'm glad to finally be here. Seems to be like a positive attitude with a thumbs up. It's better. It was better in the pictures, to be honest. Seems to be like a loot or something. Maybe a jovial one. I wish I had a place like this back at home. Seems to be a sad one, so we won't do that one, I don't think. It's great. Thanks for having me. Seems to be a basic response. So we'll go with the thumbs up. It's beautiful and glad to finally be here one.
And we're glad to have you, Delta. We'll get along great. And it'll liven things up, too. Don't tell him I said this, but living with Dante can get a little tiring.
He smiles at me before closing the trunk and locking everything up. I carry two of my bags while he carries the other two. An equal team. We make our way to the front door and place everything down in sync.
Hold on.
He pulls out his phone and holds it up against the entry scanner. A small beep sounds, and then a moment later, the door unlocks. At least the security system protecting this house was solid.
Welcome home, Isaac. You may leave the house 2 more times today.
Wow. They're even limited how many times they can leave the house? Damn, bro.
Remember, a good score makes a good citizen.
Yeah, whatever. I definitely muted this stuff the other day. Dante must have freaked out and removed my mods. Again.
That's true. Tampering with the system at home was a big deal. I don't think Isaac was up to anything shady, though. He probably just likes silence. Typically, people would mess with the system when they had something worth hiding.
Well, let's get you settled. With how tired you were in the car, I guess you deserve a nap. But don't mess up your sleep schedule. We gotta watch that report tomorrow.
I nod, and now that the door is open, we pick everything up. Using his shoulder to nudge the door open, we slowly enter the house. I have seen so many pictures of this place, but seeing it for real was incredible. The living room is incredibly spacious. It looked much smaller when I saw it online. One thing that stands out to me, however, is the lack of integrated technology. It looks like a living room frozen in time around 30 years ago. Interesting. This sight, combined with how Isaac acted at the door, revealed one thing. He must not be a big fan of the system. Not everyone is, though. It's fine. I think it's actually cool how quickly you learn stuff about people after meeting them for real. I can see Dante sitting on the couch, engulfed in his phone. Isaac seems a little mad and confronts him immediately.
Hey, Dante, did you mess with those changes I made the other day? I thought I told you to play along with those. I do it for a reason.
Dante's ears perk up, and he immediately rises from the couch. I can tell he let his guard down, but he was eagerly awaiting our entrance. Whatever kind of first impression he was planning, his lack of awareness destroyed it.
Man, can't you see that I'm looking out for you? If they found out about your tinkering, they'd dock you points. Or worse, I'm sure Delta has my back here. Messing with Argus just isn't worth it.
Putting me on the spot the second you after you meet me? Nice. I scratch my head and Isaac looks at me, likely expecting my support. Um, huh. Hmm. I agree with Dante. Ideals aside, legal trouble is never worth it.
Knew I could count on you, especially after everything Isaac said. He may call me stubborn, but he respects you way more. I think you might be the one to finally knock some sense into him.
Let's just change the topic, all right? I know I brought it up, but I don't want our first meeting to be an argument. Besides, I work for Argus. I know what I'm doing when I make changes.
If by work you mean enforce the system on others, then sure. You do a lot of things that you'd report other people for doing.
Hey, not fair. I may tamper with some hardware, but I never break laws. You'd be surprised how much you can bend the rules without breaking them. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but please, just trust me.
Dante shrugs.
Fine. Still the best deal on housing I've come across. Can you at least tamper with the system and let us skip that report tomorrow? If you're gonna bend the rules, might as well do something practical with it.
That one toes the line way too much. I'll have to pass. It's only an hour, just put in some earbuds or something. I'm gonna go help Delta unpack and get a bit of rest in.
Alright, fair enough. But if Argus ever comes knocking, just know that I won't hesitate before turning you in.
That eager to get me in handcuffs, huh?
It's all part of the plan.
Dante steps forward with a laugh and holds out his hand.
I was hoping to hang out for a bit, but I get that you're tired. If you want to bond or whatever, you know where to find me.
I shake his hand and give him a soft nod. If we are gonna be roommates, it makes sense to bond. I let him know that I will find him as soon as I get some shut eye.
Perfect. And make sure to prod Isaac for me. He's way too tight-lipped about the nightclub outing this weekend.
Hey! Thanks for ruining the surprise!
Your fault, keeping secrets from your friends like that.
I shrug. I knew that Isaac would plan a party, so it's no big deal. Dante smirks at me and then returns to his spot on the couch. I have met people like him before, an agent of social chaos.
Your friend seems pretty cool, Isaac. Maybe I should start trusting you a bit more often. A group like us? Add Taylor to the mix, and we'll do great things.
Isaac scoffs, but then quickly displays a large smile as Dante becomes lost in his phone.
Head always in the clouds, that one. Almost prefer when he locks himself in his room to write. Before we pick up your luggage, though, hold on a sec. This has been a long time coming, and I never got a chance to at the airport.
He steps forward and wraps his arms around me. I do the same, and we stand there for a few moments in a tight embrace. I have no idea why this is the first time I felt it, but this really was the fresh start I wanted.
Welcome home, Delta. And just like Dante said, great things.
I released the hug with a big smile on my face. This was it. Finally, the start of my new life.
Experience supplemental fragment. Delta's arrival?
Delta has officially arrived.
Sweet! And not a moment too soon. Everything going good so far? Yeah, definitely good. And listen up. All that stuff Isaac yapped about, it's totally true. Hey! He means that in a good way, Delta. Don't worry, it's not like you're a stranger. That gives you an instant edge in my books. Yeah, reputation was definitely preceded. We heard all kinds of things. Some of them were even good. Either way, it's nice to see somebody live up to the hype. Thanks for coming, and allow me to say, welcome aboard. Yeah, I'll echo that one. Welcome aboard. Remember, now that you're in the group chat, it's official. Whoever you were before, it just doesn't matter anymore. You're better now.
Guys, remember when I told you to give Delta a normal greeting?
Nope.
Typical. Well, now that the red carpet is rolled out, we still on for this weekend, Taylor?
Yeah, excited to see what all the fuss is about. You're being way too secretive. No way we're just going to the club.
Don't worry, it'll all make sense. I know discretion isn't exactly your strong suit.
And subtlety isn't yours, but I'll yield. I already told my viewers I wasn't streaming anyway. Not even in IRL. Whatever you've got planned, I'll take it to the grave.
Good.
I have a theory. Yeah? I think Isaac finally cracked. Needs help hiding a body.
Not true.
And what proof do you have?
You're still alive.
Okay, I'm gonna put a stop to that one real quick. I don't want this group chat putting me up on a witness stand one day. No scandals, got it?
Right, no scandals.
Ugh, you're so boring.
Here's something that might change your mind then. There's a chance we could end up on the news.
Pressure! The news? And you thought we were being extra. Anything else you want to drop on us? Don't worry, I'll be nice.
Not sure. Most of this is up in the air.
Well, you promised to be fun, so I guess that's all I need. Even if it feels like you're making everything up as you go along.
You know me, I'd never do that. And trust me, it'll be amazing. Just don't drink too much. We don't want a repeat of, the incident.
Not my proudest moment. Keep it down around Delta, alright?
Then I guess you should be on your best behavior.
Blackmail? What did I just say about scandals?
Hey, it's only a scandal if he turns it into one.
That's not how that works. And look, Delta hasn't even said anything. I knew we'd scare them away in a matter of seconds. Perfect response. I knew you were going to be our comic relief, Delta. Do a good job and you'll go from guest star to main cast easy.
And there goes Dante, treating everything like a work of fiction. This is real life, dude. It doesn't always work out like you expect.
But when it does, it's always worth the wait. Besides, it's not like a little silver lining ever hurt anybody.
Except for the people it hurt, you mean? Anyway, there's lots to do, so we should get back to it. The sooner we help Delta settle in, the sooner we can relax.
Ooh, crack open a cold one for me. I need to start streaming. Hopefully I can retain some of the followers I got from that charity gig. You're gonna be fine. It's not like you were doing bad to begin with, but yeah, time to put down our phones. Labor awaits. Let me know how it goes. I'll come and meet Delta soon enough.
Sounds great. See ya.
View Journal Entry 1.
I finally moved in with Isaac. Wow, that feels weird to say. I have been dreaming of a new start for such a long time. Now that it's here, it feels kind of surreal, like a dream. Dreams are good though, especially when the alternative is a nightmare. But I don't think I'll have to worry about that. I also got a new tablet for these journal entries. I can only hope that my writing is legible enough to look back one day and reread these. Dante concerns me. He seems to disregard a lot of Isaac's wishes, and their personalities clash all the time. But they seem to use that as a springboard to become closer, instead of drift apart. I feel like we could all learn a thing or two from that. Also, Isaac added me to the group chat. I got to talk with Taylor for the first time. We are going to try organizing an outing in a few days so I can meet him for real. He's a pretty popular streamer, actually. I could even tell from the energy he exuded over the text that there was something special about him. I don't throw the term born entertainer around often, but he's a born entertainer. I could tell he's a bit concerned about his public image, though. He kept telling Isaac and Dante not to fight, since he didn't want any scandals on his shoulders. That's a ticking time bomb, though. I've only been here for one day, and I can already tell they fight on the daily. When I write about these people, I feel happy. I definitely made the right choice.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Special Delivery.
Sometimes finding yourself just means realizing how lost you really are. I enter Isaac's store and I'm immediately taken aback by how fancy it is. The massive Argus Corporation logo at the back is kind of blinding, though. In spite of that, I make my way toward it and closer to Isaac. He stands behind the register, lost in thought, but I could tell he was tired. That's why I have his boxed lunch in my hands. He forgot it at home and I wasn't busy. It was a pretty harmless delivery, all things considered. I'm sure it would make him happy. Upon seeing me, his ears immediately perk up and the appearance of stress melts away.
Delta! Oh, what a lifesaver you are! Ugh, the only thing worse than working is working on an empty stomach. I promise it won't happen again. I'm not normally forgetful like this. Whoa, subtle. Dante must be rubbing off on you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but remember, don't flirt unless you plan to follow through with it. No one likes a tease.
He gives me a soft smile and turns back toward his computer. As he faces his work once more, the smirk turns into a grimace. It was almost like his worries melted away as we spoke. Flattering.
You'll never guess what happened. 10 of my installations this month have backfired. That means the people who bought them made illegal modifications. Basically, I lose the commission. Normally, I don't care, but 10 in a row? Something is clearly going on.
He strokes his chin like he's lost in thought. It's odd how he hates when people mod their gear, but he does it all the time. I decide to ask him more about why. Nobody is around to spy or anything.
Not just modifications, Delta. Illegal modifications. What I do is harmless, and I still follow the terms of service. These people are actively causing harm, using the tech to aid in crimes and stuff.
Right. Isaac wouldn't be the type of person to commit a crime.
Besides, Argus wouldn't care if they found out about my mods. That's why we have zeros. You can basically abandon the system entirely. So when I mute an AI or change the colors of lights, it's nothing. I'd like to think that Argus has bigger problems. I mean, they clearly do.
Makes sense to me, and now I understand why Isaac's house is so under-equipped. Why implement invasive technology in your home if you don't have to, right? You could stick to the bare minimum, just enough to satisfy Arcus.
I still feel like trash, though. It's my job to detect potential fraud. They slipped through my fingers, so I enabled their crimes. Argus can dock me points for that. Such a stupid rule.
That hardly seems fair. None of this seems to fit Isaac either, and it's odd. A man peddling wares he doesn't support or even use in his own life, willingly giving Arcus eyes and ears everywhere except his own home. I vocalize these thoughts, and he shrugs.
A job is a job. That's what I always say. Besides, it could never hurt to stay on Argus's good side. Climb the ladder, and you won't be there when they tip it over. I like working around people, too. And I mostly sell phones, anyway. Big-scale installations like vehicles and home security are few and far between. Can't argue with selling a kid their first phone, though. Connecting them to the world.
That's fair. I would be a bit conflicted if I were in his situation, though. Argus has never done anything wrong, but they are still feared by a portion of the world. Working for them could be seen as working for the enemy by a lot of people. Argus is so secretive about everything they do, it's hard not to theorize. It could be solved by some more transparency, but they are never willing to offer that. Something about a mysterious corporation running the world seems to strike more obedience.
Hey, Delta, let me see your phone. Come on. I promise not to scroll through your gallery. No one ever does. Seriously, though, phone up.
I shrug and hand him my phone. I'm glad that I upgraded last month. Isaac seems to notice my brand new model. He looks around the store to make sure nobody is watching. Then, a second later, he runs the phone along some sort of scanning device.
Wanna know what I just did?
He throws my phone back at me. Thankfully, I catch it.
I just stole your identity.
What?
Rule number 1, never hand over your phone. Even if it's someone you trust, it's just not worth it. One simple scan and I can do almost anything I want. I could put your info on a new phone, impersonate you online. I could even overwrite the info on your current phone, change your identity. But I'd never do anything like that. Probably.
Before I can do anything, he starts laughing.
I'm just screwing with you, Delta. I'd never mess around with important stuff like that. I did a few things that might help you out while you look for a job, though. Play along with what I'm about to say. I need an excuse for the computer.
He clears his throat and starts using an acting voice like he's playing a part.
Terribly sorry for the inconvenience. Argus values you more than that. The next 6 months of all Argus-related subscription services are on the house. And not only that, but all Argus-associated venues will be 20% off. Is there anything else I can do for you at this juncture?
He winks at me, and I'm not sure what to do or how to take what just happened. I appreciate the gesture, but there's no way what he just did was allowed. He said he would never break the law, though. I trust him despite the anxiety. There's no telling what may come from this. I just wanted to do a good deed, and now I feel immoral. Completing the opposite of what I desired, I leave Isaac with his meal. Maybe we would have time to talk about this later.
View which journal entry?
Isaac left his lunch at home today, so I had to bring it to him at work. His store is definitely pretty chill, and he even told me that his manager is always hiring. So, if it ever came to it, I could work with him. Only if I need to, though. A last resort. Working with friends can easily destroy productivity. There's also the fact that we would be competing for sales. That's never a good thing to do with people who are close to you. Not that there would even be a competition. I mean, I'm the clear winner. I do feel bad for Isaac though. He mentioned that he lost commission on a lot of sales. I guess people who were up to no good decided to con him into selling them some stuff. He told me that he can lose points since he's basically enabling their crimes. Since when is ignorance a form of complicity? He's 100% innocent, and I would always make sure to have his back. I wonder what crimes they were committing, though, and why they would need to buy so much stuff. Maybe I will ask Isaac sometime. They better give him a good reason for docking points, or at least let him contest it. But I guess if Argus didn't want to tell him, they could hide behind the new glitch in the system excuse. A blanket statement that seems to absolve Argus of any wrongdoing lately. It's pretty weak, all things considered. Anyway, my mind is just running wild. I wasn't even planning to write an entry today, but it's currently late at night, and Dante is blasting music while he works. I can hear Isaac fuming about it all the way from my room. We are all just numbers in a computer.
Experience supplemental fragment. Noise complaint.
Hey, can you keep it down in there?
No.
Hey! Come on, man! I got work tomorrow. I need to get some shut-eye.
And I have work right now. Music helps me focus.
Then put on some headphones, Dante.
Or you could put in some earplugs.
Oh, seriously? I'm being nice.
Hey, both of you, stop. This group chat isn't the place for your lover's quarrel. I'm trying to stream and you keep blowing up my phone. Can't you just turn it off then?
The world doesn't revolve around you, man. Taylor, poll your viewers and see what they say.
No.
But you owe me one. Remember that net outage during your charity stream?
Fine, hold on. Just as I thought, they don't care.
Ouch.
Wait, hold on. I actually just got a $50 donation. It says Dante's Headphone Fund.
Then I win!
I think Dante wins, actually. Being stubborn pays off once again. Transfer that money to me and I'll buy a pair tomorrow. Isaac, one more night with the music and it'll all be over. I promise.
Fine, but if you don't follow through, I'm raising your rent.
Controversial. Anyway, now you both owe me one. In the future, work this out at home, all right? Don't make me take advantage of my viewers. It feels wrong.
Fair.
Oh no, another donation. Look what you've started. Score.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Meeting Taylor.
I sit at the table with Isaac and Dante, slowly chipping away at my dinner. Eating as a group isn't something we do every day, but today was special. I would finally get to meet Taylor. He's pretty busy, so I've only seen him in the group chat. I know he's a streamer and an internet personality, but I don't know much else. It's cool that someone popular like him was taking time to hang out with me, though. I have heard a lot about the guy, so I signed up for this group outing with no hesitation. I'm told this is the spot for our group. Whenever they want to hang out, it's usually here. Apparently, they have the best hangover breakfast too.
Damn, Delta, you're inhaling that.
Yeah, it's
Can't
delicious.
tell us we're exaggerating anymore then. This is the best place in town. Full stop.
Yeah, definitely excited to come here Saturday morning. It's part of your master plan, isn't it?
Hey, nice try, Dante. No more info till Taylor gets here. And even then, we should let him and Delta get to know each other.
Don't you think the nightclub would be better for that? You know how Taylor gets after a couple drinks.
Yeah, guess you're right. Total lightweight, that one.
Before anyone else can talk, Taylor steps in.
Hey, is that a compliment or an insult?
Yes.
With a scoff, he sits down beside me and holds out a fist. I bump mine against his, and then he lets out an exaggerated yawn. Resting one arm on the back of the booth, it felt like he was about to pull me in.
Ah, nice to meet you, Delta. Even prettier in person.
Same goes for you. Way prettier.
Oh, I was talking about me. But I guess you look pretty good as well. I'm kidding. You're a knockout. Don't forget it.
Still your goal to flirt with all my friends, I see.
I'm getting pretty good at it, too.
He moves his arm from where it was and then points at the table. A pair of headphones rests in front of Dante. They get Taylor's attention.
Those the headphones my chat bought you?
Oh, yeah.
And he kept his end of the bargain, Isaac? No more loud music keeping you up at night?
Surprisingly, he did.
Perfect. No more fighting now, you hear me? Someone's got to keep you kids in line. Anyway, let's get down to business. This whole nightclub thing, I looked at their website and not a single special event is listed.
Yeah, this is private. Just for us. That means the whole news thing probably won't happen. But the other plans haven't changed. We still have an open bar.
Perfect. That's all I cared about anyway.
Wait, what happened? That's a pretty big change to gloss over, man. Why was the media even a possibility in the first place?
Oh, right. My bad. They never announced the event, so nobody knows they canceled it. The plans that I have are still in full effect, though. Don't worry.
And those are...
I'm introducing all of you to a new friend. He's in town, and he said drinks are on him. That's all you get, though. The rest is a surprise. For real.
There's more? That seems like all of it to me. A friend is visiting and buying us drinks. You timed it with Delta's arrival, too.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Isaac lets out a nervous laugh and rubs the back of his head. I can tell that he's acting. There's a bit more to his plans, for sure.
Oh, I've got it. I know who we're meeting.
Huh?
Isaac went and got himself a sugar daddy. I guess Argus isn't paying good enough anymore.
What? No!
That makes perfect sense, actually. Unless you'd like to prove us wrong.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Nice try. It's not going to work. Just wait until Friday. It's not even that far away. Speaking of which, you're all still down to pregame?
Sounds good to me. I'm making a big list of snacks, too.
Great. I'll pick up some of the booze and juice. Let's get started around 4 p.m. Sound good?
Day drinking?
Day drinking.
A moment later, the server comes and hands us our bills. I notice that mine has a discount Isaac assigned to my identity. This is probably a good time to ask him more about it. It still feels wrong.
Oh, he did that to you as well?
He fooled me too, I gotta admit.
All of that stuff is just taken out of his paycheck. And if it's not, he's just abusing his friends and family discount. He's definitely not as dark and brooding as you think.
Thanks for ruining it, dude. I just wanted to be nice and impress Delta. Besides, it's a valid cover-up. Nobody really wants to accept pity money.
The fact that I'm jobless is now more apparent than ever. I appreciate Isaac's gesture, but I did save up a lot before moving. It will help me out, but it wasn't necessary. I thank him just to clear the air.
No problem. Glad to know you appreciate it. I always want to help, no matter how it comes across. It just felt better to remove any chance of offending you.
He glances at Taylor as he says that. I'm assuming he didn't react well to Isaac's pity moaning, but I can actually understand how that would wound someone's pride.
Well, I've come to love it, trust me. But right now, there's an even bigger dilemma at hand.
He opens the menu and looks it up and down.
Just what do I order?
Experience supplemental fragment. Shady business.
At work, trying to close a sale. It's actually a pretty big deal.
Good luck with that. I'm with Taylor right now. He thought it'd be a good idea for me to guest on his stream.
Wait, Taylor accepts guests now?
Everyone wanted to meet me after the headphone incident. Apparently, I became a meme in his chat.
Wonderful.
Yep, I'm Dante the headphone guy.
Your parents will be so proud.
I'm writing them a letter as we speak, and I can't talk to you anymore. I'm too famous now.
Oh, already forgetting your friends.
I think I found my true calling.
He's doing a good job, actually. He should stream in his spare time.
You really think people would want to watch me write?
You have lots of followers. I'm sure they'd love to see the process.
And maybe I'll do it after this weekend. I'm way too excited for our nightclub trip.
Speaking of which, my viewers are a little upset. Are you sure I can't tell them anything about this, Isaac? Not even a little clue?
Nope. And in other news, the sale was closed.
Drinks are on you then?
Don't worry about it. Already taken care of.
Wait, seriously?
Seriously?
Taylor, I think Isaac is caught up in shady business.
Our paragon of virtue? No way.
Seriously! He's always home late, and now he's even dodging our questions.
He just wants to treat us. You're reading into it too much.
You say that now.
Oh, come on, man. When have I ever lied to you?
Are you wanting me to get out the list?
Experience supplemental fragment. Betrayal.
Stream elements. Set. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Hey, I'm gonna be home late tonight.
Again?
Again.
What's going on?
Nothing, really. Just a lot of sales to close.
Raking in the cash lately, huh?
I wish. Not really. Already capped my commission for the month.
Wait, what? What incentive is there to sell products then?
I don't want to get fired?
Oh, valid.
Besides, I'm hoping to nab that promotion next year. Putting in this extra work just seems like the right thing to do.
You're still on about that?
Of course.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Why not?
You? With more responsibility?
Okay, we're fighting now.
I'm prepared.
No. Remember what I said about fighting in here? Either way, good luck with the promotion. I bet it's already yours.
Thanks, Taylor. At least you believe in me.
I never said I didn't believe.
You didn't have to.
Yeah, we can read between the lines.
What lines?
I totally plan to treat all the people that rooted for me. So don't think I'll forget about this betrayal, Dante.
Betrayal? I'm just looking out for you, man. Don't want you to bite off more than you can chew.
I'm honestly surprised.
Hmm?
All that time with your nose buried in books. Figured you'd know how to read a room by now, too.
Okay, we're fighting now.
I'm prepared.
View which journal entry?
I met Taylor today. It was definitely an experience. He even tried flirting with me for like 5 seconds after meeting me. But I guess that's just how he is. Can't hate a guy for being himself. Harmless fun. It was also my first time going to the Triple R. That's the coffee shop our gang frequents. It also doubles as a nice place to get a meal. Their hangover breakfast has been immensely recommended any time the name of the shop is brought up. The Triple R. Rest, relaxation, and whatever the third one is. I guess it's one of those mysteries we'll never solve. Or I guess I could ask the employees, but that would require socializing. Anyway, I didn't even learn much about Taylor. The topic of the day was our upcoming trip to the nightclub. Isaac seems to have planned a party surrounding my arrival. And not only that, but there's another new friend of his coming to town. I guess I wasn't the only one. Not that it matters. I can't expect everyone else's lives to revolve around my arrival. But it wouldn't hurt if it did, at least for a little bit. Everyone likes feeling like a star every once in a while. Dante left his wallet. I think I will bring it back to him. He did mention wanting to bond when we could. His room is close to mine, too. I wonder if he even knows he forgot it.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Dante won.
I entered Dante's room, bringing him back his lost wallet. He was too busy to pick it up at the coffee shop, and I was out running errands. Isaac did warn me about him, though, always having his head in the clouds.
Hey, Delta. Thanks for following through. There's no way I had time to do that myself. According to my agent, I have 12 months left to finish this book. But I signed the contract, so this is my own doing. One crunch session after another. You get used to it, though. Thankfully, the press is really interested in my next project.
I knew he was a writer, but I didn't know he was this successful. Until this point, he's never mentioned much about his career. It's probably now that we are alone. Everyone else in his life probably knows already.
Well, now that you're here, maybe you want to hang out for a bit? I could use a little break from that empty page. It's taunting me. It usually does, but today it's pretty bad. Probably the stress of working under a deadline. You know, a year is a long time, but it doesn't feel like it. If I aim for 1,000 words a day, I should be all right. But right now, I stand at 0. I have the story mapped out, but that opening scene is the worst. Gotta grab the reader, but also keep the momentum going.
A moment later, he gets out of his chair and moves to his bed. Sitting at the edge, he points to the now empty chair.
Go ahead, take a seat. Don't usually let people in my bed right after meeting them. But I like your vibes, Delta. Tell me something about yourself, if you're down, that is.
He lays back and looks up at the ceiling. That's such a vague question, I don't know where to start. I tell him that I wanted a new start. Things were getting stale.
Huh, interesting. Things were getting stale here, too. Guess this arrangement benefits all of us then. And it was nice of your boyfriend to rent you a room.
He's clearly teasing me with that implication. I don't bite.
You know, he doesn't let just anybody move in here. There's a reason it's been the two of us for years. I guess I'm just saying you mean something to him. Keep that in mind, all right? A friendly piece of advice. When you write romance, you start to pick up on these things. I guess it's not really any of my business, though. Just advice, like I said. But none of us would be surprised if you two ended up together.
I nod and thank him for the advice.
Just don't mess with those mods he makes. I got off super easy when you arrived, trust me. It's so bad, I just tell myself to take his insults as compliments. The people we hate are usually the ones we love the most. He wouldn't crack down on us if he didn't want us to grow.
He sure likes talking about Isaac. I try to change the subject and shift it more toward Dante. Curiosity takes over my mind, so I ask him about his next book.
I wish I could talk about it, but I can't. I'm under a strict NDA and a bunch of pesky red tape. In fact, I think I've already said way more than I should.
Fair. I asked him to tell me more about himself, then...
I don't know about that one, Delta. I'm a writer, so I know a lame story when I see one. Basically, grew up in a library. All I did was read books day after day. Picked up the skills to write my own, and here we are. A few book deals later, and I live under crushing stress. Almost makes me wish that my initial success was a fluke. We all have foresight, except for where we need it the most. I think that's all you'll get out of me right now, though. Maybe we should grab a drink sometime, chat a bit more? I mean, if you're down for that. I'd suggest the club, but that night is going to be a drunken blur. If we're talking about next week, however, my schedule is wide open.
Oh, are you asking me out on a date?
No way, I've seen that story before. Taking your best friend's crush? Ugh, totally scummy. Unless you'd be open to a group arrangement. Kidding, kinda. Not many stories go that route. Could be interesting, though.
He sits upright and tilts his head to the side. I can tell that it's a sign he wants me out of his chair. However, before I make it out of the room, he calls my name.
Hey, Delta, I gotta say, you remind me of somebody. This character from my first book. They're an outsider, like you.
I tilt my head, confused at why he would bring this up.
Well, let's just say I have a deep connection with them. When you told me about your past, they immediately popped into my head. It probably sounds weird to hear, but that made it easier for me to talk.
It makes sense to me, even if I can't describe why.
This character traveled to a new city. They ended up falling in love with somebody they shouldn't. You know, like those old tragedies, but with modern flair.
That sounds pretty cool, actually. If this character is like me, I wonder what happens to them. I asked Dante to tell me some more, intrigued at relating to his fiction.
Oh, they die. Hopefully things work out better for you, though, yeah?
Oh. With a laugh, he turns his chair around and starts typing away. I guess that was my cue to leave. For real, this time. What an odd note to end on. Instead of focusing on what he said, I focus on what he didn't say. Our talk inspired him, even if he didn't want to admit it. as I see myself out. That empty page is now almost anything but. Hopefully, this new story has a bit of a happier ending.
Experience supplemental fragment. Pre-game plans.
Hey, question.
Potential answer?
You all down to pregame before the nightclub?
Like you even had to ask.
Fair enough. Taylor?
Absolutely.
And Delta? Love to hear it. I'll pick up a few things. Any suggestions?
Vodka. Champagne. Cranberry juice. Orange juice.
Whoa! Slow down! Remember, all the drinks at the club are covered. There's no need to be extravagant here.
Sheesh. Isaac, this is an excuse to be as extravagant as possible. If we were paying for both, we'd all be broke when we got home. Let's splurge, at least a little bit. If the bar is covered, we can pregame like royalty.
That is such an odd way to justify wasting money.
I don't know, Isaac. He has a point. You're hyping this up to be the best night ever. Do you want to remember it as the time we held back for no reason?
It's not holding back, it's saving money. And I never said it'd be the best night ever. I only promised fun. If you fall victim to your own expectations, that's all on you.
You said we might be on the news. You said we have access to an open bar.
Exactly. Tons of fun.
Buzzkill.
Hold on, I wasn't finished yet. As much as I want to save money, you do have a point. We're lucky. We know in advance that this night will be memorable. That's a luxury we shouldn't waste. So, let's do our best to make it even more memorable.
Now you're talking, and I like what I hear. Where'd this man of wisdom come from, and what did he do with Isaac?
I'm growing.
Truly heartwarming.
Experience pivotal fragment. Locked out?
We leave the grocery store, our hands full of bags. It was mostly booze and assorted junk food. You know, the usual. It took a couple of hours, but Isaac and Taylor were here to make it easier.
That's everything, yeah?
I think so. Dante made the list, though. I'll just blame him if we forget anything.
Classy.
Isaac walks over to the driver's side door and tries to open it. A moment later, he looks up, giving us an embarrassed smile.
Oh, speaking of classy, please don't hate me for this.
Isaac, you didn't.
I did.
Taylor groans and places his bags on the ground. I'm a little confused, but I quickly realize what's going on. Isaac locked his keys in the car. I guess we are stuck.
And you insisted on using this dated piece of junk. If you had more refined taste, you could just whip out your phone.
I do have refined taste, and it's not dated, it's vintage.
It's sketchy, is what it is.
You say that, but you'll thank me for having it one day.
Oh yes, of course. I'm so grateful that you stranded us in the middle of the city.
That day is not today.
Taylor's sighs, his annoyance almost exaggerated.
Well, looks like we're walking. This is Isaac's mess. Let him stay and fix it.
Nah, I'm actually gonna walk with you. I'll have to grab some tools from my workshop. Thankfully, this isn't the first time I've locked myself out.
Thankfully?
Yeah, always makes a good story to tell.
Why not just get a new car? You know, one that follows regulations.
Because I'm just made of money.
He scoffs and walks back toward us. Taylor picks up his bags and we start walking in the right direction. With all this added weight, it would take a couple hours to get back home.
I guess I'm coming over to your place now. Good thing I didn't have a stream plan today.
Or tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm taking the weekend off for you. I don't get to do that very often. It's costly. But in my heart, I know that this open bar is compensation enough.
You get drunk after one cocktail.
Oh, I plan on going farther than that. You wanted to make the night memorable, right? I think the marker of a memorable night is not remembering it at all.
Oh, so you're an alcoholic.
Says the guy who drinks beer at lunchtime.
Day drinking is better.
Oh, I can't wait to hear the explanation on that one.
Before they can continue talking, we almost bump into somebody. Quickly dodging to the side, we turn back and apologize.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it. Say, that's a lot of food.
I suppose it is.
Are you gonna eat it all?
That's what you do with food, yeah?
Oh,
His shoulders slump down and he looks defeated. We exchange glances as concern rises within us.
Hey, everything all right?
yeah, just really hungry.
Can't you go buy some food for yourself?
He slaps his hands on his pants pockets as if looking for something. A clearly comedic gesture, as we can now tell he's carrying nothing with him.
I guess I forgot my wallet at home.
Your phone, too?
My what?
We exchange glances once again as we start to understand.
Oh, you're a zero.
That's what they've been calling me, yeah. My friends are here to protest. I just wanted to see the city. Didn't pack enough, though, and now this walking has me starved.
We huddle together and start whispering amongst ourselves.
Beats me. I've never met a zero before. Hey, are we gonna lose points if we keep talking to him?
Dude, he's a person, not a liability.
Of course.
I can hear you.
Isaac and Taylor look scared stiff. To break the awkward silence, I grab an apple from Taylor's bag. Holding it out toward the zero, I make it clear that it now belongs to him.
No joke?
I shake my head and apologize on behalf of Isaac and Taylor.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm just not used to seeing, zeros in the city.
Or, well, anywhere for that matter. You and your friends are making history.
If you say so.
He steps forward and grabs the apple out of my hand.
What do they call you?
I tell him my name is Delta and introduce him to Isaac and Taylor.
Delta, huh? So I guess you're the cool one.
With a smile, he takes a bite of the apple and walks away. We wait until he's out of earshot before talking about what happened.
I'm totally cool. What was he talking about?
Yeah, the definition of cool. Walking around in a jacket that's 3 sizes too big.
I'm growing into it.
More like filling it out with all that junk food you've been eating. Anyway, let's keep going. Hopefully that was our only distraction.
Wait, I'm actually kind of concerned.
Trust me, Isaac, it's nothing to worry about. Totally normal to be concerned with your weight.
No, you idiot. It's the zero. He said he wanted to see the city.
I have ears.
Yeah, but that means he's never seen it before. He's one of the zeros that was born on a colony.
And?
He never got a chance to say no to the system. He must have had ideals forced onto him by mom and dad.
Oh, I see what you mean. At least we get to choose.
Shouldn't he, too? You know what? Never mind. This is getting too deep for me.
Yeah, sounds about right. You're more of a drinker than a thinker.
Guess I have my work cut out for me then.
He laughs and shakes his bag slightly. Bottles of alcohol shake around, knocking into one another. As we make our way home, I can't help but feel sorry for that 02. Everybody should get a chance to start fresh, just like I did.
View which journal entry.
Okay, so I have forgotten a few things. That discount Isaac applied to my identity was just his friends and family discount. I feel a lot better about it now. I kinda thought we were cheating the system. I don't want to get in trouble so soon after moving. I like it here. I also started to bond with Dante. He always seemed a bit distant, but I kind of felt a real connection the moment we were alone. You know, without the quips him and Isaac throw back and forth. They were still there, but they didn't take the forefront like Normal. I got to learn more about him and his work. It was great. I'm sure that Isaac will be happy we are getting along. Me, Isaac, and Taylor ran into a zero on the street today. I knew that they were here to peacefully protest, but I didn't pay them any mind. That all changed today. These people are no longer a concept in my head. I have met them for real, and a lot of the advice I've been given now seems wrong. Ignore them, etc. They are suffering. How can we ignore that? Maybe that's why Argus made it illegal for them to enter the city. So we always saw them as an invisible threat. I guess it's a lot easier to hate the concept of a person than it is to hate the actual person. I hope they get what they want.
Experience supplemental fragment. The quantum leap.
Hey, anyone up?
I am now.
What's up?
I know we're all focused on the nightclub thing lately, but did any of you start to think about New Year's Eve?
One thing at a time, man.
No, I have a good idea, so hear me out. We're gonna do the quantum leap.
The what? What?
The time warp?
Now you're just putting random words together.
It's a thing, I swear.
Never heard of it.
All right. Listen up. You gather friends in a voice call, all from different time zones. You take a shot at midnight. Take another shot at midnight. Then another. See where I'm going with this?
Whoa. Multiple midnights. The best part of New Year's Eve over and over.
Glad we're on the same page.
You're using time zones to promote alcohol abuse? Wonderful.
It's not abuse. And don't lie to us, Isaac. We all know you'd be drinking that much anyway.
You'll need a bit more than that to sell me on the idea.
Well, think about it this way. If you have multiple crushes, then that's multiple midnight kisses.
Sold.
Wait, what? Who are you planning to kiss at midnight, let alone fourth midnight?
It's a surprise. Don't even worry about it.
Just so you know, if you come near me, I will destroy you.
This is gonna be such a disaster.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Another session.
The counselor stares at me like he's unsure of what to say. A few sheets of paper in his hand sporadically divert his attention. I can tell he's reading the notes from our previous session, our first session. We didn't get to cover much ground, but it was still a nice experience. I was worried we wouldn't get along, and that was a bit of a stressor. He seems nice though, and a lot of my worries have dwindled.
Terribly sorry about last time. I hate cutting things short. But when our safety is on the line, I have to make some tough calls. That protest seemed pretty heated. I hope they didn't give you any trouble.
I shake my head. I had no issues getting home. I don't think the protesters wanted to hurt anybody. They wanted change. Obviously, some would fight for that change, but no hands have been forced yet.
Interesting times we live in. Pay a group no mind, and eventually it'll grow unchecked. At this rate, the heads of August might have to get involved. But let's not worry about that right now. We're on the clock. There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you last time, so let's start there. With how calm it is outside today, I don't think we'll have any issues.
Giving him a nod, I lean back in my chair. I really didn't need to be here, but I didn't want to lose points either. It seemed like we were in a stalemate until he cleared me as a patient. I only saw my last counselor for so long because it was part of my normal. With a big life change like this, I wanted to leave some of that stuff behind. If he could deem me mentally fit, then I won't have to see him anymore. That could be easy or hard, and it differs from doctor to doctor. But with how we're getting along, I think he can tell that I'm doing well. As I have said many times before, my lack of a vision has never held me back.
This one is actually a bit atypical, but I'll ask it anyway. As we've already established, you're a bit of a unique case. So, if you had the option to experience a vision, would you? I know you say you're fine without one, but this is a different angle. If I could offer you a vision of your future, would you take it? Keep in mind that you might not like what you see. Not at all.
I'm fine without my Komorebi.
All right, I'll take your word for it. You're a really interesting person, you know. I like that. Most people like you crave Komorebi. To be like everybody else.
Rebi. Okay.
I've never found any merit in that, though. Trying to be like other people only makes you forget who you are. There's a certain beauty in embracing what makes you special. There used to be a time when you couldn't do that. At least not without being judged by your peers. Even a few generations ago, psychics were a laughingstock. But then Komorebi came along and turned the tables for everybody. My point is that society moves on to a new fad almost every other day. Trying to stay current, trying to fit in, is generally a bad idea. Be yourself, Delta. Your time in the spotlight will come eventually.
I nod, unsure of where he's going with this. He makes me do that a lot, doesn't he?
Regardless of your thoughts right now, in the future you may feel pressured to fit in. I try and give my patients lessons that they can use for the rest of their lives. So even if I end up clearing you as a patient, you'll be just a tad wiser.
You know, when he puts it that way, it sounds kinda cool. I may not need a therapist, but maybe I should think of him as one. He's like a mentor, an older, wiser person to teach me valuable lessons.
As I was saying, Komorebi changed the way we see almost everything. We look back on history and see prophets all the time, but we never believed them. Seers, soothsayers, fortune tellers, we see them littered throughout our past. But now it's impossible to justify our skepticism. In fact, it now seems unreasonable to deny. Who's to say that Komorebi wasn't gifted to special people in the past? These people throughout the ages could have just been the first to receive it.
It seems more like a curse, actually.
But then you have to ask, where did the Komorebi phenomenon come from? Is someone or something responsible? Or is it just random? The implications of these visions unsettled almost everybody. Interesting to know that you think of it as a curse, though. A lot of people without visions think that they weren't worthy of Komorebi. Like it's something gifted to people who meet certain conditions. But regardless of where it came from, we have to live with it. You seem to be doing pretty good in a world like this, though. You may not fit in, but like I said, you don't need to.
He smiles softly and places his papers on the stand beside him.
I'm a bit of an outlier myself, you know. There's a reason why I counsel people like you, Delta. So when I talk about not having visions, just know that I speak from the heart. A lot of things you feel over your lifetime, I already have. Doubts, fears, depression. There's a lot that could come your way. If I can make it easier on you, then I consider all of this a success.
So he's never experienced Komorebi either. I also find it interesting that he's starting to open up to me. Until just recently, it seemed like he was reciting a self-help book.
You might not experience these things for years to come. But unfortunately, we all have a crisis or two throughout our lives. When yours comes, I hope that you'll look back on these talks with an open mind.
It feels a little harsh to tell me that my life will be difficult in the future, but I guess that's a universal fact. Nobody sails through life without issue. I thank him for what he's told me, and especially for opening up to me.
No worries, Delta. This is a two-way street. I may do most of the talking, but I try to mix it up. I want to talk to you, not at you. It's more personal that way. For example, now you know that I'm just like you. My advice may have seemed generic, but it came from experience, and that, as they say, is the best teacher. So I think we'll mix together well. Let's talk about that during our next session, though. We're almost off the clock. I'd hate to get cut off in the middle of something like we did last time. Just be careful out there when you leave. Could be another protest, or even worse.
I realize that he's right. The hour of our session has basically flown by. That's probably a good thing, though. Wouldn't want these meetings to drag on. After thinking for his time, I decide to gather my thoughts before heading out.
Interact with each word. Upon interacting,
Yeah, you told me that last time. The inner workings of the corporation are shrouded in mystery. Nobody even knows who runs it, but theories run rampant. Currently, it must be in the hands of the founder's child or children. It's been way too long to remain in the hands of just one generation. But no matter who runs it, their influence on society is clear. A world without the Argus Corporation would be awful. At least that's what we think. All we can really do is speculate. Either way, the influence and power of this single corporation is immense. They have a monopoly on almost everything, and use it to maintain order. Could be worse. They could use their power for nefarious purposes. Not worth thinking about, though, as there are far more real issues at hand. Namely, the protest and the people living outside our city limits. Zeros. While the system is presented as mandatory, some people still dodge it. They have no score, no identity and live outside of the city in self-sustaining colonies. They are known as Zeros. While originally a small group, they have since grown quite large. But as they grow, so too does the size and scope of our cities. The Argus Corporation has slowly but surely been encroaching on Zero territory. They are running out of space, and the integrity of their communities is more and more at risk. Some people say that they deserve it, but I don't think it's so black and white. Either way, these protests aren't violent, and they aren't calling for any substantial change. Zero simply want the ability to enter the city legally and purchase what they need to live. They need this because the loss of space means they can't make enough on their own. And not only that, but many people who live outside the city don't do so by choice. If you abandon the system, you wouldn't be allowed back, or your children, or even their children. Many Zeros suffer for the choices of those that came before them. These protests could give them the chance to try their hands at life in the city. I'm sure they will reach a mutual conclusion, but it's odd how involved Argus is. They have such a sway with world powers, but I guess, as people say, they did save the world. Maybe they are simply collecting what they now believe is their reward.
View which journal entry.
Well, tomorrow is the big day. We have got all the stuff we need to pre-game, and everything is set in stone. I have been told to take it easy and relax. I wanted to help with preparations, but this party is for me. I guess I should accept the courtesy while I can. Everyone has been super nice since I'm new, but I won't be new forever. I will be expected to fully pull my weight once I settle in a little bit more. I will enjoy this last bit of laziness while I still can. The visits with my counselor are going well, too. Honestly, everything is going well for me lately. It's so much better than where I came from. I finally feel like I can breathe and live for myself. I think I'm through living for other people. I was so used to helping others that I forgot what it felt like to help myself. A little bit of self-care can go an extremely long way. My counselor did mention zeros, though. I kinda have a personnel policy where I refuse to lie to my counselor, but I don't know what to do. He technically works for Argus. I don't know how he would feel if he knew that I both socialized with a zero and gave them food. It seems inherently harmless, but I'm pretty sure it's still against the law. Counselors are supposed to keep everything you say to themselves, right? Anyway, Isaac wanted to talk to me about something today, since tomorrow we will be too drunk to function.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Isaac 1.
I enter the living room and notice Isaac sipping a light beer. The TV is on, but he's not really watching it. I can tell he's distracted. There's something he needed to talk to me about. I hope I didn't do anything wrong. He notices my entrance and smiles at me. Some anxiety immediately dissipates. Shifting a bit more to one side of the couch, he gives me ample space to sit beside him. That's exactly what I do, and he turns to face me as much as he can while sitting down.
Ugh. You know, this stuff tastes awful. But I wouldn't be drinking it if Taylor didn't tease me. I know it's not true, but he keeps talking about my weight.
He takes another sip of the beer.
We did buy tons of junk food for this weekend, though. If I take it easy during the week, I can definitely binge on Friday. Might as well take action before something becomes a problem, right?
Odd thing to say while drinking a beer at 2.
True. Sometimes we just replace one problem with another. But don't worry, I care too much about work to do something like that. I only drink on days off, and I always make sure to pace myself. Except this weekend, though. Moderation goes out the window. Haven't been to a nightclub in ages. I'm actually kind of nervous.
You are cool. You're gonna fit in fine.
You think I'm cool, huh? Must be those rose-colored lenses everyone talks about. I bet everything seems new and exciting since you moved here.
He takes one final chug, then crushes the can in his hands. There's a bit of an awkward silence after he does this, but I'm not sure why. I asked him why he wanted to meet me here and asked him if I did something wrong.
Oh, no, not at all. I guess I should have elaborated when I said I wanted to talk. Sorry if you were worrying, I'll handle it better in the future. I actually wanted to apologize to you, Delta. Your first memory of this house will always be me yelling at Dante. He just struck a chord with me. Has a habit of doing that almost every day. He's always paranoid that Argus will come knocking. But the mods I made to my home are harmless. They'd never care. It's more risky for him to remove my modifications. He could easily screw up, and it's all downhill from there. Do anything wrong when you're messing around, and they'll notice. It's like a tightrope. One wrong move, and you're done for. My brain is wired to mess with this stuff. His is not.
I tell him it's fine. We all have things we are passionate about.
Passionate. Yeah, that's the word. I got a little mad, but my intentions weren't bad, you know? I've worked with this tech for my entire life. I know my way around it. That'd be like me going into his room and messing with his writing. You know, making edits here and there so that I feel better about it. I just want mutual respect for my hobby and career.
It makes sense. Isaac definitely seems to know what he's doing. From my understanding, the amount of Argus tech in this home is minimal, but at the same time, it's not illegal. Bend the rules without breaking them, he says.
I guess it's selfish to a degree, though. Because I own this house, I should make sure that everyone feels safe. This situation sucks. I just want to leave all that Argus stuff back at work. It's purely psychological, but to me, Argus is my boss. Nobody wants to go back to a house where their boss is everywhere. Keeping that stuff to a minimum really helps my home feel like it should. A safe place.
He shrugs.
At least to me. But I really should consider other people's point of view. I'll just end up like Argus if I expect everyone else to live how I want. Speaking of which, there's something else I wanted to talk about. I mean, it's the real reason I asked you to meet me here today.
The apology wasn't the real reason. Interesting.
All this talk about how I want things to be, let's change that. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Delta. And I wish I had more beer for this. More courage.
He blushes and rubs the back of his head. I'm pretty sure I know where he's going with this. At least all signs support my current hypothesis.
I just feel like we should get this out of the way as soon as possible. The feeling of tension in the air is starting to damage my calm. But let's face it, you chose to move here, to live with me. Did you mean anything by that, Delta? This was a lot easier in my head. Really, I'm just curious if you were interested in me. I hope this isn't catching you by surprise. We've been friends online for a while, after all. And moving in here is a pretty big gesture.
He inches a bit closer to me and he seems much more calm. I guess now that it's out in the open, his anxiety is disappearing. It's never easy to bring up the kind of thing he just brought up.
I'm curious if the gesture was supposed to mean anything. Either way, I'm fine. I just couldn't stop myself from wondering. But if we do go out, expect me to be incredibly awkward.
This does seem a bit sudden, but it's also natural. There's always been chemistry between us, and now we live together. It crossed my mind a few times, but it's clearly racing through his.
No matter what, though. Friends until the end.
We could try being more than friends.
Glad to hear it, Delta. Took a real shot in the dark, but my aim was on point. You're willing to try, and that actually means a lot to me.
He places a hand on the top of my
We
leg.
could use more people like you. Willing to embrace new experiences, new people even. Everyone else seems to be a creature of routine these days. Argus has made sure of that one. But sometimes a routine is more like a prison. So, let's embrace our freedom. Let's drink beer at 2 p.m.
He smirks and stands up from the couch. I say, why not, and accept his offer to share a beer. The air is clear, and it seems like we can carry on like normal.
Alright, but let's not do this every day. Next time we'll go to the coffee shop and hang out. You know, it could be our first date, or whatever.
He leaves the room to retrieve some more beer. I feel like our bond will become stronger because of what just happened. Not only did I learn a lot about him, but we made our situation more clear. This is another milestone in my new life. Every interaction I have while I'm here will settle me in even more. It doesn't feel like home just yet, but every second does more to change that.
Experience supplemental fragment. Meeting a zero?
I ran into a zero on the street a couple hours ago.
Wait. You go outside?
Funny. I had some errands to run, but he seemed hungry. Asked to eat some of the food I bought.
Oh, that happened to me in Delta the other day.
Yeah, I was there too. Felt kind of bad for the guy. I didn't know it was really true, how they can't enter our stores.
Yeah, they aren't chipped like we are. No ID to speak of. I really hope that you gave him some food, Dante.
Yeah, of course. I bought a ton since we're pre-gaming today.
You know, I kind of feel bad. Partying while they're rallying for some basic necessities?
Should have invited him over. Showed him what life in the city is like.
Sheltering a zero and giving them access to city goods? Oh, I can literally hear your score going down, man.
You know me. I just like bringing people together. Besides, it'd be a petty crime. Nobody cares about those.
I'm not even gonna touch that one.
Sounds like a scandal to me.
Fine. I just wanted to do a good deed.
about you start putting out the snacks and booze then? This party starts in a few hours if you want to stick to your schedule.
Sure. Want to help when you get home?
Not really, but I will. It's the least I can do, since you organized the whole thing.
Dante being generous? Wow, this really is a special day. I'll stop by early so I can help you set up. Just let me finish a few more episodes of this show.
Sounds good to me. And Delta, just sit back and relax. This night is celebrating your arrival. So, let's make it special.
Yeah, one we can all remember.
Unless you go overboard again.
Hey, bring that up one more time and you're going overboard.
Ooh, drama!
At least now I have some entertainment while I prepare. Hold on, let me go make some popcorn.
My suffering isn't entertainment.
It really is.
Hey, can I get extra butter on that? I've decided that calories don't exist this weekend.
Sure thing. Just make sure to keep an eye on Dante. And don't stop fighting either. I'm loving the energy.
Experience supplemental fragment. A weird feeling.
I'm on my way over. But admittedly, I'm a little bummed out.
What happened? Also, we're almost set up for the party already.
Well, I was really getting into this show. Like, the next episode was supposed to be all-out war. But instead of that, they focused on completely different characters. Just moved to the other side of the world at the worst possible time.
Did it all take place in the same room?
Yeah.
That's a bottle episode, man.
Bottle episode? And you thought Quantum Leap sounded weird.
It's just something they do in the industry. It either kills the momentum or becomes a masterpiece.
Plan to elaborate at all?
Well, he mentioned they were going to war, right? They probably need to put a lot of money into that. You know, like CGI, music, all that fun stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It lets them put more of the budget into the important episodes. They typically reuse sets and focus on main characters with no secondaries.
So what you're saying is that the next episode will be incredible.
Well, they could be, but I don't know. I actually prefer the bottle episodes myself. A smaller, more intimate character study? Right up my alley. But I've never been one for fight scenes and explosions.
Hold on. You've changed the way I think about TV shows. I just figured every episode had the same budget.
Ooh, not even close.
So that one episode with the fly in the lab?
Bottle.
What about the one where no one's ready?
Big bottle, and an instant classic. Sometimes they take the easy way out and just do a clip show episode, you know, highlighting all the best times those characters have had.
Oh, I always thought those were just pure fan service.
Yeah, I'd take a bottle episode over a clip show any day of the week.
Hey, guys?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think we're in one of those right now?
What are you talking about?
I mean, actually, I don't know. I just got the weirdest feeling.
Care to elaborate at all?
It's already gone. Just lasted a few seconds. Honestly, I wouldn't even worry about it.
Oh, I am absolutely going to worry about it.
He's probably just been reading too many books.
That is definitely not the case.
Are you saying I don't read?
I'm only saying it because you don't.
Hey, what's the last novel you read, Isaac?
I hate all of you.
Experience pivotal fragment. Introspeculation.
I throw my head back and take a shot. The alcohol quickly burns my throat. After a couple coughs, I let out a noise that signals my satisfaction. I can't help but feel happy as a warm feeling rises within me.
I guess Delta is a lightweight too. Looks like you have some competition, Taylor.
Hey, it's not a competition if the victor is clear. $100 says I pass out before they do.
Oh, now this is gonna be interesting.
Here, let me get the music. We need a theme song for Taylor's demise. Wow, have some faith, dude. As if your ego needs to get any bigger. If I could afford it, my money would go right on Delta. Wait, you can't afford it? I thought your books were bestsellers. Yeah, they were. Anyway, what do you want to hear? You all okay if I put on some Clays? I could go either way.
You know, I heard he could too.
Oh, really? He'd fit in well with us then. Whoa, speak for yourself, man. We don't all hit on everyone we see.
Yeah, I made sure to warn my friend about that. Meeting a boozed up Taylor is certainly an, experience.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment.
Please don't.
Always gotta ruin my fun. But go ahead, put on some Clays. Not very party-like, just sitting here in silence.
Dante smiles and pulls out his phone. The speakers in the corners of the room let out a noise, signaling his connection. After a few moments of scrolling through his device, he decides on a song.
Party time? Party time!
He presses play with a wide grin on his face, and music fills the room. Isaac grabs the bottle of vodka resting on the table and stands up tall.
And that means more shots!
He slides his shot glass across the table in my direction. Dante does the same, but in Tabor's direction. Oh no, they really do want to test our tolerance.
Prepare for trouble!
He throws the bottle in the air and catches it with a flourish.
We're making it a double.
He walks over to me and fills up both shot glasses with vodka. A moment later, he does the same to Taylor, topping us up. I tell him I will do it as long as him and Dante do it too.
You have yourself a deal. 4 for you, 4 for us.
You really want us to pass out, huh? Don't think your friend would like being stood up.
We'll pace ourselves, don't worry. Remember, we're not leaving for 3 more hours.
So you're saying drink up?
I'm surprised you haven't already.
As if that was a direct challenge, Taylor and I both take our shots. Then, in one swift motion, we slide the glasses over to Isaac and Dante. Filling them up almost immediately, Isaac then strikes a thinking pose.
We should have a toast.
To what?
Taylor's inebriation is becoming clear as he wobbles slightly. If the earlier wager were official, I guess he would be winning.
I live by many rules, but one has never let me down. Always let a writer make the toast. It's what they do best.
All eyes are immediately on Dante.
Wow. No pressure or anything.
Come on, it's an honor.
It's my job. It's not a party trick, but sure. Let me think of something.
Him and Isaac both pick up one shot glass in unison. There's a pause for a few moments while Dante decides what to say. But after a little while of thinking, he seems to give up
Stream
and
elements.
laugh.
Said.
You know what?
Stay
This one's
moist, my
just your
friends,
heart.
hydrate.
Here's to getting wasted with the people that matter.
Yeah, with the people that matter. And with any luck, that list will keep on growing.
Taylor and I hold our hands up like we were taking shots as well. We all say cheers and they down the vodka faster than Isaac poured it. Talk about getting a head start on the night, buzzed before supper time.
Speaking of which, who are we meeting? You gonna tell us who this friend of yours is?
Nope. But honestly, I'm nervous too. I've never met him, so it's not just you.
Wait a second. You've never even met him?
Correct?
And you think I move fast with guys?
Hey, it's not like he's a stranger, man. He's just never been in town until today. But we've been friends online for a while now. Trust me, he's good. No need to worry.
Well, if you say so. Anyone who gives me free booze is good in my books. I just thought you met him before with how much you've been saying.
Nope. Just the anxiety making me ramble. Hence all the liquid courage we just ingested. Might want to switch to rum, though. Vodka's running dry.
He shakes the bottle with an embarrassed laugh. We've already gone through a whole bottle. Wow. Isaac must have a weird definition of pacing.
Rum? I'm down. I'll go grab the cola. I think it's time to start mixing. Those straight shots are really starting to creep up on me.
Lights start to emit a reason we should quit. But then you said that's it. But the fans are too legit. Speakers join the fight. I step into the light. Flash and strobe, the brightest white. What a pretty sight, right? Oh, that's what the people want. Music that never stops. We could play the game again, so take this song until we can meet again. Encore, encore, on and on and on and on, on and on and on and on and we can play the game again, so take this song until we can meet again.
With dramatic flair, he acts like he's passing out. Then, a moment later, his head rests on my shoulder. I laugh and exchange awkward glances with everyone else.
Or maybe you could get it for me, Delta. I fear I've gotten a bit lightheaded over here.
I have no problem doing a favor for a friend, so I agree. But a temptation rises within me to mess with him before I get up. Looking down at him, I think of what message I would like to send. Um. Hmm. I wrap an arm around him and give him a tight squeeze. The others look a bit surprised, but Taylor sounds incredibly
I
happy.
tell you not to let go, but I really wanted that cola.
Ah, yes. The master of romance.
A lifetime of practice.
A few chuckles fill the room as I stand up and walk to the fridge. The cola is easy to find even amongst the booze-filled clients. When I make it back to the table, I notice that Dante is holding the rum.
Man, I'm gonna miss this.
He sighs as he shakes the bottle, swirling the liquid inside.
Well, we can always buy more. It's cheap stuff.
Oh, not that. I meant all of this in general. Sitting down with your best friends, getting drunk during the day, downing shot after shot like our bodies aren't starting to hate us.
Oh, you mean youth.
Yeah, but at least we made the most of it. Couldn't have asked for a better group of friends.
Dude, I feel exactly the same way. I can't even imagine what life would be like without all of you. Just the thought of it is enough to keep me up at night. And it does.
Oh? Finally confessing your feelings for all of us?
Dude, no way. It's just, we're so close now, but are we still in touch in any of your visions?
I shrug, since it's pretty obvious that I have never had a vision, but the rest of them exchange worried glances with one another. They didn't have to say anything. I knew exactly what they are thinking.
Oh. Exactly. I can't get it off my mind. I think of you all as my family. But in my vision, you're not even an afterthought.
By now, Dante has fixed all of us some rum and cola. The mood in the room took a turn for the worse, and I stare at my glass. I'm not sure how I fit into this conversation. I'm definitely still the odd one out.
Hey, we're together now, and that's what matters. If you're constantly worried about the future, you'll never enjoy the present. We could drift apart, yeah, but no point in just moping around until it happens.
Isaac looks up from his glass with a
Remember
smile.
what you said about foresight in the group chat? If we know we might stop being friends, then we need to make the most of it. And I don't know about you, but I think tonight is the perfect night for that.
You know what? You're right. But why do we have to drift apart? Who says we can't be friends forever?
Fate, and quite literally.
Well then, screw fate. I won't let anything take you away from me.
I don't know if we're equipped to fight fate, man. And if well-wishing were a weapon, the world would be much better off. Let's just create some memories that we can revisit whenever we want.
Even when we're no longer together.
Isaac's mood almost instantly reverses and he holds up his glass.
Now there's a toast.
We touch our glasses together, then take a large swig.
And shame on you, Taylor. Using my own words against me? Guess it's true what they say, though. Your own advice is always better when it comes from somebody else.
We're all creatures of self-doubt, man. Can't escape that. But don't worry, Isaac. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not sure if we can beat fate. But I promise to put up one hell of a fight.
That seemed like the perfect end to our discussion. Moving on to more casual topics, we slowly sip our drinks. But this is the first time I have seen the more negative effects of Komorebi. A group of people realizing they might not be friends forever. There's something so liberating, yet terrifying about that. It almost seemed like a rite of passage into maturity. But here I sat, with no vision to my name and no input at all. As my new life kept going, I would have had no idea what the future could bring. And that thought alone was almost as liberating and terrifying as the alternative.
Experience culmination fragment. The nightclub outing?
Thank you for choosing Argus, our future, your way. He reads through some papers as I tell him my weekend plans. He wanted to make sure that my social life was thriving in this new setting. It was, for now. He seems happy that I have a new group of friends in my life.
Right, of course. The nightclub trip and the, pre-gaming. Well, at least you're being social. Not something I'd recommend making a habit of, though. The pre-gaming, I mean, not the socializing. Having a friend group is healthy and can make all the difference. I'm glad that you're able to get along with Isaac's friends, too. Bringing a new person into a social group can often be complicated. You'll probably notice that you're under a microscope, too. At least for a while. But they should seek your approval just as much as you're seeking theirs.
After getting caught up, he puts the papers off to the side.
Speaking of that, though, have you been seeking more than friends? It's healthy to date and test the waters, you know.
I told Isaac that I would like to give it a try, actually.
Makes perfect sense. You did move here for him, after all. And if not for him, then at least to live with him, which is a big gesture. From everything I've been told, it seems like you two get along just fine.
He scribbles notes down on a piece of paper that rests beside him. I'm tempted to ask him what he's writing down, but I know it's nothing bad. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I will be cleared as a patient within a month or so.
Have your friends told you anything about their Komorebi? I mean, do you know if any of them are like you? Bonding over a shared trait can always help.
I let him know that I'm definitely the odd one out. They didn't reveal their visions, but I know that they had them. For the time being, I was definitely alone with this struggle.
I guess the odds were incredibly slim, but as far as I'm concerned, it was worth a shot. If you're interested, I could hook you up with some support groups.
I let him know that I'm not interested in that. Like I have said many times before, my lack of a vision doesn't affect me.
Oh, that's exactly why I'd recommend you go to a support group. I think others could benefit from hearing how you think and feel. Whether you know it or not, you're a pretty remarkable case.
I shrug and ask him if that means he's close to clearing me as a patient.
One step at a time, Delta. I can't make a big decision like that unless I'm certain. Thankfully, your honesty and cooperation are helping.
I can't help but direct my attention to some colorful papers by his side. They look like pamphlets, so I decide to ask him what they are. My best guess is that he already had some support groups in mind.
Oh, these? A Zero handed them to me on my way to work. I guess part of their protesting involves spreading around propaganda. This first one claims that Argus is responsible for Komorebi.
He picks up the pamphlet and opens it.
It says that they engineered it somehow. Then they swooped in to play the savior and control society. Those who don't experience visions are just strong enough to resist.
With a laugh, he places it back down and grabs the other.
Now, this one was actually more interesting. It says that the existence of Komorebi disproves free will. That's clearly not true. I wonder if they actually believe this nonsense.
He flips through the second pamphlet.
Unfortunately, we've seen people take their own lives due to Komorebi. This very act proves that, to some degree, we can still control fate. The leading theory is that these visions are more like warnings. You know, a kind of heads up of what could be. Some people even believe that they're glimpses into alternate worlds. Of course, I didn't bring you here to talk about metaphysical nonsense.
I'm intrigued by this conversation, so I decide to turn the tables. I ask him where he stands on the subject, what he believes.
Well, I believe that we'll never know the truth of Komorebi. But many visions have come to pass, while many haven't. And as I said before, some people don't live to find out. If I had to commit to an idea, I'd say I agree with the leading theory. They're just possible outcomes. Nothing set in stone or predestined. Argus isn't responsible, and we still have free will at the end of the day. Of course, that's just wishful thinking. We'll never really know. Some visions could just be tricks to send people down a certain path. I think it's more important to handle things on an individual basis. For example, what does your vision, or lack of vision, mean to you? It's best to lead with that rather than seek out a universal truth. Like I always say, truth can just be a gateway to more fright.
He puts the second pamphlet down.
I hope people don't start believing these silly stories. If those zeros are really here to cause trouble, I'd avoid them. No sense getting caught up in something like this, you know?
I nod and choose not to mention the zero I ran into. Besides, something told me our session was quickly running out of time. We continue to talk, but all I can think about is the upcoming festivities. We make our way down the city streets as the booze starts to wear off. It was a long walk to the nightclub, but we didn't feel like driving or using public transit. Because of that, we wobble slightly as we head toward our destination, Club Euphoria.
I'm surprised your friend didn't help us out with transportation.
What do you mean?
Gives us an open bar, but he didn't send us a limo? Rude.
Oh, don't get greedy. It was a nice gesture. He just wants to get things off to a good start.
My legs are killing me, so we're off to a great start. Remind me to give him an earful when we get there.
Speaking of which, I still need to yell at Dante.
What did I do now?
I heard that noise when you connected to our speakers, dude. Was I not clear enough the other day? Don't mess with my mods.
I haven't. Well, not since then. It's just been a while since anyone connected like that. Trust me, Isaac, I made those changes months ago.
Is that supposed to get you off the hook?
I'm just being honest, man.
I guess we'll see.
Dante scoffs and looks the other way.
You know, I might not drink as much as I thought tonight.
What? Why's that?
It's these new painkillers.
Wait, you're in pain?
Yeah, because you won't get off my back. Is it too much to ask for just one night of fun? You're the one who wanted that, yet you're tearing into me.
An awkward silence fills the air as they stare at one another. But just like usual, they erupt into laughter only a few moments later.
Fine. I'll try and ease up on you a little bit. If we want to be friends forever, I might just have to.
All of a sudden, I start to think about the conversation we had earlier. In their visions, they were no longer in touch, no longer a friend group.
You really think we can pull that off? I guess it's worth a shot.
Isaac stops in his tracks and turns to face all of us.
Then we should make a pact.
Like with blood?
No.
Shame. Always wanted to do one of those.
I'd rather not have your blood on my hands, Taylor.
Oh, but I thought we were finally bonding.
Come on, can you please take this seriously for a second? I just want to make sure that we don't all drift apart.
And how do you suggest we do that?
The group chat, probably. Let's promise to keep using it no matter where we are, even if it's just 1 or 2 messages a week. No pressure, right? Then we really can be friends forever. Right now, you're all important to me. I think about you all the time. But in my vision, like I said, I'm not even aware of your existence.
Oh, tragic. Everybody should know who I am. But on a more serious note, I guess I can manage that. Yeah, I don't plan on leaving the group, so I'm down.
Then let's make it official.
He puts out his hand, palm facing down. One by one, we stack our hands on top of his. I wait until the end since I'm the newest one here.
Friends, until the end.
Until the end. We all say that in unison and look at each other with big smiles. A moment later, we pull back our hands and continue on our way. I had no problem with the agreement since it seemed pretty low maintenance. It's a little odd, but this pact suddenly made my life feel more grounded. If we really followed through, I would always have friends to support me. This made the scary new city seem all the more inviting. By the time the night was over, this place would be home. I decided to bring up something that my counselor told me at our session. It's a theory that Komorebi isn't set in stone. It's just a possibility. A pact like this could very well defy what they believe to be fate.
Ah, yes, the parallel universe thing. If that's true, then I'm screwed no matter what. If you're my best friends, then this is clearly the darkest timeline. Oh, rude? Hey, don't worry. I thrive in the dark.
I noticed that Dante looks a little worried.
Hey, you know your counselor isn't supposed to do that, right? He's supposed to stick to facts and Argus-approved exercises. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's off curriculum, so to speak. Yeah, and that could only come from someone who's never had a vision. People like us who live with Komorebi kind of find that laughable. It's something you can't understand, not unless you've lived it.
I asked him for some clarification as I'm a little confused.
Well, I didn't have a speech prepared or anything, but it'd be like hosting a lecture on something you know nothing about. And not only that, but your students are already experts on the subject.
That would be both difficult and embarrassing.
Think about it this way. It's inescapable even if you escape it. We could defy our vision, sure, but we still have to experience it. Every day, we face the future as if it were the present. It's indistinguishable from reality, and it's awful. So even if we are friends forever, I'll still lose you all the time. Who cares if it's another world or universe? Feelings are all real.
Wow. He nailed it.
I guess I'd never thought of it that way before. Even if we learn the origin of these visions, they will still happen every day. They would exist alongside the truth and probably even overpower it.
Though I have to say, we should probably change the subject. This whole thing seems like a recipe for depression. Let's not sabotage our night out, huh? True. And honestly, thanks for your input, Delta. I know that you were only trying to help out.
I nod and tell him it's fine. It's true, though. It wasn't my place to speak about Komorebi. Building off of that lecture metaphor, I should be sitting and listening.
Whoa! Didn't expect such a big lineup.
We round the next corner and I see the nightclub for the first time. For some reason, it looks exactly how I expected it would. But Isaac was right. The lineup was massive.
I thought you said they canceled the event.
They did. I guess this is just the kind of traffic they get. It is the most popular club in town, after all.
Hopefully it's earned that title. Any chance your friend can help with the line?
I think he did, actually. Let me go talk to the person at the door.
Isaac motions for us to wait as he approaches the club. We stand around and exchange glances with one another. Dante still looks worried and inches closer toward me.
You know, I was serious about what I said. Your counselor isn't supposed to talk about that kind of stuff. If you reported him, you might be able to get cleared as a patient.
I shrug. That seems extremely unfair, and I doubt that reporting him would get me cleared. They would probably just transfer me over to somebody else. I'm already making progress with him, so I can't do that. Starting all over with another counselor would be super tedious. Dante nods as I speak my thoughts. He seems to understand.
Well, sometimes these things benefit other people. You might be fine, but he's still breaking the rules. That could be harmful. It's not a good thing to fill people's heads with nonsense, especially in therapy.
He has a point, but before we can talk any further, Isaac returns.
Good news! We get to skip the line.
Woo! And all of a sudden, your friend is back in the good books.
The mood of the group instantly skyrockets. Waiting in a long line would have honestly killed the flow of our evenings. Thankfully, Isaac's friend planned around that fact.
Well then, what kind of drink should we order first?
That question lingers as we make our way inside the nightclub. A few people complain that we are able to skip the line. It's kind of flattering. I have no right to feel this way, but it makes me feel important and special.
Tequila!
Dante quickly downs a shot, signaling me and Taylor to do the same. Isaac scurried off to prepare whatever needed to be prepared. As always, he remained tight-lipped until the very end.
Oh, I'm so ready to pay for this in the morning. I guess we're just gluttons for punishment. How about we grab another round and go sit down? At this rate, it could be hours before Isaac comes back. Sounds good to me. Hey, barkeep! 3 more tequila shots, please.
The bartender shrugs and says they have no idea what we are talking about. There are no reservations or holds in place for someone by the name of Isaac. There's some stuff happening on the second floor, but not down here.
The second floor? The VIP section?
We turn to face each other a little wide-eyed. Taylor leans in and starts whispering.
That's amazing and all, but who's paying for these? They're already preparing the next round of shots. I'll get it, don't worry. I got a bit of an advance from my publisher. Just don't let them know I wasted it on booze. I'm sure they're used to hearing that, Dante. What is a writer if not an alcoholic in disguise? Maybe save the trash talk until after you're treated. If I just pay for me and Delta, you'll get kicked out. And suddenly, I was joking. You're the best friend ever, I swear. Sure.
The bartender places 3 shot glasses in front of us. In return, Dante waves his phone in front of a scanner. The transaction is completed and we grab the shots.
Hey, follow me. I know exactly where we can sit. And thanks a million, Dante. I really mean it. Someday I'll find a way to repay you. You could stop making fun of my career, for one. Like I said, someday I'll find a way to repay you.
We follow Taylor as we talk and eventually find an empty table. Making sure not to spill the shots, we place them down as we sit.
Speaking of which, is your channel okay, Taylor? Well, actually, it's pretty great. You seem pretty scared about those shots. Like you couldn't spare the $60. I don't like spending money if I can avoid it. And there's no point in spending it if someone else will treat me. That's kind of why I agreed to do this nightclub thing from the start. It makes sense you rely on handouts. Now I know why the donate button takes up your entire page. Bigger is better, as they say. But it's not just donations, Dante. I have one of the highest sub counts on the platform. Really? I guess I don't watch you too much. I wasn't paying attention when I guessed it either. It's true. Your boy is making history. When I get a book deal, maybe you can help me out. Oh, on that note, how's your latest project going? At a snail's pace, but at least it's moving. I took a couple days off to celebrate Delta's arrival, especially tomorrow. You know, hangover day. Can't enjoy the highs without the lows. But don't worry, I'll make us some mimosas in the morning. Sometimes the best way to cure a hangover is to drink more. I refuse to believe that. You're a loss. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's have a little toast to the unknown. It's not unknown. It's literally not true.
Taylor shrugs and grabs his shot glass. We down the next round of tequila. It's a little gross. You know what they say about too much of a good thing.
Well, maybe I'll believe you and get a big breakfast instead. My contract doesn't want me drinking too much anyways. Wait, they control what you do? You say that like it's abnormal, man. There's always somebody on top of us that tells us what to do. Though I can think of a few scenarios where that wouldn't be too bad. I want you to know that I got your joke. It just wasn't good. Well, I'm no writer, just an entertainer. I kind of do what you do, but with less elegance. Basically, get paid to vocalize my thoughts all day. I'm surprised people pay for that. I didn't pay a thing, and I still want a refund after listening to you.
Well, there's a market for everything. It doesn't have to be good. I mean, look at how many copies your novels have sold.
Dante laughs and shares a big smile with Taylor.
I honestly have no comeback for that one. You win this round, but I'll get you next time.
Oh, looking forward to it. You're always a worthy opponent. Any idea what's taking Isaac so long, by the way? He hasn't said a thing in the group chat since he left.
Well, we know he's upstairs now. He's probably making the VIP section look pretty for us. Guess that gives me time for a much-needed bathroom break.
Giving me and Delta some alone time, huh?
I'd never torture my friends like that. I just gotta go.
He smirks at me before leaving the table. An awkward silence follows, and I look around the club. Something feels different about tonight. It's not just the alcohol. It feels like I'm actually getting to know these people. When I first arrived, it was clear that they were putting on an act. I don't blame them. First impressions are often important. But the second impression can be even more important in my books. You know, the person you see when the courtesies start to fade. Not a bad thing in any way. It means they are getting used to me. Guess this silence isn't a bad time to gather my thoughts.
Interact with each word to learn more about it. Upon interacting with all three, your experience will continue.
Hey! Get your head out of the clouds! We finally get to hang out alone and you zone out? If I didn't know any better, I'd take it as an insult.
I shake my head and apologize. In retrospect, it was kind of
You mean a
rude.
lot to Isaac. He's made that very clear. And from what I've experienced, you do seem pretty awesome. Well, since he's taking his sweet time, how about we chat for a bit?
That's true. We did have more than enough time to chat. Isaac is being slow, and I saw the bathroom lineup awaiting Dante. I leaned back in my chair and tried to make myself more comfortable. It seemed like I would be sitting here for a while longer yet.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Taylor 1.
Hold on, just let me move over there. There we go. Much better.
I turned to face Taylor, immediately making things more personal. This was the first time we have ever been alone, buzzed in an obnoxiously loud club. What a perfect time to get to know each other. An awkward smile between the two of us marked the start of our conversation. I was warned about his drunken behavior, so I kinda know what to expect.
No, I'm pretty proud of that sass-off I had with Dante. Usually he can pin me down, but I'm getting better on my feet. A quick wit can beat a sharp mind any day of the week. But a few shots of booze can easily bring that wit to a full stop. Considering that, I think I handled myself pretty well. Maybe one of these days you and I can go head-to-head.
Us, face to face. I like the sound of that.
Really? That's the best you've got? I'm not opposed to it, but you gotta work on your game. The ice is already broken, Delta. Swim a little deeper.
We exchange a smile again, but it's much less awkward. It's probably for the best since I assume we will become close friends. This group seems super tight knit. Getting close to one meant getting close to all.
You know, before you came along, I was the newest member of the group. It's been that way for a couple years. But now we have some new blood. I get to look at you through the same lens they used to judge me. Oh, but don't worry. I like what I see. So, do you move around a lot? Or will you be here long term?
I guess it depends on how things go.
Ah, so you're flexible. Good to know. The reason I ask is because I used to move around all the time, from one place to another. The system always kept me mobile.
He fiddles with the shot glass in front of him.
So, this whole fresh start thing, I know what it's like. I'd brag about having more practice, but that's not really a good thing. Moving around made it really hard to keep a stable group of friends. When I got my first phone, though, everything changed. Making friends and keeping in touch when I move away? Priceless. I guess I also made some pretty good jokes. Got a lot of followers. So when I decided to start streaming, I already had an audience. The transition from hobbyist to full-time job happened almost overnight. I bought a house here, settled down, and then met the rest of the group. And now I'm sitting here with you. That's the story of Taylor. You'll have to forgive me, I'm not one to really open up like this. But when you talk to strangers all day, you kinda need to hold back. Oh, don't get me wrong, I love my viewers more than anything, and yeah, there's a lot of regulars, but it all feels so surface level, you know? I'll never bond with them like I did with Isaac and Dante. Guess I'm just one of those quality over quantity guys. Kind of ironic that I chose a field where numbers mean everything then. Can't complain too much though. I guess I do have the best of both worlds.
It's odd to see someone so successful have gripes with their life. But I guess nothing can be positive all the time. Even stardom could have its drawbacks.
I'm glad we got to have some time to ourselves, Delta. Even if it felt like I did most of the talking, I think I needed that. I talk to people all the time, but it's rarely about anything real. How about you join me at my place next week? We can have a blast tonight and pick this up next time. Maybe I'll even let you guest on my stream, if you're nice. Oh, and we'll have a lot more privacy there. Feel free to take that one however you will.
He smirks at me, and I give him a quick nod. There's no reason why that shouldn't work, so I agree. A crowded nightclub isn't the best place to form a bond. Well, I guess it depends on what you're looking for, actually. But right now, I had no interest in extending my reach beyond this group. Even though I have known Isaac for years, I'm getting to know him all over again. That's a good thing, though. It was an adventure that I was happy to embark on. Getting to know these people and their quirks could only happen once. One day I would definitely look back on this and wish I could relive it all.
You really are the master of daydreaming, huh? Well, I guess all of this could be pretty overwhelming. New city, new friends, new everything, really. I'll try not to add to the pile, so don't worry. Well, except for tonight, I can't make that promise. This club is a new experience for all of us, not just you.
I noticed Dante return from the bathroom in the corner of my eye. Taylor must see that I'm distracted, and he turns to look.
Hey, it's about time! Delta was almost boring me to death.
Whoa, he's insulting you. Just so you know, that means he has a crush.
He sits down and plays with the empty shot glass in front of him.
Sorry I took so long, by the way. Some guy tried to sell me drugs.
Ooh, did you buy enough for all of us?
Dude, drugs are bad.
Oh, all right. And how many energy drinks have you had today?
2.
Oh, yes, there's the double standard. Can't say I didn't warn you about that contest, man. It's just a ploy to create new addicts, nothing more.
Yeah, I heard you the first 1,000 times.
I would be worried that they were fighting, but I know better than that by now. This is just how they get along. If they hated each other, they wouldn't talk at all. It's about to continue, but Isaac startles all of us with his unexpected return.
Hey, looks like everything is good to go. Come with me. We're going somewhere special.
You mean the VIP section?
Aw, what? How'd you know?
The bartender down here gave it away. Said the only thing going on tonight was upstairs.
Buzzkill.
You're the only buzzkill here, man. Keeping us in the dark until the last possible second?
All right, fine. Let's just go and have some fun.
That's all you ever had to say, Isaac. Maybe start with that one next time.
We all get up and start to follow Isaac. At least the time was finally upon us. No more teasing or secrecy. I'm not sure what he wanted to hide, but it kind of backfired on him. If he wanted to hype something up for my benefit, he didn't need to. I would have been fine with no outing at all and just staying home. But at least if this went well, I would make another new friend. Isaac is a good judge of character, so I bet we will meet someone cool. At least everyone he's introduced me to so far has been pretty awesome. With slight anxiety, we ascend the stairs to a floor reserved just for us. I have to admit, that does make me feel a little special. We ascend the stairs, and my anticipation rises alongside me. I have never been treated to something like this before, so I'm grateful. I only hope that I'm able to express that properly to our new friend. A friend of Isaac's is a friend of mine, at least in theory. Any addition to a group dynamic has a chance of going sour. However, I decide to be optimistic in the face of what could go wrong.
Well, I'm sorry for the secrecy, but here we are. I didn't want to reveal what was happening until the last minute. Sometimes a surprise is necessary. Just felt like one of those days.
Dude, we just talked about how the surprise was ruined. I mean, it's not really a surprise if everyone knows but us. Even their part-time bartender was in on this thing.
Yeah, but I value the look on your face more than theirs. That's why I kept it a secret from you and not the staff. Good or bad, a surprise is still a new experience, right?
That's the logic you're using to save face? Don't even get me started on how bad that is. Just admit the fact you handled this wrong right from the start.
Hey, don't speak too soon. Look, I promise you'll understand why I've been acting so weird. There were a bunch of other people involved, and a lot of strings attached.
Strings? A bunch of other people?
Yeah, I wasn't the only one who wanted to keep things secret. I was only playing by the rules that made everyone comfortable. Also, I was legally bound. There were forms involved.
Yeah, because the law always keeps you in line.
Is this about my mods again? They're legal. I'm being honest for once. Just trust me. Please.
Said every liar ever.
Bro, when the police come knocking, you can rub it in my face. But right now, the ball is in my court, and I plan to serve.
Oh, a sportsman all of a sudden. You're acting so weird, like you're trying to be cool. Do not continue this. And suddenly it all falls into place. He just wants to impress his new boyfriend.
His new what?
Another man pokes his head out, having been knelt behind the bar.
Sorry, I was just organizing these bottles. Didn't expect the selection to be so artistic. Wine is the one that gets better with age, right?
Yeah, you could ask Isaac that one. He's pretty old.
Guess that's why he's finer than you.
Are you sassing me?
I came prepared.
We all laugh and move closer to the bar. Isaac's friend looks familiar, but I can't put a finger on it. Rather than dwell on that, I simply thank him for his generosity.
No problem. I was actually supposed to do a signing up here. I'm guessing Isaac told you about the event that was canceled? Thankfully, we still had the venue booked, so I made use of it.
Signing?
Yeah,
Spindash
he
Diva
has a following.
said, Anna a furry game. Spindash Diva said, Furt.
Hello, Spin. Welcome on in, friend. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Suddenly, we hear a high-pitched scream from behind us. It was obviously Taylor, but when we turn around, he acts oblivious. He simply lets out a deep breath and places his hands together.
I am composed. That's a new noise. Please never make
Spindashtiva
it again.
said, I'm so sleepy today.
Sleepy, sleepy, huh? Taylor ignores the bait and steps even closer to the
Sorry,
bar.
I didn't really recognize you. I'm Taylor, and apparently I'm also an idiot.
Nah, don't worry. You're not an idiot. You'd be surprised how accurate those old comic books can be. Put on some glasses, change your hair, and nobody can recognize you.
Can't hide that voice, though. We were just listening to you before we walked over here. I guess the whole surprise thing makes a lot more sense now.
Wait. I know you.
Dante's eyes open wide as he approaches a sudden realization.
And I know you too. Can you sign some stuff for me?
Well, I have some spare copies of my books back at home.
Bold of you to assume I didn't bring my own. I've been a fan since day one. Even have a first edition copy of Forlorn. And Taylor, I love your streams. Great company for those long trips.
I'm able to piece together the evidence. That's Clace. We were listening to his music just a few hours ago when we pre-gamed. I knew enough to know that he was a person of note in the music industry.
Wow, didn't know we had any idols lurking in chat.
Oh yeah, totally. I tell a lot of people about your channel too. You should let me join you as a guest while I'm in town.
Sure. How long are you in for?
A couple months, probably. Unless something comes up. I'll be easy to find though. Isaac is gonna add me to the group chat.
Sounds good to me. So, what are the plans for tonight?
That was certainly interesting. They have arranged a collab. I have seen crossovers like that and they always end up in the news. A streamer and an idol playing games together. Everyone loved to see it. I'm not really familiar with the content that any of these people make, though. Dante's novels, Taylor's streams, and Clace's music. Never experienced them. But I knew that was going to change, and at this rate, it would be changing fast.
Figured we'd each grab a bottle and just hang out. Trust me, the couches up here are super comfortable. Oh, and Isaac, you still on for Sunday?
Oh, yeah, of course.
What's happening on Sunday?
He's moving in with us.
What?
Surprise!
Now I know why you kept all of this a secret. Can't have any objections if nobody knows anything.
It's not like that. Okay, maybe it's kind of like that, but you should see the look on your face.
Worth it?
Totally. So, what do you want to drink? I think I'll grab a bottle of fancy wine.
Same. We've already had everything else. And it looks like those bottles are pretty expensive.
Let's not drink too much, though. Don't want to run his tab through the roof.
Oh, feel free. It's all bought out, so don't let it go to waste. You can even grab a few to take home if you want.
Taylor steps forward and places his hands on Clace's shoulders.
You are my best friend.
Clace chuckles and grabs the bottle of wine he was holding earlier.
Let's take a seat and see if we can make that mutual, alright?
Clace holds a deck of cards, but not the kind you would expect. It's a card game made for a night of drinking with peculiar questions. Nothing held back. Talk about going off the deep end for a first impression.
Looks like this one's for Taylor. At least, I think it suits him the best.
Yeah? What is it?
Let's see here. What's the pettiest thing you've ever done?
Oh, easy. You mean today or...
Stalling rule!
Objection sustained. You can't answer a question with another question. That defeats the entire purpose of the game, Taylor.
Why did we make you the judge again?
Just be thankful you didn't make me the executioner, man. Either way, stalling rule dictates that we get to ask another question. And not only that, but it doesn't have to be from a card. We can make it up.
Oh, and if I refuse to answer?
Shot.
Oh, what a terrible punishment. Not like I've been doing that all day anyway. Can I just take 2 shots and avoid this altogether?
No.
Objection sustained. Let's take it from the top. What's the pettiest thing you've ever done?
Taylor places his head into his hands and
You're
sighs.
all really out here trying to ruin me. Just promise you won't repeat this. It's embarrassing.
Remember, sworn to secrecy.
All right. Well, I was dating this guy. He was cool, I guess. We'd hang out and watch TV shows all day. It got to the point where I enjoyed the TV shows more than him. And you know my motto, don't spend money if you don't have to. I ended up dating him for a year before actually calling it off. Gave me time to watch what I wanted. No subscriptions.
We all exchange glances, a little shocked.
That's foul, man.
Hey now, we all do stupid things when we're young.
Young? This was just last month. But come on, you saw the new season of Insomnia Cafe. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same. It was so good. A man-child. We're in the company of a literal man-child. Like your answers would be any better. I have dirt on all of you. Keep that in mind.
Oh, you've made a big mistake now. Trash talking when we get to ask whatever we want.
In that case, I'm gonna go with Delta. I know you wouldn't put me on the spot too bad. And my liver hurts, so I'd prefer a question I can answer.
Can you do that?
Yeah, reversal rule. Either elect someone or we spin a bottle. Gives him a chance to minimize his embarrassment.
Delta, don't minimize anything. Throw him under the bus just like he does to us. We'll finally give him a taste of his own snarky medicine.
Everybody looks at me. I guess I have to decide on what we ask Taylor. A bunch of questions flood the forefront of my mind, and I focus. Thankfully, I've been gathering my thoughts. I'm ready for this. Let's see. What are the last 10 pages in your browser, High Story?
No, absolutely not. At least let a man die with some dignity.
He shakes his head and takes a shot that rests in front of him. They were lined up like ammo, bullets we would endure for hiding the truth. I had a feeling that would fluster him. It could do the same to almost anybody.
Look at that, you stumped him. Honestly, I don't know what I like more. Watching him take shots or watching him get all flustered.
From where I stand, they're both pretty entertaining. But I imagine you'd like to learn more about us, right? Let's try to minimize the shots from here on out.
We all exchange glances, unsure of what happens next. The double question really threw a wrench in the momentum. Before continuing, Clace coughs to get all of our attention.
I went last, so that means Delta's next. But no more freedom. Gotta stick to what's in your hand. And Taylor isn't allowed to be questioned until after his next turn.
I nod and look down at the cards in my hand. It does seem like each one would fit a specific person. Clace targeted Taylor, so I'll try the same with my next move. Let's see. What fact about yourself do you hide from others?
Ooh, interesting. These questions are actually pretty good.
I was hoping for something a little harder, actually.
Wait, what exactly can you hide from other people? You're a pop star. The press is on your every move.
Well, there are a couple places they can't follow me. Mainly into business meetings or the bedroom.
The bedroom, huh?
Taylor, no. We're gonna focus on the business part. Most people don't know this, but I'm pretty difficult to work with.
That's just another way of saying stubborn, right?
A sugar-coated way, yeah. I mean, I usually know what I want to do with my music, so that means fighting off the label. They want their claws in everything.
So you fight to keep your artistic integrity.
Among other things, yeah. I fought for 6 months to get this vacation.
Whew, that's wild.
Wait, there's nothing stubborn about sticking to your values. When my publisher suggests something I don't like, I just say no.
And they don't get mad at you?
Nope.
Dante looks a little concerned for a moment.
What, dessert label?
Clace looks embarrassed and rubs the back of his head.
I think I'm just too sensitive sometimes. At least that's what they say.
I see.
A small silence ensues before Clace continues the game.
Looks like Taylor is next. That means your immunity is worn off, too.
Oh, sweet. It's time to get my revenge.
Bring it on, dude. I'm sure I'll never recover.
Taylor inspects his cards and then whines audibly.
Not fair. All of these are so wholesome. Can I just swap cards with somebody else?
No, it won't kill you to be wholesome for once.
It really might.
Hey, make your move before I call the stalling rule.
Fine. Let's see here. Tell us about an embarrassing fact or experience. At least this one has potential to be juicy.
That one seems like revenge to me, man. Clace, no need to answer if you don't want to.
Oh, it's fine. I just don't know my answer yet. I'm no stranger to scandals, so this casts a pretty wide net.
Go ahead. Take your time. But not too much. Remember, the rules apply to you too.
Are you sure you don't want help with this one? I know you had some pictures and videos leaked.
Taylor!
Oh, yeah, but I killed it in those. Not embarrassing at all.
You want me to start a timer?
Oh, no need. Just let me figure out how to word it.
He strikes a thinking pose before starting to speak.
Well, I guess this one is just an embarrassing fact about myself. But I'm pretty sure I owe my entire career to a fluke.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Well, it goes a bit deeper than that. I had my first vision when I was about to turn 13. You know, just like we all did. No real difference.
I decide not to say anything. The odds of meeting someone without a vision are so low, I can't blame him. There's no real reason to assume that someone at a table of 5 didn't experience Komorebi.
But in my vision, I'm older, with a lot more experience. I had a lot of albums out and a lot of songs to pick from.
No way.
Yeah, totally. I got started by stealing songs from my future self. I mean, I guess it's not really stealing since I still wrote them. But I entered the school's talent show that year with an arsenal. I got scouted right away, and I've been working ever since.
And that is what you call a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Oh, they made you do all that since you were 13?
Well, they adjusted my courses to incorporate singing and dancing. I wasn't doing more work. The work was just tailored a bit better.
Interesting. I figured you went off to an idol academy or something.
I did, but that came a little later. And you're all milking 10 questions out of 1 here. Maybe you should be sticking to the rules you were enforcing.
Fair enough. It's just an interesting story.
But a bit embarrassing, so I just keep it to myself. If I told everybody, then the bad press would start flowing. I'd hate to feel like I have to defend myself all the time.
Oh, didn't think of it like that.
He stops to think, like he's choosing his next words carefully.
If standing up for yourself was bad press, my reputation would be ruined. Don't let people walk all over you. Others will see the prince and follow suit.
Dante leads forward, a little shocked.
Taylor gave good advice? This really is a special day.
We all laugh as the game continues. I had my doubts at first, but Dante was actually right. This night is proving to be just as special as it will be memorable. I lay on one of the couches and stare up at the ceiling. Dante and Taylor do the same while Clace and Isaac lie on the floor. It was basically unspoken, but we all decided to take a quick breather.
Hey, how'd you two meet anyway? This must have taken a lot of coordination.
Not really.
Yeah, we met on Taylor's stream. Nothing crazy. He mentioned he was taking a break from work, so I invited him over.
Seriously?
Stream elements.
I keep a pretty good
Set.
eye on who's watching my stream.
Stay moist, my
Even if I
friends.
don't chat,
Hydrate.
I can still check out the user list. Can't say I ever noticed your name pop up there.
Oh, I don't use that name online. Or my legal name. The agency gave me a spare account so I could be anonymous. Isaac didn't even know who I really was until around a week ago.
Yeah, it's basically a burner account that influential people get. If he went around posting as himself, he'd never have peace of mind. The account basically vanishes if his identity is compromised.
Sounds like a spy novel. Is that even fair? A license to do whatever you want online?
Well, I'm still subject to changes in my score, so it's not like I use it for evil or anything. It's just an extra layer of security.
I think that's pretty cool. Good to know they care about your safety.
Yeah, totally. They pitched it as a digital security guard. It keeps people at arm's length, but it's not always good, because then I have to deceive people like Isaac. I was worried he'd hate me when I told him the truth. Any way you look at it, I lied to him for ages.
But it's not like you wanted to. He didn't have any ulterior motives either.
True, but I still feel a little guilty. So buying out the bar was more like a peace offering. I'd like to get things off to a good start. No secrets between friends.
No place for those here. Yeah, not if we plan to be friends forever.
Forever?
Until death, in Isaac's words. We were getting a bit sappy earlier.
Death? Sappy?
Yeah, we're a quirky bunch.
And I don't plan on dying anytime soon. So I hope you're good with being friends for a long while.
Yeah, of course.
Clace laughs, but I can tell that he's a little weirded out.
You know, I don't feel like I'm an outsider anymore. That card game really helped me get to know all of you. Before you came upstairs, I was worried you'd hate me.
Nah, Isaac is a pretty good judge of character. When he vouched for you, I knew we were in for a good time. He was just being shady about everything until the last minute.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that one. I hope you can understand why we needed some privacy.
He looks to the side like he's a little shy about what he will say next.
I'd also like to request that you offer me more during my stay.
Of course. So, just to get things straight, you're on a small hiatus from your music career.
Yeah, just wrapped up my tour, so it seemed fitting. And I don't need to start a new album for a while yet. Combine both of those facts, and boom, freedom.
We're gonna make the most of it, too. Don't want you looking back on this with any regrets.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Isaac, for everything.
While they talk, I get off the couch and slowly walk away. I let them know that I'm just taking a quick breather. It's been a wild night. As I continue to walk, I hear the laughs slowly dissipate, replaced by music. I look off the railing and down to the first floor. Everyone seems to be having the time of their life tonight. Makes me wonder if any of them knew what was going on up here. Chaos would probably ensue if they knew that Clace was mere feet away. I don't know much about him, but I know that he could easily draw a crowd. That's probably the most important quality for someone in his line of work.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Clace 1.
I stand in front of the railing, watching the activity on the dance floor. It hasn't been too long since I arrived, but I'm starting to feel a sense of home. There's just something about this place and these people. I feel at ease. I'm even able to establish a rapport with people I have never met. It's like the weight that hindered me back at home was completely eliminated. This could be a honeymoon period, of course, but I'm going to enjoy every second. Clace approaches me, startling me out of my reverie.
Hey, how are you holding up? This is the first time I've seen you away from the rest of the group. We're all having a blast, you know. I hope you feel the same way.
Well, it's a lot better now that I'm alone with you.
What? Are you flirting with me? That's never really been one of my strong suits, Delta. But I do think you're cool. That's why I decided to come check on you.
He gives me a soft smile before taking another sip of his drink. I thank him for coming over to check on me, and I expect him to leave. Much to my surprise, however, he stays beside me, enjoying my company. We watch the dance floor together, and I'm a little flattered. Someone of his status choosing to spend time with me. As that thought consumes my mind, I can't help but ask him.
Status? And what status do you mean exactly? People say that all the time, but they have no idea what this industry is like. I can guarantee that you'd outrank me tenfold if we compared our scores. People like me, artists I mean, are known for having awful scores. Art has always been about challenging the status quo, at least to me. The system hates that, and every new song is a nosedive for my score.
I tell him that I'm not talking about the system. I'm talking about his fame and fortune as a pop star. However, I'm a bit surprised that his score is low.
Oh, jeez. Now I'm embarrassed for going off on a tangent. Whenever somebody mentions status, I always think about the system. We're just numbers in a computer. Fame and fortune will always come second to that.
He takes another sip of his drink.
It goes against my values to treat one group of people better than another, too. So this status that you're talking about, it's from the outside looking in. When I watch you and your friends, I'm actually pretty jealous.
He's envious of us. I ask him to
At this
elaborate.
point, I think the alcohol is elaborating, not me. But everybody dancing down there, I bet they wish they could be up here. They probably even abandon their friends and family for a life of luxury. And by the time they regret it, it'd already be too late. Once you get into a world like this, there's no getting out. You're just there, watching them, and wanting to go back. You know, I could tell that you and your friends were worried. It was clear. You didn't really know if you'd fit in with me or not, but honestly, I was terrified that I wouldn't fit in with you.
He scoffs.
I said I wanted to have a good time, and now I'm bringing you down. Let's make a deal, alright? Drop the whole status thing between us. That's not something I can ask of them, but I know I can ask it of you.
He motions down toward the dance floor, and I understand what he means, especially now that people are starting to recognize his face. They look up from the dance floor taking pictures of
Just
us.
like they want to be up here, I want to be down there. That velvet rope keeps me in just as much as it keeps them out. For my safety, they always say. Like I can't take care of myself. But I hope that you and your friends can change that. I don't have to be up here alone anymore. I can be with all of you. Hold on. Let me get this over with. It's rude to keep an audience hanging.
He leans over the railing a little bit, blowing a kiss to the crowd. With a smile and little pose for the photos, it seems like his work is done. They cheer, but it's peculiar, like his personality changed just for the crowd.
Well then, let's get away from all those prying eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you owe me a few facts about yourself.
I nod and follow him back to the core area of the VIP deck. We sit down across from each other and he leans back, stretching. Dante, Taylor, and Isaac are still hanging out. Their distance provides us with privacy. He rests his empty glass on the table between us and then stares at me. I can tell he's trying to get a read on me, like he can tell just from sight. With a quick shrug, I rest back in my chair and wait for him to speak.
There's something different about you. Maybe it's because we're both fish out of water here. Lost and clueless, but lost and clueless together, right?
Another smile. I give him one in return. Bonding over a shared struggle makes sense to me. It's not easy moving to a place you know almost nothing about.
So, why did you move exactly? I know your friends are here, and Isaac offered you a room, but yeah. Running away from something? Looking for something new?
I tell him that it's a mix of both, honestly. At home, I felt held back. I needed a big change and more freedom. I also don't know what I want in life, so I guess it's an excuse to find myself.
Find yourself? I've been there, and it's not really what you'd think. Sometimes finding yourself just means realizing how lost you really are. In the face of something like that, blissful ignorance almost seems preferable.
It might just be the alcohol, but that sounded rather profound. Clace immediately leans forward, giggling at what he said.
I am so putting that in my next song. Look, we just met and you're already inspiring me. Let's have another drink, alright? I like where this is going.
He quickly scurries to the bar and prepares 2 glasses of wine. Carefully walking back, he tries his best not to spill anything. Sitting down with a smile, he places the drinks on the table.
Thanks for opening up to me, by the way. It's enough to know your reasoning. I shouldn't pry for specifics. If I keep making you talk about your past, you'll never move on from it. So, let's have a drink to the future, alright? And not the Komorebi, but the future we make for ourselves. No need to base our lives on all of that metaphysical nonsense.
I raise my glass and we drink in sync with one another. However, when we put the glasses down, I have to come clean. This is when I let him know that I have never experienced Komorebi.
Oh, really? Well, even better. From what I've seen, people like you live happier lives. I've never understood all that counselor nonsense.
I totally agree and thank him for his point of view. If anything, it seems like the remnants of a dead system. People our age have long since come to terms with Komorebi. But while we are on the subject, I had to ask him, what did he see in his vision? Did he see his fame and fortune? I knew he had songs in his head, but what else did he glean? He immediately looks taken aback and his ears perk up. He looks worried and blushes softly as he adjusts his scarf. Such a mixed reaction. I can't tell if I did something bad or not.
That's a third date kind of conversation, you know? But I doubt this is the last time we'll be hanging out together. Just put that one on the back burner. At least for now. Please?
Does that mean we can count this as our first date?
Smooth. But actually, I'm not really allowed to date. They say a single guy gets more attention from the fans. I know they're really after money, but I can't exactly fight the label.
Wait, the industry controls his personal life? That doesn't sound good. Although it does explain why his social skills are rough around the edges. If this is really his first group of friends, then I'm glad to be a part of it.
Although,
He smirks.
I keep forgetting that I'm not bound by their rules during this hiatus. Like, I know I am, but it hasn't really registered in my head yet. They gave me this little break in order to seal a deal in the making.
A deal.
Yeah. After this break, I owe them 5 albums over 10 years. My last contract ran its course, so I actually had ground to negotiate. I'm giving them so much of my life. I guess I just wanted some of it back in return.
There's something about all this that seems so depressing. He's able to say it with a smile, however, like it's normal to him.
But I know that during this break, I'll make bonds that last a lifetime. The next 10 years will be nothing if I have all of you by my side. I was worried, but now I have some much needed backup.
We both smile at each other, and he blushes once more. I couldn't put my finger on it, but that seemed like the perfect end to our talk. Both standing up at the same time, it was almost like that feeling was mutual. It seems as if we are both in sync. Like he said before, fish out of water. Holding onto his glass, he simply repeats the earlier saying,
Remember, lost and clueless.
but lost and clueless together. As I say that, I tap my glass against his. With a quick smile, he returns to the rest of the group. Everyone seems to be getting along as I head back to the group. Clay so slowly slips on his glass of wine, and everybody mingles with each other. That breather definitely helped. I can't party as hard as everyone else, it seems.
Welcome back. Was starting to worry you'd ditch us. Not everybody can handle a night like this.
No hard feelings if that's the case, of course.
Oh, there'd definitely be hard feelings. Isaac planned this night just for you, remember?
Pressure.
That's not even true. He planned the night around Clace, too.
Makes me feel a little inadequate. I never got a party like this when I joined the group.
Yeah, I save it for the people who are worth it.
Oh, mean.
Justified, actually.
Clace finishes his glass of wine and places it down, emitting a loud noise. This gets all of our attention, and the bickering quickly stops.
What do you think we should do next? There's still a few hours before last call.
Good question.
We all exchange glances, unsure of what to do. No one mentions anything, so Clace changes the subject.
I may have blown my cover a little earlier, by the way. We should probably sneak out the back entrance when we leave.
That's fine with me. I warned everybody that we might attract some attention. What should we do if everyone starts crowding you?
I don't think it'll be an issue, but just stay by my side. I can keep you safe if anything escalates.
Actually, I figured we'd be the ones protecting you.
Yeah, right. The crowd would eat you alive. I'm used to this, so if it comes down to it, just follow my lead. It doesn't happen too often, though. Not with the new point penalties.
The new what? Yeah.
Yeah, public scene, big uproar, obstructing paths. If they notice us, they'll probably just watch from a distance. Pestering a public figure can net you like 10 different penalties.
Really? And that's been set in stone. That's not just one of the glitches happening lately.
Convenient excuse, don't you think? Crack down harder and blame it on a glitch?
Oh, is it tinfoil hat time? Trust me, I've heard every possible theory about Argus. The world was dealt a bad hand and they just wanted to help. That's all.
You should hear what some of the people say to me at work. They have no problem trash-talking the company they're giving money to.
Well, I mean, we're not just giving them money. We're giving them the freedom to control our lives. I know it's for the greater good, but it's still strict.
You can still do whatever you want, though. You're not tied down. At the end of the day, you're still in control of your score.
Yeah, but there's a lot of incentive to be an obedient drone. A bad score can literally destroy your life and your social status.
Well, not always.
What do you mean?
My score is pretty awful, especially with all the partying I do on tour.
That is so not fair. Tank your score and they still let you buy out a bar? If any normal person tried that, they'd just be laughed away.
So the scores aren't as absolute as we think. I mean, as far as theories go, that's pretty common.
But you can't say that's part of Argus's game. Notable people have always been given special treatment. It's not like that's a new addition to our society. Nothing changed.
Shouldn't it, though?
That's a bit too deep for me. No sense wasting time on something you can't change. It's just wishful thinking. Like trying to defy your vision.
That doesn't mean you should just sit back and give up. As long as you believe in your cause, a losing battle can still be worth fighting.
You guys flip-flop way too much on whether or not you believe your visions.
Us and the rest of the world, Isaac. We weren't all given a bright one like you were.
Everybody looks shocked and exchanges glances. I know alcohol was at play, but Dante just made a big mistake. Revealing facts about another person's vision? Really bad move. I didn't have a vision, but I knew that they were super intimate. Sharing your vision with someone else was an expression of trust. To have them speak about it to others, it was a bit of a betrayal.
You may think it's bright from what I told you, but unless you're all there beside me, it'll feel hollow. When things get tough, the hope that I can change it keeps me going.
Dante shakes his head upon realizing his mistake.
I'm sorry, Isaac. I didn't mean to speak for you.
It's fine. I'm among friends. I would trust all of you with this stuff. Just not now.
That's fair. Anyway, let's go back to Taylor.
Aliens?
Excuse me, people actually believe that?
Oh, totally, I see it everywhere. Whenever something weird happens, people on the internet will say aliens. And I do have to admit, Komorebi is pretty high up there on the weird scale. Yeah, but aliens? Hey, I never said I believed it. I think the deterrent theory is way better.
The what?
Oh, I know about that one actually. Right before the first visions, world tensions were high. Everyone thought we were moments away from all-out war. Then, all of a sudden, Komorebi steps in. We don't care about fighting each other anymore. We have a new common enemy, the future.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's not something you can take, like a nation, and it's not something you can force, like an ideal. It brought about peace. Whether random or created, that's still the case.
I don't think I can buy the theory that someone created Komorebi. It would be impossible to manufacture something like that, right?
I don't know about that one. There's always a scientist that tries to play God, you know? Like I said, I'm more inclined to believe that theory. Doesn't mean I believe it.
That's fair. I did hear about some crazy experiments in Switzerland.
Yeah, they're always up to something over there. I know they were obsessed with contacting another universe for a while.
Did that ever go anywhere?
I don't think we were worthy of a response. Like Taylor joked about, this is probably just the darkest timeline. They take one look at what we have to put up with and run the other way.
That's so depressing.
I have a cure for that.
Taylor holds up a bottle of booze, implying that it's time to drink more.
Besides, it's a waste of time to focus on questions that have no answer. Like, why do scissors come in packages that require scissors to open? Like, I'm buying a pair. That obviously means that I don't have one to use.
Why don't you just use a kitchen knife to open it?
What?
We have like 10 knives in the kitchen drawer. You do know you don't need to use scissors, right?
But there's a little picture of scissors next to the dotted line.
Everyone stares at Taylor.
Is it okay if I just start drinking again? I mean, we're here to have fun, not rip into Taylor.
You know what? You're right. But I do appreciate talking about more real issues. Even if we'll never know the truth, it's still healthy to talk about.
Hey, I'll drink to that one. It can't be all fun and games, even if we want it to be. Honestly, this is one of the best nights I've ever had.
You must not have much freedom when you're on tour.
Nah. I'm always at arm's length for one person or another. But I told them I wanted to be left alone while I'm on this hiatus. At least it'll give me the chance to prove that I can care for myself.
And even if you couldn't, we'd be there for you. How about we grab some bottles and head back to my place?
Sounds good to me. Just remember what I said about taking the back door.
Didn't know you guys had that kind of relationship.
He meant the nightclub, you absolute idiot.
Taylor smirks without saying another word. A moment later, we all scurry toward the bar. I grab a few bottles of whatever stands out to me. Like a kid in a candy store is a pretty apt expression, especially for Taylor, who seems overwhelmed by the possibilities. He keeps taking a bottle, putting it back, and then taking another one. We didn't leave him behind. We waited for him to choose before leaving. Free was certainly the best price of all. We scurried down the streets, carrying more alcohol than we could ever drink. But it was all paid for, so there was no point in letting it go to waste. Actually, we would be entirely stocked up for our New Year's party.
Damn, they're really watching us, huh? Kinda embarrassing. They're gonna think we're alcoholics.
Well, if you're not, you sure fooled me.
I look at the other side of the street. People watch from a distance. The flash of their cameras is annoying, but not too overwhelming. Clace was right. They won't approach us due to the system.
How do you operate under this much pressure, Clace? There's so many eyes on me, I can't help but feel violated.
You get used to it. The number one thing is remembering that they like you. They watch out of respect and admiration, not to judge.
Typically, I'd assume you're right, but I imagine you don't walk down the street like this too often. I mean, we look like we just robbed a dozen liquor stores.
We kinda did. I was just joking about buying it out.
What?
I tried to make a joke.
Dude, don't do that. You almost gave me a heart attack.
Nah, I'd never do that. It'd be way too boring without you.
I keep looking at the other side of the street. The crowd grows. Isaac was right after all. We definitely got some attention. Thankfully, I made sure to dress nice and act confident.
Really? Good to know I made a nice first.
Before he can finish, we hear a bottle of booze hit the ground. It shatters, and I feel some drops splash against my ankles. We turn around, and Dante stares at us. Clearly, his fault.
We will never mention this again.
The crowd that was watching us laughs like a studio audience. It's so weird, like they can't cross the divide between us. The system is keeping us apart, despite our desires.
I'd agree, but I know you'll just end up dropping more. You're next level clumsy, and now it's embarrassing me. Nothing wrong with getting embarrassed. It'll help keep your ego in check. Me? Ego?
It's undeniable.
Dante struggles to rearrange the bottles in his hands. We stand by and wait for him, but we don't clean up the glass. One of the automated drones would be by to fix it in minutes, for sure.
Hey, you need some help?
We are all shocked to attention and look at the other side of the road. Someone walks over, but it's not just anybody. We know this guy.
Figured they weren't gonna jump in and lend a hand. Looks like they're scared of getting in trouble. Well, intimidated even.
Intimidated? Why?
No idea. Just the messenger. But I saw a friend in need and ran to help. Guess the system doesn't like good Samaritans.
Well, it's not that. Our friend here is kind of famous, so they want pictures. The system is actually protecting us from a stampede.
Oh, famous? Really? Been here for a day and I'm already making connections? I'd be super jealous back at home, you know, if we cared about that kind of stuff.
He kneels down beside the broken glass, running a couple fingers through the pool of booze he then tasted. We all look at each other, confused and a bit concerned about health risks.
Oh, you drink this stuff?
Yeah.
Tastes disgusting.
Yeah, but it makes us happy.
Is this Argus's doing? Make you happy with drinks so you don't fight back?
What?
Just some food for thought. Or drinks for thought, I guess. Here, let me have some of that.
He motions toward Dante and holds out a hand. Dante looks at all of us, confused, before giving Zero some bottles. Carrying them with relative ease, he shrugs, unsure of what to do next.
Where are we going?
Home.
Well, I don't want to intrude on anything. I'll just help you carry your bottles and then go on my way. Let's call it even for the food you've been giving me.
Sounds fair. Are you sure we won't get in trouble?
No. It doesn't matter anyway. Look at all the people taking photos of us. Any chance that we wouldn't get caught is long gone.
Is it actually a crime to talk to a Zero?
Well, it's a crime for them to sneak into the city. I imagine it's against the rules by association. If we get docked points, let's just contest it.
Fair.
The system really keeps you all apart, huh?
He tilts his head to the people on the other side of the
It's
street.
like both sides are worried about their score. Common sense tells me you could coexist just fine.
Common sense. Not a lot of city folk have that. But thanks for the help. I appreciate it.
Well, you could show your appreciation by actually talking to me. Every person I meet, it's always score this and points that. I don't care about those. Let me make that crystal clear.
Well, you could tell us about yourself. We have a bit of a walk ahead of us. At least an hour.
I want to hear about the famous dude first. What did he do? Suck up to Argus the most?
Hey.
Not really. My score is terrible. But I like to sing and dance, and people like to listen and watch. I'm on a break now, but I usually just travel the world and perform.
That sounds stressful.
You have no idea. I'd suggest easing up on the Argus hate, though. There's no need to draw attention to yourself.
Yeah. You want to fit in as much as possible.
It's hard to do that when I can't enter any buildings. I'm supposed to have a phone with a special chip in it. I don't even have any money. How am I supposed to fit in?
Aren't you here with your friends to fight that, though? You know, so you can have access and stuff?
No, they're here to fight it. I'm here to see the sights and learn about this city. There's a lot less green around here. Super depressing.
Suddenly, I remember the pamphlets I was shown earlier today. This might be a good time to get more information from Zero. Something told me we wouldn't make a habit of hanging out. I decide to ask him in an effort to make productive conversation. The perspective of an outsider is always good. It challenges your views. He seems to dislike Argus, but does he really believe the things I read?
Pamphlets? Wait, which ones are you talking about?
I let him know what I heard. They believe that Argus is responsible for Komorebi. And not only that, but they believe Komorebi disproves free will.
It's ridiculous. Argus must have planted those to make us look bad. We did bring some reading material, but not as stupid as that.
What did you bring exactly?
You know, just stuff about the impending land crisis. We grow in numbers while your cities grow in size. Less food and more people. A pretty bad combination.
I didn't know it was so severe.
And the Argus wants to keep you in the dark, so you don't worry about it
It's definitely going
until
down
you
that
start
road, yeah.
starving.
But it's best to take care of it before it becomes a problem, you know? We just have foresight. Figured you'd all be used to that by now. Though I guess everyone focuses on potential futures. Kind of stupid when there's a real one right in front of your noses. One look at a zero colony and you'd be on my side, I guarantee it.
Huh. I see. Well, thanks for helping. And I hope you enjoy your time in the city.
Of course. It's nice to have a change of pace. And if you want to help in return, just tell people we aren't that bad. If they believe Argus that much, we'll have no chance. Especially if they're starting to fall for those fake pamphlets. Whoever made them, it's clearly just an attempt to undermine.
Honestly, that's the best way to ruin somebody. Attack their credibility until it doesn't even matter if they speak the truth. Remove our willingness to hear so we don't care what you have to say.
Exactly. But like I said, it feels like a losing battle. Maybe you should share some of that happy juice with me.
He lets out a soft laugh, and we are uncertain if he's serious or not. But since we have been walking the entire time, we have lost the crowd. The return to privacy and anonymity was a welcome one, to say the least.
How much farther is it?
Maybe 5 more minutes?
Alright. This is turning into quite the workout. I'm thankful that I got to make some new friends, though.
Likewise. And you're moving in with Isaac, right? Guess I'll have to come and visit more often.
Oh, that'd be awesome. But I can come to your place for that stream we talked about. I think a lot of people would be interested in watching it.
You're telling me. Just be warned that I say a lot of stupid stuff. You kinda have to turn off your filter to fill dead air.
I watch you all the time. Trust me, I know. Let's settle on a date and time, and I'll get them to make a press release. The more hype we can build leading up to it, the better. Sound good?
More than good. I never watch Taylor, but this has me interested. Yeah, you never watch. You just leech off of my viewers. It's a good life.
We laugh as we continue to walk home. Zero is rather quiet, though. He's probably just not sure where he fits in, but we still appreciate the help. By the time we make it back home, he barely says another word. When we enter, Zero stays outside. He rests the booze he carried on the ground and we move it inside. It takes a couple trips outside to transport it, but we eventually get the job done.
It doesn't look like he's leaving.
Taylor peeks through the window. It's a bit odd on both Taylor and the Zero's part.
Well, that's a little odd. I'll go talk to him for a few minutes. You can all relax. I won't be gone long.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty sleepy over here.
Fair enough. I'll try to hurry. You should mingle for a bit. There's no more prying eyes around. I'll show you your room as soon as I get back.
I'll start the timer.
As Isaac steps outside, the rest of us gather together. We sit down on the couch in unison and let out loud sighs.
I'm getting old. Getting? Funny.
Dude, you're 23. You're not old, you're just dramatic.
Speaking of dramatic, you sure know how to draw a crowd, Clays. I was worried they'd cave and start swarming us.
Nah, they usually behave. Even without the system, I'm sure they'd still respect me. The relationship I have with my fans is certainly, unique.
Sure seems that way. Watching them stare at us felt so surreal. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Well, even if it does, you get used to it. But I'd be down to go somewhere more private next weekend. And it might be a good idea to avoid that zero if we can.
Why not hit up the Wayfarer? It's pretty dead in there, and I love the Atmo.
What's that?
A pub, and a pretty good one. Cheap drinks, and they don't mind pouring extra.
Sounds good to me. Honestly, a nightclub may not have been the best first choice. I hope you can forgive me for what happened after we left.
Ah, don't worry about it, Clays. And I heard you suggest the Wayfarer? Whew, I'm so down. After tonight, I could definitely use a more relaxed outing.
Looks like Isaac is back and kept his word of not being gone for long. He sits down on the couch with the rest of us and John.
I'm just going to die here now. I think I've used up my social energy. It's all over for me.
You still have to show me to my room.
All over.
I can show you if you'd like. We cleaned that room together, and now I know why. But I'm curious, where's all your luggage at?
Oh, someone's gonna bring it over tomorrow. They'll take care of everything, so don't worry. Are we just gonna let Isaac pass out there?
No way! This is my couch! Even if I have to carry him to his room.
So romantic. Why not just take his bed?
I'll never do that again. Oh, my back is still recovering.
Wait, you've slept in his bed before?
Upon hearing that, Isaac immediately jumps out of his seat.
All right, it's time. If you're showing Clays to his room, I'll stick with Delta. There's something I wanted to talk about anyways.
Works for me. Then Taylor gets the couch. And just to set this in stone, we're going to the Wayfarer next weekend?
Sounds good to me. Does Friday work for all of you?
Yep, I'm wide open. Also, I'll make us all breakfast. I assume your kitchen is fully stocked?
With all the essentials, yeah. But you don't have to do that.
Of course I don't. I'm just choosing to. This all means a lot to me, so I want to help out. It was great to finally meet you too. Well, all of you.
He looks at me and gives me a soft smile.
I guess that's our cue. See you all in the morning?
Sure thing. Taylor, if you need more blankets or anything...
We glance over at Taylor and he's fast asleep on the couch. I guess he wasn't exaggerating when he said how tired he was. As much as I wanted this night to last forever, it was time to sleep.
Oh, guess we have to keep it down now. He gets really angry if he loses his beauty sleep. Come on, Delta. Let's go somewhere more private.
I nod and start to walk toward my room. I'm not sure what he wants to talk about, but it can't be anything bad. It's probably related to the night he planned, if I enjoyed it and stuff like that. As soon as we get to my room, I sit down on the bed. Isaac follows suit, sitting down beside me, but also keeping his distance. He adds a sense of familiarity to this otherwise bland and lifeless room. I didn't have enough space to bring everything with me. A lot of stuff, like my computer and bed, had to stay behind. But I guess it's not a fresh start if you don't shed a little bit.
So, did you have fun? What did you think of the plans I made?
They involved you, so they were pretty much perfect.
Wait, all it takes is me? Oh, I definitely got too ambitious then. Oh well, at least next weekend will be low effort. Not that there's anything wrong with ambition, though I guess it's one of those in moderation things. You could easily go too far. Even Argus was started by someone with high hopes.
He rubs the back of his head a little bit, like he's nervous.
I hope we don't get docked too many points for what happened tonight. Community service wasn't how I planned to spend the rest of my year. We didn't even do anything wrong. Why do I feel so guilty?
Shaking his head, he lets out a dramatic sigh.
Oh, everyone keeps inheriting such flawed ideals these days. Our minds are sewn shut before we even have the chance to open them. Makes us scared of change. Scared of things that are good. The world was never reinvented by people who thought inside the box, Delta. But try as hard as I can, the envelope always pushes back. Rules, guidelines, scores, they just foil progress.
I nod, unsure of where he's going with this. But I imagine that his score means more to him than others. He works for Argus, after all, the people who govern everything. Getting on their bad side would probably cause endless worry. Yet here he sits with a look of realization on his face, rather than fear, like the look of a man who just realized what needed to be done.
I think we'll need to have a proper conversation about all that nonsense. Especially with everything that's been going on the last few days. That Zero seems to like us, but I can't blame him.
He gives me a thumbs up and a wide smirk.
We're just the coolest.
We both laugh, and then he inches a bit closer.
For real though, people get in trouble for this kind of thing. But if we do, I want to fight it. And I want your help to do that too. Talking to a Zero shouldn't have to damage our lives.
I agree. He approached us, and the interaction was harmless. As long as no harm was done, I don't think we should get in trouble. Of course, letting one thing slide can easily turn into an avalanche.
In fact, I'm willing to fight for a world where no one cares about that stuff. And if Argus just uses that to make an example out of me, well, at least I tried. Everyone else just accepts their punishment without asking questions.
It's true, people can easily become blind to the status quo. Jump through enough hoops, and eventually you'll just get used to it. That's what Argus did. Taught us all to jump without asking why.
Anyway, I'd hate to end this night on a sour note. I'm just drunk venting, and there's no need to do that right now. I came in here to thank you for tonight, and let you know that I'm here. I know things are getting off to a great start, but I'm still here. If you're ever lonely, scared, or thinking of home, just let me know. I haven't been this motivated in years, and it's all thanks to your arrival.
He places his hands in mine.
I've got your back. I guess I just want to make that clear. At the end of the day, this give and take is all we really have. But you know what? It's all we really need. Someone there to help us when things go bad. Someone to direct us when we start feeling lost. I'm trying to buy time now since I'm super nervous. But I guess this is one of those things that I just need to get over with. Especially now that the booze has shot my confidence sky high.
Without another word, he leans forward and kisses me on the cheek. When he pulls back, his face is bright red. I have never seen him like this before. It's not a bad thing, though. I squeeze his hands with a smile before letting go.
Enjoy your new life, Delta. And here's to a better tomorrow.
He leaves the room, happier than he had been all night. It must have been a relief that things went off mostly without a hitch. I plug in my phone, then lay in bed and stare up at the ceiling. It's almost been a week, but this still doesn't feel like my bed. I wonder when that will change and what might spark that change. The fact that we can make anywhere feel like home is rather peculiar. It just might take some more time. My eyelids feel heavy and I soon succumb to fatigue. At the very same fatigue that I fought off in Isaac's car when I first arrived. But I feel like this time I can let it get the better of me. I deserve it after all. I sleep despite my worry that the tomorrow I greet may not be better. Because, vision or not, we were all united in our fear of what would happen next. And then they were hung over. As soon as I wake up, I saunter over to the living room. I say saunter since I'm not sure if there's a word for hangover walk. My slow, labored strides carry me toward the promise of a hot breakfast, but when I make it to my destination, I'm immediately let down. There's nobody in the kitchen, and Clace is half asleep on the living room couch. I'm about to call out his name, but Isaac beats me to it, entering behind me.
Hey, Clace, you forgetting something?
He moves slightly and speaks nonsense. It's like he's caught halfway between dream and reality.
Dude, get up!
Suddenly, Clace jumps off of the couch, adjusts his scarf, and looks embarrassed. I suppose I would be embarrassed too if I promised everyone a meal and messed up. But I'm sure we can still eat, even if it's just a bit later than initially planned.
Sorry. Just the hangover. I didn't expect the party so hard last night.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. You're just a lightweight.
You rang?
Taylor walks in the room looking like a zombie. It seems like the night hit some of us harder than others.
Can't imagine partying like that too often. Maybe one day I'll be on your level.
I've been saying that for years, but you just can't beat Isaac and Taylor.
Dante enters the room, cup of coffee in hand. I swear that thing is glued to him come morning time.
Good to know I party harder than a pop star. I always knew I was special, but this just seals it. That, and you don't let us down when you promise a hot breakfast. Sorry, Clace, but you're not gonna live this one down anytime soon.
It was an honest mistake. I'll handle myself better at the tavern.
As long as that means we can still get some privet time again. His ears perk up and a bright blush appears on his face. It's almost like, until this exact second, he forgot about our heart to heart.
Oh no.
He covers his face with his hands.
Oh no. Delta, forget everything I said. I was just drunk venting, I swear. I didn't even mean it.
Ooh, gossip time.
Well, I could go for some gossip.
Even Isaac leans in, curious about what happened.
You're all awful people.
He laughs as he gets up from the couch and stumbles slightly.
And that's why you fit right in.
Oh, come here. I gotcha.
Isaac wraps an arm around Clace and helps him stay upright. Maybe he's not just hungover, he could still be kinda drunk too.
Thanks, man. I'll get you back one day.
Yeah, if I ever need it. I'm not quite the shot taker you are.
We look at one another, trying to figure out what we should do. In his current state, Clace would certainly not be making us breakfast.
Wanna just hit up the Triple R?
You mean the hangover breakfast place?
I see you've already been told. That sound good to everyone else? Yeah, sounds good to me.
I nod. Going to the Triple R has almost become a regular occurrence for me now.
I actually have something important to talk about. And just so you know, yes, it is related to that zero.
Oh man, I almost forgot.
I was expecting a few hits to my score when I woke up this morning. Gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised. Looks like we're in the clear.
We all look at each other, then back at Isaac as he wears a wide smirk.
What did you do?
His smile simply widens even more.
Let's wait until we're eating, then I'll talk. Promise.
He reaches up and snaps a finger in an almost dramatic
Scene
fashion.
change.
Wait, what? How did you do that?
Don't even worry about it. And look, breakfast is served.
We all look down to find full plates before us. Clay whimpers as he rests his head on the table.
Did you need to do that while I'm this hungover?
Almost definitely.
Everything is spinning enough already.
He shakes his head and attempts sitting upright.
And I don't even remember ordering this. How much is it gonna set me back?
He turns his head toward the sign at the back of the diner. After seeing the price, he groans, but so do the rest of us. It's more expensive than normal. They changed the price.
What? That's no fair. They should have told us.
And give us the chance to say no? Doesn't seem very lucrative to me.
I guess the third R stands for robbery.
Or maybe Isaac's magic trick messed something up.
We all look at him a little confused.
Magic trick? What do you mean?
Yeah, right. Very funny.
This time, instead of looking at Clace, we exchange glances with one another.
What's he talking about?
I haven't the foggiest. Anyway, Isaac, what's up?
Huh?
You said you wanted to talk to us about something zero related?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's just been a long night. Although, I did find a way to keep us out of trouble.
Really? How? Not gonna lie, I've been kind of worried.
Yeah, same. I've been checking my phone all morning. Figured it was only a matter of time before my score went down.
I bet you're all surprised that it hasn't changed, right?
Actually, yeah. And now you're starting to worry me. You did something, didn't you, Isaac?
Absolutely. In fact, I worked so hard I didn't get any sleep. And I did it all in the name of protecting my friends.
And yourself, of course.
Mostly myself.
How altruistic.
Yeah, I'm basically a hero.
And you tell me to keep my ego in check.
Wait. In order to stave off my increasingly growing paranoia, you didn't make another one of your mods, did you?
Promise to let me explain before you freak out?
That's definitely a yes, Dante. Oh, we're gonna get locked up for real now.
Let's give him a chance to explain before I start screaming.
Wait, why are we screaming? And what do you mean another one of his mods?
Did Isaac not tell you?
You're starting to worry me here.
He just likes to tinker with Argus tech. It's no big deal. That's why you won't be hearing any system notifications at home.
No big deal? You bug me about it like every day. It's been a couple years already. We're not getting in trouble, man.
True. Argus usually cracks down on that stuff right away. If you didn't get in trouble the first time, you probably won't at all.
I guess I'm just a ball of paranoia then.
Likely.
Let's hear him out. I'm actually kind of curious what he did. Just please don't make us worry more than we already are. Every time you do something new, you just make us panic.
Look, that's not my fault, remember? I have a flawless track record. It's your trust in me that needs polishing.
So, even though you basically break the law, it's still our fault.
Good to know we're on the same page.
You better have a good explanation this time then.
Oh, I do. This one's a game changer. Ready to see the latest innovation from the House of Isaac?
Only if you never say it like that again.
I'm gonna second that.
You too, Delta? I'm gonna need your help with this one, though. Remember when you came to visit me at work?
A date, huh? Well then, color me jealous. Didn't realize you two got off to a running start.
Dante, come on. Now's not the time. I'm trying to tell you something important.
Right, sorry. Sass is just my default.
Alright, so, I've been making lots of big sales at work lately. However, earlier last week, I lost commission on a lot of them.
That has got to be painful.
It was, but there was a silver lining. A big one, too. Turns out, the people that bought them were up to no good. This is the part that Delta can vouch for, by the way. Knew I could count on you. Anyway, I decided to look into it, and I found something big. The purchases were made by an anti-Argus organization.
I think I've seen them in the news lately. Weren't they called Cypher or something?
Yeah, exactly. They helped the Zero sneak into the city. But that was only half of their plan. They, kinda slipped up.
What was the other half?
Hooking up the Zeros with phones and identities. You know, basically starting a revolution.
What? You can do that?
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
Actually, it's not impossible. There was just no reliable way to test it out. Remember, this is the first wave of Zeros to enter any city. Everything until now was just practice, with no action.
And how does this help us?
Well, they had no way of knowing whether they'd fail or not. Sometimes you just don't know until you finally flick that switch. However, in slipping up, they left behind a perfect blueprint.
Isaac.
You didn't.
I did.
He smiles as he slides the phone across the table toward Taylor and Dante.
I made this for our new friend. He should be able to live in the city just like the rest of us. So, as far as everything goes, we're totally off the hook.
That sounds highly illegal.
Yeah, but it's not like we'll get caught. Though his new score did take a bit of a hit, you know, for pestering a public figure and stuff.
I find this exceptionally hard to believe. You found a way to cheat the system overnight?
Not really, no. That Cypher group put in years of work. They basically left behind a test that was 99% complete.
And you knew the final answers.
Bingo! So, I'm gonna give this to that Zero, and we can move on. We won't get in trouble for anything we've done. I guarantee it.
How can you possibly guarantee that?
I guess you'll just have to work on trusting me.
He always asks for the impossible.
I feel like we should have talked about this first. Maybe.
I couldn't just sit back and let you get in trouble. We hung out with that Zero and gave him city goods. At least now we don't have to worry about our scores.
Yeah, a ticking time bomb like this is way less stressful.
Come on, I'm just trying to help.
Is this why you went back outside to talk to him last night?
Yeah, I already kind of made up my mind.
Suddenly, his drunken venting last night made a lot more sense.
Can you at least give me a more technical explanation? You don't have to explain it like we're children.
Sure. You almost done eating? He's supposed to meet us outside a few minutes from now.
Upon
Stream
hearing
elements.
that, we all start
Set.
devouring our meals.
Stay moist, my friends.
and
Hydrate.
just so you know, he has a name now.
After furiously eating our meals, we leave the diner. Dante wasted no time getting back on topic almost exactly as we
Well?
exit.
Well, what?
Aren't you going to tell us how you pulled this off?
Oh, right. Just didn't want to do it inside. Even if we're safe, it's still good to be cautious.
He looks around, ensuring that we have privacy. The streets are relatively empty today, so I think we are good.
Well, Cypher was actually pretty successful. They just slipped up in the end. They had no problem creating new identities to place on blank phones. Their logic was sound, and their internal testing went perfectly. But things always change when you put plans into action. Once the phones connected to Argus's database, they triggered alarms. The phones were flawless, but the identities didn't have a match.
So it was just pushing past an extra layer of security.
Well, I think that's certainly downplaying my ability. And if you want to get technical, it was like 10,000 layers. The moment those phones connected to Argus, Cypher was compromised. But I got to see exactly how they lost, and how to avoid it. It's something only a higher-up at Argus could accomplish.
You work retail.
Hey, I'm still pretty high up there. My security clearance goes a lot higher than you'd think. I even have right access to the pupil system.
Wait, seriously? I didn't know you were, successful.
I know what you're trying to say, so I won't take it as a shot. But yeah, that's why I'm aiming for that promotion next year. It'll actually put me closer to my true role inside of Argus.
So what, you can just create matching identities in the database?
Among other things, yeah. Remember, it's complicated. I'm trying to keep it easy so everyone understands.
It makes sense to me. But isn't that gonna look suspicious? I mean, a random guy just popping into existence last night?
Funny that you're the one to ask, Clace. Isn't your burner account basically the same thing?
Isaac is right. Clace technically has a second identity. It's for his safety and anonymity as a pop idol, but it's still similar.
Oh, right.
So, it's definitely possible to create a new identity without issue. In fact, it's actually done every day, thanks to the VP system.
Now you're just throwing out random letters. VP? What are you talking about?
At that exact second, the Zero approaches us.
I didn't want to intrude, so I circled the block a few times. Then I came back and you were still talking, so I circled again. Honestly, this time I'm just showing up so I can ask you to stop. Though I am pretty curious about this pupil and VP thing. You said I'd be the first Zero in history to do all this, right?
Maybe keep that part down?
Oh, sorry. Forgot that was kind of a no-no word around here. Though I gotta say, I am grateful for the opportunity, Isaac. And don't think I forgot about the rest of you either. Glad to see they let the cool one tag along.
Hey, I'm totally cool! Especially after what I did for you!
Alright, prove it then. Tell me about this pupil and VP stuff.
Maybe we should take this somewhere more private?
Yeah, good idea. I don't think we should bring him home, though. We should wait until we're really feeling safe.
Don't worry, I have an idea.
Oh, yeah?
My talent agency has a branch in almost every major city. There's lots of air travel, especially when an idol's on tour. There should be a small airfield nearby we can make use of.
Airfield? Isn't that a little extra?
Well, if you want to make it as an idol, you have to be a little extra. Besides, those private jets are super secure. I hide in them all the time.
Hide? From what?
Just stupid stuff. You know, like responsibilities.
And you keep becoming more and more relatable. I'm down, though. Hanging in a private jet sounds pretty awesome.
I like the sound of that, actually. And Clace's entry scan won't tip anybody off either. Especially if he hides in those things as often as he says.
And you'll tell me more about all this technical stuff?
Yeah, in style, too.
Guess I picked the right people to bug that day then. Whatever you say goes, Isaac. I'm totally in your debt.
It was probably best to keep our plans quiet, so we chose to be cautious. The airfield is huge, and Clay starts leading us to whatever plane he prefers. We ended up choosing a plane that was far at the back of the field, one that didn't look like it would be used in a while, or would be used anytime soon. The moment we enter, Clay closes the door behind us, leaving us in complete darkness.
You ready for the big reveal?
Please, I can wait no longer.
I have never been in a private jet before, so I don't know what to expect. Since Clace is hyping it up, though, my expectations are shooting sky high. A moment later, when he turns on the lights, those expectations are exceeded.
And here we are, a real home away from home.
I quickly scan the room, taking in the beautiful sight before me. There's no windows, just one big screen set to a scene of the sky. Without even lifting off, it already feels like we are soaring the heavens.
Whoa. Incredible. What do you think, Taylor? Taylor?
We look over in Taylor's direction, and he's covering his face with his hands. Upon hearing us call his name, he spreads his fingers and looks out at us. As he realizes the lights are on, he uncovers his face and remains silent.
So much for thriving in the dark.
Meanie.
Oh, I didn't realize you were afraid of.
It's because I'm not.
Oh, I see.
Before this goes any further, the Zero steps forward, though I have to say it's a bit peculiar that Taylor is afraid of the dark.
Damn, you weren't lying when you said this guy is famous. And rich enough to call a jet his home away from home, too? Maybe you can just pay off Argus if we ever get in trouble.
Bribe the authorities? Yeah, that would go over so well.
Probably not. And that's not why I call this place a home away from home either. The real reason is, well, I guess it's kind of complicated.
I'll take your word for it.
Or we could be real friends and let him explain. This place clearly means a lot to him, right?
Clace looks both excited and happy as Taylor defends him. Without wasting another moment, he jumps right into his explanation.
Well, you know how your home makes you feel, right? Safe, secure, and happy? It's familiar, so it has a lot of meaning.
Yeah, I feel that. Coming home after a long day at work. Couldn't think of a better feeling if I tried.
Well, I'm always traveling, so I don't really have a place like that. These jets all share the same internal design, so it's the closest thing I had. No matter where I was in the world, I could always come to a place like this. And for some reason, that gave me comfort.
We all look at one another before Dante jumps in with some trademark snark.
Depressing, but it makes sense.
Yeah, that basically sums up the life of an idol. But during my visit, I hope Isaac's home can feel special too. Never really had the chance to live in a normal house.
And Zero, that is why we let our friends speak. Look at all that info you were just about to shut down.
Sorry, the cold shoulder kind of became my go-to. In the city, it's best not to risk exposing my identity. Though I guess now that won't be an issue.
He tilts his head toward Isaac.
You want to get this show on the road?
Upon seeing the jet and hearing Police's story, I guess we got a bit derailed. But the Zero was right. We had some important business to take care of.
Right. Sorry. Where was I?
I heard something about the pupil system. And VP? No clue what they are, but apparently they helped you cheat Argus.
Right. You ready? I think it's time we all take a seat.
As we all sit down, Isaac looks lost in thought. I guess it wouldn't be easy to explain how he cheated Argus. It was a world first after all. If it was easy to do, it would have been done by now.
Please kill me. I can't take the suspense anymore.
Oh? You want us to beat Argus to it?
Not funny, Dante.
It was actually kind of funny.
The Zero smirks as Isaac finally breaks free from his train of thought.
Right, so the pupil system is basically a database of everybody. It's probably where the eyes of Argus find themselves the most. When we signed up, that's actually where we put all our info in. I have write access, which means I can create identities. When someone needs to sign up at my store, I can help them do it. Argus just trusts me not to do anything more than that, I guess.
You really have that much power?
I've worked for them ever since I was old enough to work. If there's anybody they trust with this clearance, it's me. There is a bit more to it, however. Like Clay said, he has a second account, a fake name and a fake identity in the name of his security. There's already a precedent for this sort of thing. I just had to look into it. Fake accounts and identities are mostly made for two groups of people. Celebrities, like our pop star friend, and those who make use of the VP program. Believe it or not, fake identities are created almost every day for it.
Okay, but what is it?
The Vision Protection Program.
That can't be real.
Oh, it is. People don't always have the best visions. In situations like that, Argus can give them a new lease on life. If you're a victim, or even commit a crime in your vision, they can relocate you. It's mostly a precautionary measure to stop crimes from occurring. At least, in theory, they want to stop bad visions from coming to pass. If you wanted to create an identity without suspicion, that'd be how.
He scoffs and shakes his head.
I'm actually kind of surprised, Isaac. Now that you explained it, I think I believe you.
Yeah, it was pretty simple at the end of the day. At least for somebody in my position.
Don't get cocky now.
Yeah, I only beat the system that governs our lives. Totally not a big deal, all things considered.
You need to work on your sarcasm, Isaac.
Well, I'm learning from the best.
We laugh, and the tension in the room seems to disappear. I can understand Isaac's explanation, at least a little bit. There's a lot of pieces falling into place all at once. Clace's second account, the VP program, the pupil system, and Isaac's rank. Even those sales he lost at work, they all combined to let him pull this off. It really feels like a culmination of everything I have experienced thus far.
So basically, you walked a digital tightrope, and now it's up to me to follow your footsteps?
A bit of a bad metaphor, if you ask me. I walked that rope, but turned it into a road for you. All the risky business is already taken care of, I promise.
If you say so.
I do.
So, let me get this straight. Cypher taught you how to put fake identities on phones, and your position at Argus lets you verify those fake identities.
More or less.
And you set it up like you were in the VP program, so it's technically the same as Clace's burner account?
Well, I didn't want to snoop on him in the pupil system. But from what I gathered while studying, they're essentially the same. And how many times has Clace gotten in trouble for using that account?
Honestly, never.
Exactly. Things are gonna be fine. As far as Argus is concerned, all of us are the same now. So what do you say? Ready for your new life, Zero?
Yeah, I think I am.
Isaac smiles and takes out that phone once again. He places it down in front of the Zero, who quickly picks it up. I can tell he's confused, but he also looks incredibly happy.
Welcome to the system, Chiron.
Chiron? Is that my name?
Yep, picked it out myself. What do you think?
It's perfect. So I can use this just like anybody else.
You sure can. And don't forget about the tavern this weekend. From now on, you'll never drink booze off the streets again.
That was not my proudest moment.
What about this one?
It's definitely up there. I don't know how to repay you, Isaac.
Maybe less of that cold shoulder?
I'll work on it for sure.
He smiles. Probably the first genuine one I have seen from him. I take the city life for granted, and this made me realize it. What was normal for me was life changing for Chiron.
Wait, he's gonna come to the tavern with us? Is that really a good idea?
I'll go scope it out, but I don't see why not. Want to meet back here in a few days and talk it through?
Sure, sounds good to me.
Oh, is this gonna be our new HQ?
I won't be leaving anytime soon, but that's just because I don't have anywhere else to go.
Make yourself at home. The couches probably beat the street. And yeah, we can meet again here when we need the talk. Like I said, these things are really safe and secure.
So, like Taylor said then, new HQ?
Yeah, new HQ.
He smiles, and for some reason, everything feels weird. It's like we were at a turning point in our own high story, in the high story of society. Chiron would always, and forever, be the first zero to integrate into the system. Maybe there was hope for everyone else after all. I sit in the chair with my face in my hands. The counsellor immediately notices my fatigue and tilts his head. Looks like I was still recovering from our nightclub outing. Well, it's not like a bunch of other stuff didn't happen, but yeah, I guess everything was just starting to take its toll on me. Moving is a big deal. Now there's all this extra stuff. Of course, I had to keep a lot of it secret from my counsellor, the one person who is supposed to help me organize my head. Ironic. He waits for me to speak, but I don't. Eventually, he decides to get things started.
Things must have been rather hectic. It's not like you to be late, Delta.
I tell him there's a lot going on. I'm only half truthful. I say that our nightclub outing was intense, and I'm still catching up on sleep. Based on his understanding of my life, it's clearly enough to sate him.
Well, that makes sense to me. It was your first big outing. I'm sure you saw your friends in a new light, too.
Definitely.
Hopefully you like what you're starting to see. That may change if they feel like they've won you over. At that point, a lot of people feel like they can stop trying. It's not a bad thing, and it's something we all do. Enjoy this as a honeymoon phase, though, not the standard. You may start to notice their courtesies and time slowly fade away. But on the bright side, at least you won't be tired like this all the time. I'm assuming it was a one-of-a-kind welcoming celebration? If not, I may be kind of concerned for your friends.
He lets out a soft chuckle like he was attempting to make a joke. I tell him that they like a good time, but this was definitely over the top.
Sounds exciting. But I have to ask, is alcohol commonplace in your group?
I nod. Come on, but not a focus. A genuine concern. I tell him we are just enjoying my arrival.
Very well. Just make sure you're drinking for the right reasons. Sometimes people ask how much instead of why. Think about that if you ever want to self-evaluate.
This seems like a good time to tell him about the bar. Alcohol use might be prominent for a while, especially on New Year's Eve. Oh, and I also slip in the fact that a celebrity bought the booze and moved in.
I see. So you weren't the only one moving in with Isaac. Interesting. Just make sure this celebrity doesn't pressure you into anything. A lifestyle like that can be just as dangerous as it is glamorous.
I shake my head. It wouldn't be a problem. Clay seems really nice. But he also experienced Komorebi, so I'm still the odd one out. That's why I take these sessions, so I feel the need to tell him.
At this point, it's pretty unlikely that you'll run into anybody without Komorebi. Except for me, of course. The odds are just against people like us. But I have to ask, did he happen to tell you about his vision?
He told me he got famous by recreating songs he stole from it.
Interesting. You know, you see a lot of people do that. Artists with visions always seem more established in the future. The temptation to steal an idea or two is more common than you think.
He fiddles with his papers before resting them on the table beside him.
Have you ever heard of the stolen Renaissance? It's a bit of an older term, but it's still used quite widely.
I shake my head. Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Well, right when the vision started, things were chaotic. They permanently threw society and technology down a different path. Some would even argue that it sabotaged a lot of positive change. This is hard to prove, but artists are a pretty good example. A lot of people ended up seeing futures where they created masterpieces. In their haste to recreate them, they fell short and ruined their careers.
That would be rather crushing.
Now think about all the great pieces of art in our history. There's so many, and their influence on things is incredibly clear. But can you think of any since the day Komorebi began? There seems to be a rather peculiar halt, doesn't there? A lot of our greats taken away. A renaissance stolen. At least that's one of the more believable effects.
More believable. That reminds me of our group at the nightclub. We talked about some theories of Komorebi, even absurd ones involving aliens. It was cool to hear about how visions affected society on a deeper level, though.
You don't really stop to think about these things until they're brought up. But I deal with a lot of patients, and every friend group has an artist. It looks like your new acquaintance just got lucky. That's rare. Some artists are open about stealing from their future selves. In fact, recreating something you saw in a vision is like another form of art. A new skill to be mastered, completely separate from the base medium.
I never stopped to think about it like that. But then again, I have never had a vision. It's doubtful that you would be able to remember every single detail of something you made up. Perhaps they just took the most important pieces and filled in the blanks. Curious. But I guess he's right. That would be a measure of entirely different skill. It's doubtful that you would be able to remember every single detail of something you made. I still think it's weird that we borrow from the future like it's a resource.
But then we have to talk about the more sinister theories. You know, like if somebody is responsible for Komorebi and all the visions. Imagine that. Having society's growth and art all in the palm of your hand.
That would be catastrophic were it in the wrong hands. The other theories flood to the forefront of my mind. That Argus is responsible. If they could control visions and make us see what they wanted. Wow. Part of me doesn't even want to think about that. But the Council did mention it in one of our previous sessions. Visions could just be a trick to lure people down a certain path. I spend the rest of our session sitting in near silence, almost terrified. The stolen Renaissance. Then what else was taken from us? Maybe I truly am lucky not to be bound by a vision. A sudden worry for my friend starts to rise within me. Komorebi always was a force that nobody could compete with. But if it also happened to be created and could be managed, well, then whoever was in charge would literally rule the world. And if it were Argus, then we may already be on their bad side. Part 2. First in all of High Story.
Welcome to the second of 4 fragment maps. This will act the same as the first one, so no further guidance will be offered. Remember to read Delta's diary entries between pivotal fragments, and enjoy your journey.
Alright.
Experience Supplemental Fragment, Being Secretive.
Hey, you all there?
Of course. What's up?
Well, I just want to thank you for letting me join the chat.
No problem. The pleasure is all mine.
Oddly enough, I actually feel like I'm part of the group now.
Let me guess, you didn't before?
Not really. But getting added to the chat kind of changed my perspective.
Yeah, it tends to do that.
What do you mean?
It's kind of like a paradox. You're not part of the group until you're part of the group.
I don't follow.
The same thing happened with Delta. By the time we added them, they were already moved in. It's like a rite of passage, making it official, you know?
I guess it makes sense.
Don't listen to them, Clays. Delta didn't even feel that way. It was just decided for them.
Yeah, and we're doing it again.
Please don't. You should let people tell you how they feel instead of choosing it for them.
I like that. Let's do that.
It's so much better when you control the narrative, though.
Says the writer.
Hey, don't be rude to Dante. His writing changed my life.
That's pretty dramatic.
But it's true. You're a genius, plain and simple.
This is flattery. Please continue.
Well, before we got into all that, I was about to suggest something. And if you're as smart as I think, there's no way you disagree.
Go on.
Well, you keep saying that I'm one of you now, but I definitely feel like the odd one out.
Because of the stardom?
I don't know. I just feel better if I could have a nickname in the chat. I wouldn't want people to find out I'm here and try to get to me through you.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're totally right.
Speaking of controlling the narrative...
Hey, I'm not controlling anything. Great minds just think alike.
They definitely do.
That's not the expression at all. It's more like stupid is as stupid does.
You calling us stupid?
If you don't know, then you're only proving my point.
Hey, all of you. In the interest of conserving my rapidly declining IQ, what kind of nickname would you suggest?
Bubblegum. Or cotton candy.
Cotton candy, huh? I dig it. Love the way it melts in my mouth.
All right, bubblegum it is.
Denied.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
Just so you know, and I mean this respectfully, I will absolutely mess up and use your name.
Well, I'll change my picture and name then. If you slip up and call me Clace, just censor it in any screenshots.
A fair compromise.
I was gonna try and put your mind at ease by telling you how secure this chat is, but I know Taylor posts screenshots of it every day on social media.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought this up. But I'm not gonna tell him to stop. It's your chat, not mine.
Hey, there's no need to do that. Back at the nightclub, we promised you privacy. Let me help you out here. It's not a big deal.
I'd really appreciate it. This vacation is supposed to be a blast. I wouldn't want it to turn into something stressful.
It's settled then. But you're appearing on Taylor's stream, right? It might be a bit harder to keep your presence low-key.
Nah, it's fine. None of my viewers know where I live. I'm a private guy too, so I can understand Clace's request.
Oh, that's fair. Well, anyway, back to what we were saying earlier. We're happy to have you here, Clace. And you're safe with us.
Yeah, if anyone messes with you, I might just get angry.
I'd be willing to put up a moderate to severe fight.
See? Your own personal bodyguards.
Thanks, guys.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment, Dante 2.
I enter the triple R, and my hunger and thirst is immediately apparent. It has a distinct smell, but it's a good one. Definitely loosens up the wallet. Speaking of that old expression, I would be meeting Dante for lunch today. He was the only person I knew that still carried around a wallet. A bit old fashioned, especially when everything is forced into our phones, but I guess it could still be useful for something. Whatever that something could be. I eventually find him sitting at a table in the back corner. That's not where I expected to see him. We all kind of have a usual table, but I guess we weren't here as a group. It was just me and him. My one-on-one time has been kind of limited so far, actually. It was nice to be able to see my friends outside of our group dynamic. If anything, stuff like this would only serve to make our group dynamic stronger. He notices me and waves me over. Things get off to a quick start. He's typing away at a laptop in front of him, but multitasking seems to be no issue. Since I wondered about it moments ago, I will ask him about why he has a wallet.
Most people tend to start with a greeting, Delta. But I guess I'm just too cool for people to follow the rules. And if you must know, it was a gift from my father.
Oh, that makes sense. It's just a relic of a simpler time.
Basically, he told me we should never forget where we came from. I don't really know how a hand-me-down wallet helps with that, though. It might be one of those things that only makes sense to old people.
He laughs before closing his laptop. I guess work was over now.
Sorry about that. You never know when a good idea might hit you. It's a total lifesaver carrying around something I can jot notes in. In fact, I owe a couple of my best-selling ideas to this thing.
Sounds like being a writer is tough. I hadn't even considered the possibility of forgetting your own ideas. But all of a sudden, I'm mad at the thought. I can imagine how much it would suck.
Though, nothing helps as much as this.
He reaches for a cup and takes a large swig of coffee.
My greatest ally. Weaponized caffeine.
More like greatest addiction.
Honestly, I used to hate the stuff. I wanted my day to start when I got out of bed, but all the work just made it harder and harder for me.
I remember Taylor mentioning something different in the nightclub. Something about a contest that turned him into an addict. Dante immediately blushes and looks away from me.
Gotta be honest, I was hoping you forgot that one. If Taylor is good at one thing, it's embarrassing me.
I have wanted to win contests too. It's nothing embarrassing. Those companies can throw around a life-changing amount of money.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This wasn't a contest for money. The prize was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Oh, interesting. Like a trip around the world.
You could say that, yeah?
He's being extremely vague. Why is this so embarrassing for him? I tell him that he has nothing to worry about. I won't be judging him.
Fine, but I'm only doing this to beat Taylor to the punch. Something tells me he's just waiting to drop this one on you.
He rubs the back of his head and lets out a nervous laugh.
It was Clace. I used to be a huge fan. Well, I guess I still am, but I really wanted to meet him. He had this brand of energy drink and used it to launch a contest. Find the winning can, and you'd get to go on tour with him. I guess I thought that traveling the world with a pop star would be inspiring. I didn't win, though. I just ended up with a crippling addiction to caffeine.
I didn't realize Clace had his own brand of energy drinks. That's pretty extra. So is the entire idea of the contest, to be honest. But on the other hand, it would drive sales and give him more exposure.
Maybe not tell Clace, though. If he finds out, then he'll know I've been putting on an act. I tried to be all oblivious, like I didn't really know who he was.
Suddenly, a lot of stuff about last week made more sense. At the club, Dante was the first one to speak to Clace when we got upstairs. And not only that, but when we were pre-gaming, Dante suggested the music. We have got ourselves a secret little fanboy, don't we? Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Thanks, Delta. Knew I could count on you. But I think I saw people start to turn and look. Maybe we should change the subject?
Right. Clace requested that we offer him privacy while he was here. At least Dante got what he wanted in the end, the chance to meet someone he admired. I sit and wait, deciding to let him come up with whatever we would talk about next.
Well, last time we talked, I remember I was working on my book. You'd be happy to know that progress has quite literally exploded. I guess it was only a matter of time before the floodgates opened. That's kind of how I operate, though. I could go months without working, and it'd be no big deal. But once that ball is rolling, I have no problem making up for the lost time.
I'm pretty sure that's common for people who make their own hours. As long as he gets the job done, he's free to handle it however he wants.
Suddenly, that 12-month deadline doesn't seem too bad. In fact, I've even started thinking about what I want to do next. There's a whole world out there, and I've been locked in a room.
Oh, thinking of traveling the world.
Maybe one day, but I gotta start small. I was actually thinking of reconnecting with some family. Believe it or not, my life doesn't fully revolve around Isaac.
Really? He fooled me?
Though I'm starting to think that yours might. I mean, he told me that you two are gonna try dating. That probably means he'll be getting closer to me, too.
Doesn't bother me. I could easily handle both of you.
Oh, really? Well, handle away. You know, you're starting to remind me of Taylor. And I don't mean that as an insult. This time. Probably.
He strikes a thinking pose for a few moments before speaking again.
Right, back on track. I remember telling you that I basically grew up in a library. Well, I meant that literally. The librarian let me stay there when I needed it, so when things got rough at home, I'd just go get lost in a good book. But things at home kind of got worse as time went on, so before I knew it, the library became my entire life. They sheltered me while I learned to read and write. I can definitely look back and say it was worth it, but at the time, it definitely seemed like the worst thing ever. I wrote a bunch of woe-is-me stories to attempt self-pity. Eventually, some of them found their way into anthologies. That was the first step. People kept saying how good my stuff was. I got an agent to help me with all the publishing offers that came my way. But that's the thing. I've been working ever since. Haven't had much time to take care of Dante things. But after this next book, my whole life is wide open.
Growing up in a library sounds like it could be pretty awesome. I wish it could have happened for him without the issues back at home.
Bet you didn't expect me to be a runaway, huh? A lot of people don't. They act surprised or shower me in sympathy, but I don't need any of that. I think I'm doing really well for myself. Do you think that too, Delta? I mean, I feel like I've accomplished quite a bit, maybe enough for my family to let bygones be bygones.
You have accomplished a lot. It's kind of infatuating.
Oh, come on. You're starting to sound like my inbox. But nice to know that you're at least a little taken with me. We'll have to talk about that more sometime. It's totes mutual. Of course, I need to finish this book before I do anything major. Unless any impatience gets the better of me, which it will. Either way, I just hope you'll have my back.
I nod and tell him he's right. I would always have his back, especially now that he's opening up to me. It's weird. I learned more about him in one sitting than I ever have before. A runaway novelist who grew up in a library, a fractured relationship with his family, and a renowned bibliography. I really need to do something with my life.
Well, I gotta say, thanks for the chat. I hope we can do this again, maybe on New Year's Eve. You have 4 midnights after all. If I don't get one, I'll be offended.
He smirks at me, and our time at the Triple R came to an end. He's right, though. Because of the quantum leap, I will have 4 midnights. And not only that, but I have 4 new friends. Isaac, Taylor, Dante, and Clace. things were definitely going to be interesting on the 31st.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being serious.
Is everything all right, Isaac? I mean, the whole Chiron thing.
Yeah, seems to be going just fine. No suspicion, no anything, really.
No heat?
We're as cold as ice.
Taylor, I know it's a bit hard, but we have to trust him. He can't be here to put our minds at ease all the time.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's just gloss over the part where you said it's hard to trust me, I guess.
Oh, we're glossing.
But we could use a bit of reassurance. Right, Clace? This could turn into a scandal.
I don't know. I've never had a reason to doubt Isaac. Why should this be any different?
See, Taylor, you're overreacting. If we were gonna get caught, it would have happened by now. And things are only gonna get better from here on out.
Better?
Don't poke the nest, Isaac. Remember, Argus isn't exactly on standby anymore.
What does that mean?
Well, Argus usually keeps to themselves, but with these protests, I hear they're sending out agents.
Yeah, and you wonder why I'm freaking out.
It's not like they're here for us, Taylor. They're gonna be dealing with the Zeros.
Yeah, this is the biggest security breach we've ever had. Compared to that, we're absolutely nothing. Think about perspective.
I'm thinking, but it's just not doing me any good. It's like I just can't shake this feeling.
That something bad will happen?
Or already has, and we're just not aware of it.
Let's see what Isaac has to say then. How exactly are you making things better?
Well, Chiron has a phone and identity, but it's pretty bare bones. So, while he's a valid citizen, I need to make it more believable.
And how do you plan to do that?
Well, I do have some high-level access, remember? So I've been giving him a life record, not just an identity. You know, family history, score history, social media.
Oh, really? And is he being a good citizen?
He has his ups and downs, but it looks realistic for sure. Had to be certain, just in case anyone ever decided to take a look. I know we're safe, but I figured this could put your mind at ease too.
You're allowed to do stuff like that?
I shouldn't, but yeah. And don't worry, it's untraceable. Been using all that knowledge I picked up.
This all feels so wrong. Can you at least promise me one thing?
I'll try my best.
If we ever are in trouble, please just tell us. I don't want to see this tough guy routine while the world takes us down. We deserve to know, Isaac.
Now there's something I can agree with.
Yeah. If something changes, please tell us.
Of course! Remember, this is all my doing. No matter what happens, you'll be safe. But I have to say, this does feel good. I mean, giving Chiron the life he wants to have, not the one that Argus or his parents chose for him.
Oh, I hate how that's illegal.
Maybe it won't be that way forever, right?
I don't know. But I'm curious about one thing. How can you adjust people's scores like that?
I'm kind of a prodigy.
Seriously, Isaac?
Fine. It's a mix of Argus's trust in me and my own abilities. Don't act like I haven't been doing it for a while either. Remember those discounts I gave all of you?
A rebel since day one.
Yeah, but now I've got a cause.
Damn, our enemies better watch out.
So it doesn't look like Chiron just popped into existence anymore.
Kind of, but not really. I didn't add that much, just strengthened the core. The more edits I make, the more suspicious it'd look in the logs.
Quality over quantity, I assume.
Bingo.
Experience pivotal fragment. Useful inconveniences.
You are always the last to realize what you never wished to see. These sessions were quickly becoming a source of stress. The man who was supposed to guide me seems to walk a different path. I could never tell him what we did to Argus, what we did to his bosses. As I tried to give him vague answers, I hope that he doesn't find me suspicious. His perception and ability to make me talk could easily incriminate all of us. My direct line to Arcus has now become a liability rather than help.
Perhaps you should tell me more about this new friend of yours, Delta. Has he been a positive addition to the group? Are you scrutinizing him? Remember, you're not the only outsider anymore. You have a new perspective.
That's true. I think back to one of our earlier sessions now. He gave me advice and said that my friends would put me under a microscope. Since Clace is the new blood now, the microscope kind of shifted to him, and now I'm looking through the lens. But it wasn't bad. I liked what I saw. Under the microscope might be a bit hyperbolic. If this was how Isaac and the others judged me, then it was fine.
Go ahead, take your time. I'm just curious to learn about your social life.
I'm actually kind of interested in him.
Oh, is that so? Honestly, I'm not surprised. It's normal to be enamored by someone's fame and success. You should get to know him a bit more, though, and see who's underneath, especially since you've already decided to give Isaac a shot. You should make sure he's okay with you pursuing something extracurricular. I'm here to help your life become less complicated, not more, after all.
That's fair. It's always good to be honest with everybody in your life. Isaac definitely wouldn't have any trouble with it, though. By now, I have a pretty good grasp on our group dynamic. I get a smile from him before he starts scribbling more notes. Every time he does that, I start to get more and more paranoid. Could he tell I was hiding something? What was he writing?
Moving on, I actually wanted to ask you something. Did you watch that report last week on Komorebi's anniversary?
Didn't have much of a choice. I don't want to lose points.
Good to know that you care about your score. A lot of people just shut off their TV and take the hit. It's not a huge penalty, but it takes some time to recover.
There's no way that Isaac would have allowed that. I didn't even really watch it though, if I'm perfectly honest. I remember Argus stroking their ego and something about nostalgia. I'm curious why he brought this up though, so I sit and listen.
They actually skipped over something pretty important. Do you know how Komorebi got its name?
Yeah, the visions leak into our world like beams of light in a forest.
No, not the meaning of the word, Delta. I'm talking about how the world came up with it. How we all agreed that Komorebi was the right term.
I actually don't know that
Odd of
story.
them to omit such a big detail, isn't it? Celebrate the history, but leave out some of the origins? It's not anything super interesting, but it's a story I like to share.
I nod. I'm actually kind of curious why the word Komorebi was chosen. It's not something I stopped to question. To me, it was just the nature of things.
When the visions first began, nobody knew what to call them. Everyone had ideas, but nobody could make a decision on behalf of the world. It had to be the other way around. The world needed to make this decision. Each country was allowed to take submissions from their citizens. Then the entire world would vote on which word or country would win. There was a huge summit where the votes were inspected and revealed.
It was like a contest. Interesting.
Japan and the submission of Komorebi won by a landslide. It was likely because of its relation to nature and beauty. We thought a term like that would make things less scary. Mitigating the fear that Komorebi created was very important. The contest helped people focus on a cause and unify once more. People argue that without it, society may have ended up collapsing.
That sounds really intense, but it also makes sense. Komorebi created chaos, and it's well documented how bad things were. Getting the entire world to band together for a friendly competition? Good idea.
We'll never know for sure, but it's interesting to think about. Anyway, I just think it's a nice story to share. But there's a little more. It leads into a lesson that I like to teach my patients.
Oh, so that's what he was doing. The story was actually just a setup for some advice. He seems very wise, though, so I listened with my curiosity piqued.
Well, imagine yourself staring at the sun. A pretty foolish idea, don't you think?
I nod.
Now put some trees between you and the sun. The beams shine through, becoming something new and beautiful. What could once hurt you now becomes something you can't look away from. You can only fully appreciate it because something got in the way. Next time something obstructs you, just stop and think about that. A lot of people see these things as bad, but they're not. Is it truly an inconvenience? Or is it the chance to discover something new?
I can't help but relate this to my current situation with Chiron. It feels like sheltering this zero is going to get in the way of my life, or at least the path that I expected my life to take when I arrived. I have been so quick to think, woe is me, and pity myself, but perhaps I should take this metaphor to heart and change my thinking. What originally got in my way might just make my life more beautiful in the end.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being selfish.
Hey,
What's up?
which one of you raided the fridge?
Don't look at me.
I don't even live there.
Thankfully.
Hey, I'm trying to help out here. Delta, what about you?
Ugh, this could go on for hours. Whoever did it, just admit it so we can move on. Clays?
I think it was me.
You think?
Sometimes.
Wait a minute. This could be problematic.
No, I'm sorry. I was just hungry and then it all snowballed from there.
I was gonna say, you ate some of the stuff I was saving for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, the quantum leap.
The what?
We'll get into that another time. Right now, I just have to ask, did you eat those gummies?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean...
It does.
You're starting to freak me out.
There's the first symptom, paranoia.
Symptom of what?
Are you still eating right now?
Yeah.
And there's the second. Those, weren't regular candies, Clace.
You mean...
I do mean.
But I ate all of them.
It begins.
We get to witness his downfall in real time.
What's gonna happen to me? Am I in trouble?
Well, actually...
Taylor, stop. You're gonna be fine, Clace.
Really?
Yeah, you're just gonna be hungry. That, and you'll probably have the best sleep ever.
Wait, for real?
If you handle it well, yeah. You could always pull a Taylor.
Don't drag me into this! I want to sit back and watch for once!
Like you did the last time you ate gummies?
Wait, what did he do?
He called each of us like 50 times. It wouldn't stop. Wanted us to come watch some dumb film he rented.
Oh, yeah, he went on and on. Kept saying it was the best movie ever.
In my defense, it was really good.
You were staring at a lava lamp.
It was riveting.
So nothing bad will happen then?
Probably not. But I still have some gummies of my own. Maybe I'll come over and spend the night with you.
Can you bring the lava lamp?
Sure thing, Bubblegum.
Oh, no.
Now I'm starting to feel left out.
Taylor, you have enough for all of us?
After you embarrass me in front of him? No way.
Fair. Rude, but fair. I'll just go buy some for me and Dante.
Yeah, we can see what this lava lamp is all about.
So it's lame when I do it, but when Clace does it, it's a party.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say that you lost your chance.
Fine, we'll just go buy a second lava lamp.
There's a sequel?
Hold on, I have an idea. Let's plan a slumber party. It'll be way better. Clace can ride this one out, and next time we can group up.
Fine, but I still want to spend the night with Clace. I say that because I'm already on my way over.
Let's see how he feels about that.
Clace?
He's passed out in a mountain of potato chips.
What? I missed all the fun.
Good thing we planned the slumber party.
Yeah, Clace just showed up early apparently. It's no big deal. More time to buy gummies anyway.
And a second lava lamp.
Fine, but I'll have to buy more food too. A lot more food.
More food?
View Journal Entry 1.
Well, the nightclub outing was certainly intense. Turns out that part of Isaac's big surprise was introducing all of us to Clace, a popular musician. I guess they became friends online, and everything lined up with my move. It was pretty cool to meet someone like that, to be honest. I'm not sure how our overall group dynamic will be affected by this, but I think our actions with Chiron have the potential to do that even more. Defying Argus doesn't sit too well with me, but as long as Isaac promises that we are safe, I don't think I have any need to worry. It's also kind of cool to see a Zero enjoy life in the city. Probably the first Zero in the whole world to do so. I'm just worried that every time we turn a corner, an Argus agent will be there, waiting for us. They are definitely increasing their presence in the city due to all the protesting going on. To top it off, Chiron may be coming to the Wayfarer with us, which seems pretty risky. We are going to meet in the plane again to discuss this stuff further. It will be a real test of Isaac's fix. It sucks that I have to keep all of this a secret from my counselor, since he should be helping me make sense of my life, but it's certainly thrown things for a loop. The paranoia seeps into my sessions, and I wonder if he could be suspicious of me. Thankfully, our chats remained productive. He taught me how the world decided on the name Komorebi for the visions. Apparently there was a worldwide contest, and Deja Reeve was second place. I'm not sure which I like more. Komorebi seems more natural, but Deja Reeve seems mysterious and alluring.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Grounded, yet free.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Just as planned, the gang meets up in the private jet. Everything was a bit more clear, but far from being set in stone, especially if we were planning to bring Chiron to the Wayfarer with us. Just by default, places like that already had above average security. But if Isaac really did pull this off, I guess there wouldn't be any issues. The part in the way that others felt is slowly finding its place inside of me. Chiron and Clace are sitting at one of the couches in the back. They either beat us here or they have been here all along. For some reason, I'm surprised that they hit it off. They exchange smiles as they look down on Chiron's phone. Clace must be showing him what they can do with his new device. I bet it feels like a whole new world just opened up for him.
Hey, what are the lovebirds up to?
Me? And him?
Wow, when you say it like that, I'm offended.
No, I just meant.
Don't worry, Chiron, he's joking. Taylor's the king of putting people on the spot.
Yeah, but the crown is just way too heavy, so I leave it at home. Maybe you can come visit and take a look sometime.
He's also the king of flirting at the worst possible time.
Whatever. We're bonding over crimes. Isn't that the best way to do it?
Definitely not.
And then the reality of the situation settles in. No matter what, we were still aiding and abetting a zero. Would that really make our bond stronger? For some reason, I doubt it. I really hope this has nothing to do with why they aren't in touch in their visions.
What were you two up to anyway? I hope we didn't intrude on anything.
He was just showing me some cool things I can do on my phone. Why do you ask? Is that a hint of jealousy I sense?
No, I can do cool stuff on my phone too. Just didn't picture you two as compatible.
He's pretty cool, actually. He even plays guitar. I'm letting him listen to some of my music.
It's really aggressive. Not a fan of music made on a computer, I guess. There's just something about the feel of those strings, you know?
As the conversation continues, we all move to seats of our own. Chiron really is just like one of us. I can't understand the logic of Argus. It's not like Chiron chose to be born on a colony. It was forced upon him. For example, if I left the city, I would never be allowed to return. And if I had children on the colony, they would be stuck there too. The choice to separate from Argus condemns your entire bloodline. Seems far from fair.
Well, more power to you two then. Maybe you'll get to feature on his next album.
And put an even bigger target on myself? Yeah, no thanks. I feel scared to even leave this plane. I'm working on it, though.
I hope you are, because I did some recon. Looks like you'll be joining us at the tavern for sure.
Oh? The sleuthing went well?
Far from sleuthing, but yeah. Just have a couple hoops to jump through.
All of a sudden, I'm curious about what Isaac has to say. Finalizing our tavern plans was the whole reason we came here, after all. But now that he says Chiron can come too, I feel a bit more invigorated. And it makes sense to me now, how him and Clace were able to bond. He was scared to leave the plane, and Clace likes to hide away in here. Both things seem to add up perfectly to the site placed before me.
Oops. What happened?
Just another thing for the pile, I guess.
Guys, it's not bad, I promise. but we'll have to sneak Chiron in the back door.
What? Why?
Yeah, I'm confused too. I thought the whole point of this was for him to be equal. Now we're sneaking him in like he doesn't even have an identity?
Basically.
Wanna tell us why?
I will, but you have to stop cutting me off every single time. I get that you're worried and confused, but you need to let me explain.
Without a word, everybody simply nods.
Well, it turns out the Wayfarer is running on outdated software. I can only guarantee that my fix works if the place is up to date. We could try, but honestly, it'd be pretty risky.
I guess that makes sense. But don't you have experience with out-of-date tech?
That's true. His car was far from
I
current.
feel like they'd notice if a random guy just pops up. Wouldn't we risk getting caught no matter what we do?
Not really.
Isaac smirks like he has everything figured out.
You know how sometimes they ID you a second time when you order drinks? Those handheld scanners are always...
That's true. It also doubles as a method of payment. Dante held his phone up against one at the nightclub when we ordered tequila.
Kinda makes sense when I think about it. Didn't realize a version mismatch was that big of a deal.
It might not seem like it, but yeah. What we have right now is basically a key. I can't guarantee it'll work if they change the lock.
Everyone is silent, following through on their promise to let him speak.
We cool?
It all makes sense. Bypass the outdated tech and get them to use a handheld scanner. I looked up pictures of the Wayfarer, and outdated does seem to fit.
I'm cool with all this if you are, but what happens if the handheld scan doesn't work?
Oh, that's when we run.
Beautiful.
Chiron smirks and lets out a soft laugh. He scans the plane with his eyes and looks content.
Well, at least I know exactly where to run to. Thanks again, Isaac, for everything you've done.
No problem. Hopefully this is just the start of a new age. Did you see the latest headlines? About Hermes?
Who?
The leader of Cypher. No one knows who they are, though. Just a code name that seemed to stick.
Can't say I have.
They threatened Argus. Said they won't back down. Apparently, they still want to get phones to all your friends. They said it'd either be done by them or by Argus.
An ultimatum. To Argus. That's certainly bold, but if you can pull this off, I'm sure they can too. No offense, but I'd wager Hermes is smarter.
Well, I don't think it matters if they can or not. If Argus doesn't step in, all the Zeros will starve and die. Remember, due to our rules, this is a hunger strike too. And not only that, but Cypher would step in, publicly overpowering Argus. They have the chance to save lives and their own public image. All they have to do is make the right choice.
Let the Zeros live in the city, you mean?
I don't see any other option for the people in power. It seems like a total checkmate, doesn't it?
Lose to a mysterious rebel organization or let innocent people die? If I were Argus, I think I'd know exactly what to do. Pride isn't always worth the price.
Well, Argus is so mysterious, we have no idea what they're thinking. If this is when they show their true colors, I just hope we like what we see.
Yeah, those protests seem to be getting pretty heated. I'd hate if they escalated into violence and people got hurt. Do you think Argus might force them out of the city?
I doubt it. Remember, the spotlight is on them now. Every move they make will be scrutinized as much as possible. It really looks like we might be moving toward unity for once.
He looks over at Chiron and smirks.
And in that case, we didn't do anything wrong. We were just ahead of the curve.
I guess I'm not surprised. We could see the tensions mounting right in front of us. Let's just hope that Argus wants to negotiate and compromise.
Did Cypher issue a timeline for this?
Yep, right after New Year's. During the anime convention, too.
Looks like it'll be an interesting couple weeks then. Happy to be part of the gang and have front row seats. And if the world goes down, well, at least we all go down together.
Love the sound of that.
Of course he tunes in at the first mention of getting down.
Hey, what can I say?
Ideally nothing.
A small laugh between friends ensues as everything seems a bit better. I'm a bit scared since we seem to be on the verge of big societal change, but the uncertainty of what that change is starts to terrify me. I would like to believe that Argus is good and they will compromise with the Zeros. However, we hardly know anything about them, just that they are kind of in charge. This is their chance to step in and show the world who they really are, and by extension, seal our own fates as well.
So, what's next then?
Well, we have our game plan for the weekend. Let's say we meet at the Wayfarer after supper on Friday.
It works for me. Kinda excited to see what this place is like. I'll meet you nearby, and we can work on sneaking me in.
And only a few days later, it's time for the Quantum Leap.
The what?
Oh, yeah, they mentioned that the other day. Never did get an explanation on what it is.
It's just a tradition I'm starting. You know how midnight is the best part of New Year's Eve? Well, we rig a few clocks so we get to do it 4 times in one night.
Whoa, that sounds awesome. Will Chiron be able to come?
I'm not so sure about that right now. Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer.
I'm okay with that. Wouldn't want to be a thorn in anyone's side, but I do have one question. Could you take me to the Triple R?
We all exchange glances before directing our eyes toward Isaac.
It's current. Shouldn't be a problem at all. How about we meet there tomorrow?
Sure thing. It'll be our first group outing. Let's just hope that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hope.
Taylor holds up his hand like he's raising an invisible shot glass.
Here's to, living life on the edge?
Chiron smirks, raising his hand up as well.
The best place to be.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Place 2.
I feel like this place is basically my second home. I've been here so much lately, and yet I keep coming back. But just like with Dante, this time it was for a one-on-one meeting, and not just with anybody, but the newest addition to our group. He specifically requested it too. Somehow I found that kind of flattering. When I think about it, he approached me at the nightclub too. Maybe it's just like he said, lost and clueless, but together. With everything going on, that seems to fit my mindset more and more. So much is up in the air. I just wish a few things would start to land. Even if they didn't stick that landing, at least I could stop worrying. I make my way to the table Clace is sitting at. He looks very unassuming. A couple of heads turn in his direction, but I don't think people recognize him.
Hey, Delta. You know, this time I'm not actually hungover. Might be a good time to try something different.
He strikes a thinking pose as he goes over the menu.
Been having a lot of those gummies, too. When I have them, I eat everything in a 20-kilometer radius. It's both good and bad, though. Gotta watch that waistline.
He takes a big sip of the ice water in front of him.
Just one of the many things I'm contractually obligated to do. You know, the work never stops, even when you think it does. Hiatus? It's basically nothing more than a glorified formality.
So the industry controls his body in addition to his personal life. Everything about what he's been telling me just seems awful. He shakes his head like he's stopping an incoming mail.
Sorry. I invited you here because I wanted to apologize. I still feel really bad for that conversation we had at the nightclub. After a few drinks, I guess I just start to say whatever comes to mind.
Don't feel bad. I would love to do it again sometime.
Wait, really? Well, you do owe me some info in return. Now that I think about it, I talked about myself an awful lot, but But it actually felt like you were listening, so I appreciate that.
He flips the pages of a journal that rests in front of him. It must be his diary, a place to vent all his woes.
It's better than writing it down in here. That's just some advice from my old manager, though. Never vent to another person. They're walking gossip machines. He didn't even want me to keep notes in my phone. Just this diary.
Sounds like someone was overly cautious. But I guess it's for the best, given how in the spotlight he is. I choose not to speak, letting him continue talking about himself.
But he's not my manager anymore, I guess. Passed away a while back, during my world tour. They just gave me a new one, like he didn't even matter. But I guess I don't really matter either. When I'm gone, another idol will step right up. It's like a machine. It just keeps going, despite you.
He looks off to the side like he's sad and ashamed. Right after apologizing, he's already back to talking about work. I can kind of understand. He's known little else for his entire life. He flips through the pages of his diary, directing my attention toward it. I didn't mean to snoop. The motion just drew the attention of my eyes. I can see a sketch, a happy family standing next to a car. They all had names drawn beside them, but the page moved far too fast. All I could make out was that one of their names started with a W. I quickly looked back up at Clace as he continues to talk.
When he died, I was emancipated. I wasn't old enough to sign my initial contracts, so he did it for me. Honestly, it was the closest thing I ever had to something normal. They kept bugging me, saying I had to sign new contracts of my own. I managed to negotiate this hiatus, so I could have some time off. Told them it was so I could grieve. I just wanted time away. A breath of fresh air can change almost anything, especially when you're locked inside all the time, like I was. This life is brand new for me, just like it is for you, Delta.
He places his hand on top of mine.
And that's why I feel like we have something special. Even if it's just a lingering feeling that'll slowly fade away. You may get to keep this life, but for me, it's just a glimpse.
Something inside of me feels really weird. I can't tell if he's trying to be romantic or just a good friend. But when he speaks now, I don't feel that anxiety, that hesitation. Just like when he blew that kiss to the crowd and put on a smile. There's something about this that feels like it could be an act too. Perhaps he's just trying to exit his comfort zone while he still can.
You know, you learn a thing or two in this industry. How to charm people, make them want you. At least on stage. Off of it, I'm oblivious. But I've been thinking about the Quantum Leap. Might be my first and last chance to take part. Never been to a proper New Year's Eve bash.
He blushes and looks from side to side. The hand still remains on mine, a soft, gentle grip.
Would you consider being my date for the evening? Or at the very least, spend a midnight with me? There should still be enough for the others.
Thoughts of the potential night fly through my mind. 4 midnights and 4 of my new friends. Obviously, I don't think Chiron would be there. I remember Clay saying that he wasn't allowed to date. This probably isn't a serious offer, just some fun. You know, to make the most of the hiatus. I think for a moment before speaking. Of course, I would love to be your date.
Maybe I'm not as oblivious as I thought then. I know this is sudden, but it's an experience I want to have. A date, a New Year's Eve party, perhaps even a kiss. Just a swig of something normal to help the rest go down. And for some reason, I think it's supposed to be with you. Never forget. Fish out of water, right?
He starts messing with his scarf, looking like he's zoned out.
I just hope that nothing gets in the way. When I think about Isaac and Chiron, I start to freak out. I mean, we wouldn't know we're in trouble until it's already too late. I even started to have some bad dreams about it. Embarrassing, I know, but good thing I have those gummies. A sound, dreamless sleep. Even suppresses my vision, too.
That's pretty peculiar, but it's also an ambiguous statement. In this moment, I'm confused if his vision is good or bad. Out of respect, I choose not to bring it up at this time.
By the way, were you gonna order anything? I'm gonna keep it light since we're coming back here tomorrow. I ate too much junk food on the plane anyways. Gotta cut back.
I shake my head. I just came here to speak with him, but we are coming back with Chiron tomorrow for the first time. I would order something special. It was a momentous occasion, after all.
Well, I'd hate to come and not order anything at all. Maybe I'll just grab a salad or something like that. Let's throw that all out the window for New Year's Eve. We can let loose and make it a real party. Sound good? Life's no fun without breaking the rules from time to time.
I nod. It sounds like a good idea to me. If there's a night you shouldn't hold back, it's definitely New Year's Eve.
Maybe I'll even perform a song, if I get the courage. I heard Isaac say something about live music. Looks like it'll be a pretty big party.
For some reason, I thought it would just be our little group. Especially since Clace requested some privacy during his stay. But it might be more effective to blend into a crowd, to be honest. Especially if Arcus ever found out what we did.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sarcastic.
Hey Dante, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Well, it's just, you're such a funny guy.
Thanks, but that's not a question.
I mean, I've read all of your books. Your sense of humor doesn't slip in there at all.
Oh, you want to know why?
Yeah, something like that. You're known for all the drama and tragedy. I kind of thought you'd be a different person.
More dark and mysterious?
Yeah, but there's definitely a mismatch.
I could say the same for you.
Huh?
You're a completely different person when you're performing. Those dance moves, that personality, it's just so extravagant.
It's all part of the job.
Then I guess my answer might be the same. It's just what sells and what I'm good at.
That's fair. But now I have another question.
What's up?
How am I different in person? Like, if you had to describe it.
A lot more quiet. Definitely reserved. I don't feel like you're moments away from belting out a solo, but actually I think that's good. It's more like the real you.
The real me, huh?
Yeah. I think we all have our work personalities. Even Isaac is a different guy on the clock.
Different how?
Well, I mastered my retail voice for one. It's super important when you work in sales.
Retail voice?
Yeah, just speak a higher pitch with exaggerated enthusiasm.
Does that actually work?
I have some of the highest numbers in the district, so you tell me.
I'll take your word for it.
There you have it. We all act different when we're working, but to answer why, I guess I use my writing as an outlet. With all the dark stuff out of the way, I'm just left with what you get.
I bet you could write a good comedy, though.
Yeah, but then things would switch around. A funny book would mean a dull Dante.
As if you're not dull enough already.
And there's Taylor, like clockwork.
I can never pass when there's such a clear shot.
Wait, how is Taylor different when he works?
Good question.
Yeah, I actually don't know. And here I thought it was a universal rule.
Streaming is totally different, though. Your personality is the thing that sells you. Can't afford to cover that up or make a fake one.
Not entirely true. Some people stream in character.
He's already enough of a character.
I'd take offense to that, but it's true. I have to tell them that I'm the same in real life.
If I didn't know you, I'd find that one hard to believe.
I'm actually a little nervous. I hope I don't kill the energy when I'm guesting. Knowing how wild you can get, I'm kind of intimidated.
It might be a good time to tap your stage personality then. Your fans will all be watching, remember? They expect to see you, or at the very least, the you they perceive you to be.
I guess so. But I kind of like being the real me. Haven't had much practice, but I'm enjoying this vacation.
Well, it's just for one night, Clace. As soon as it's over, you can go back to normal. You don't have to act around us. We like you for who you are.
Really?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I'm glad I got to meet Isaac and everyone else, too. Definitely made this hiatus worth fighting for.
Never underestimate the power of friendship. Dante and Isaac have helped me out more times than I can count. And when you need it, we'll be there to help you, too.
You will?
Yeah, whenever you need it.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sleepy.
Hey, I have a suggestion for our slumber party.
What is it? Oh, by the way, I stocked up on those gummies. I have enough to share, but you should still pick up your own.
Way ahead of you, actually. Anyway, what's the suggestion, Dante?
Rebels and Revels.
What and what?
Only the hottest tabletop RPG in the world. I'm thinking we start a campaign and make it a weekly thing.
Not a bad idea. Let me guess, you'll be the GM?
Not a chance, man. Writing is my job. You think that's what I want to do in my off hours?
Fair. Is it hard to do?
Nah, not really. It's so easy, even Taylor could do it.
Well, now I'm gonna do it. Purely to spite you, of course.
Spite makes a good GM, actually. You want to put your players through some tough times.
I won't go easy on you.
I'm quaking in my boots, trust me. That is, if you're all down to do this.
Sure, I'm down.
Yeah, sounds good to me. What about Chiron?
What about him?
I'd hate to leave him out of this. It's a group thing, and I kinda made him part of our group.
I don't know if letting him into our home is a good idea yet. Your heart is in the right place, but yeah.
Hasn't he basically turned that jet into his home? I mean, he spends all his time hiding out in there, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should host the game over there. That way we can involve him and stay under the radar.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. But remember, you're only here for a few months. There's no way we'd be allowed back in when you leave.
I guess that's fair. But I'd like to stay a part of your campaign. Maybe I can hop on a video or voice call to stay in touch.
That'd be awesome. And there's our solution for Chiron, too. We'll just get him here through a call.
This is actually starting to sound pretty fun. But hopefully one day you can let him inside your house. Even if we include him like that, he could still feel left out.
True, but like I said, it's best to not take that risk just yet. If anyone investigates his records, that'd be the first place they check. Best to avoid putting a target on us until we're absolutely certain.
Good idea. I'm still feeling a bit nervous about all of this. But a weekly campaign might be a nice escape.
Never a bad idea to get away from what bothers you. Those gummies might make it more interesting, too. I can already picture you. A GM under the influence.
I'll make it a journey to remember.
Yep, this is how we die.
View which journal entry?
It's a little odd that Argus chose the name Argus. You know, a monster from ancient high story. Granted, it was a monster with many eyes that could see everything. So while scary, it's also fitting. I wondered why the anti-Argus organization called themselves Cypher, but I couldn't think of anything, so it's all theory. A cipher is a code waiting to be cracked. A mystery. I guess it makes sense for an enigmatic rebel organization. What really does make sense, however, is the name of their leader, Hermes, the legendary psychopath. It's right out of my favorite tale, too, so I'm a little surprised that I didn't link it all together. In addition to helping souls cross the threshold, which could be mirrored in how Hermes helped Zeros enter the city, he's also known as Argefontes, or Slayer of Argus. How fitting. Whoever they are, they clearly did their research and are a sucker for symbolism. Could they really end up winning this battle? If Hermes does come out on top, then that means Zeros will be given phones and the right to live in the city. In that case, we wouldn't have done anything wrong. Ahead of the curve, as Isaac said. Of course, things are easier said than done. Dante and Taylor are clearly doubting Isaac a lot more than I am. It's hard to get a read on Clace, though. He always seems to have his nose buried in his notebook. I guess it doesn't matter what any of us think, though. Our trip to the Triple R and the Wayfarer will be the real test.
Experience pivotal fragment. Crossing the threshold.
Why limit yourself to one instrument when you can conduct an orchestra? I enter the Triple R and I'm immediately waved over by my friends, our usual table, at least when we are planning for group outings. Except this time something is new. Chiron is sitting with them. That's a really good sign. He got in without any issues. Suddenly, a wave of relief washes over me, like a tidal wave. Weird how successfully doing the wrong thing could put me at ease. But I guess that's how things are when the lines are so blurred. There shouldn't be any issue with Chiron living in the city like this. With the protest approaching their climax, I hope for equality.
Hey, Delta! We were just about to get started. Arriving fashionably late as always.
Yeah, I'd definitely say fashionable. Sick outfit, Delta. You're killing it.
I thank him and smile. I do always try and look my best. It was a special occasion, too, after all.
I'm not so up to date on fashion and stuff, but I do think you look nice, if that means anything.
Don't be hard on yourself. That outfit is pretty hot.
Yeah, I guess it does make me look good, but trust me, I look even better without it.
Take note, Taylor. That's how you flirt.
Oh, come on. That was so basic.
I look over at Isaac and he simply smirks.
Glad to see you all getting along so well. I'm guessing you're less worried now that we're here?
Something like that, yeah. Until he walked through that door, it was all theory. Not that I didn't trust you, but seeing it certainly helps.
Seeing is believing, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I wanted to talk about a couple of things while we were here. I have an interview with Argus on Friday before the bar.
We know.
I'm telling Chiron. He's not in the group chat, remember?
Hey, can I join that, by the way?
Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer first. I'm a bit more worried when it comes to our chat room. They could monitor that, but not our real-life conversations.
Argus better not be monitoring our group chat.
Yeah, don't want them to see your poor taste in memes.
They're pretty good, actually. Always manage to make me laugh.
Hope things go well then. I want to see all the fun you have.
It's mostly just a place for them to bicker. But entertainment is entertainment after all.
Anyway, you were saying about this interview?
Right. Well, it's at their HQ. They kinda want me to move up the corporate ladder. When I'm there, I'll have access to some of their computers. I figured I'd take a deeper look into what's going on. You know, if there's any heat or suspicion on our group. At work, I can look pretty high up, but my sight is limited.
Well, we're sitting here right now. I figured if we failed, Argus would be here already. Do you really need to risk snooping around like that?
Not really, but I was doing it for everyone else. I'm certain that we're safe, but they were all paranoid.
Well, paranoia is the fear of something irrational. With everything going on, I think it's fair to be scared. Coming here helped, but I wouldn't mind a bit more safety.
That's why I figured I'd do it during my interview. Then I can let you all know before we hit up the Wayfarer. If it's not looking good, then we can stop this altogether.
I have a question, Isaac.
Sure, what's up?
Is all of this related to, you know...
Huh?
That thing we talked about a few years ago? Back when I made you that promise?
Isaac looked surprised, like he completely forgot.
Oh, yeah! It's exactly like that. Honestly, I completely forgot.
Anyone want to fill me in here?
Back when we first became friends, we were really close. Isaac told me that one day he'd ask me for a promise, and even if my gut said no, I had to play along.
That's kind of sketchy. He could get you to do anything he wants.
He does that all the time anyway, but he has yet to cash in on the promise.
Until now?
Until now.
I'm extremely confused. Emphasis on extremely. But if my best friend asked for a promise, I would probably help them. Not a fan of using them as currency and cashing in on them, though.
You know, that's not so different from the colonies. We can give and take a lot more than money. I've traded a few promises in my day.
Really? That sounds stressful.
Not really. It's just something we're all used to. Especially when we have some special information. We're so tight-knit. Yeah, a lot of our visions intertwine.
Trading information based on visions for favors. That's one way to drop your score as fast as possible.
Well, we don't have to worry about that kind of stuff out there. The things you all fear are just second nature to us. But I'm gonna guess this has to do with Isaac's vision.
We all look at Isaac.
Yes, but I'm not going to get into it any more than that. Dante promised, but I still need to win the rest of you over.
Well, I'd still appreciate you checking in at Argus HQ. Just because I promised doesn't mean I can't be scared.
Fair.
A few pieces start to connect in my mind, so I vocalize them. At the nightclub, Dante revealed that Isaac's vision was positive. Not only that, but it's tied to a promise that Dante made. The promise to play along and push through this whole ordeal. That must mean Isaac's vision is related to all of this. The end result must be positive for all of us.
I'm not gonna comment on that. The vault is totally sealed.
Yeah, but all that lock takes is a few shots of vodka. Either way, you should have opened up with that, Isaac. If you know it ends well, why make us worry?
Because it might not actually end well.
Huh?
I notice Clace hasn't said much at all. He seems pretty passive and shy. He has his diary with him again, though. He slowly flips through the pages like he's only half there.
Why wouldn't it end well?
You all seem so confident that you've beaten the system, but in my vision, I'm a lot older. And still stuck in a colony.
What?
So I figure it's only a matter of time until I get caught. and that means you'll probably all go down too.
Don't you think you could have told us this sooner?
Well, it's not like it came up until now. I've only been around you like 3 times.
And there goes the promise.
Wait, hold on. There's no reason to give up. Both visions can play along with each other.
But I haven't even told you mine.
Well, let's say this all works out. Equality for zeros, and none of us get in trouble. Wouldn't we all be free to leave and enter the city? Maybe you're just visiting friends who stayed behind.
That's a pretty big maybe.
But it's better than the alternative. So let's not write anything off just yet. We should trust Isaac and let him investigate.
But we might not know for years.
No, that's impossible. Look at the protests. I think things will be decided real soon, especially with the ultimatum from Hermes.
Right? Starve or save. Kinda sick of feeling like my friends are pawns. It's not like any of us asked to be part of this game.
It's going pretty good, though, all things considered. And Cypher's phones weren't as secure as the one I made. If everyone got Cypher's version, they'd already be caught. But if Argus steps in to offer them, then it's a win-win. We just have to hope that it happens soon.
True. Maybe it's for the best that Cypher's plan was put to a stop. Gives them time to regroup and figure out what they did wrong. Either way, I think this will all be decided within a week or two.
Yeah, the anime convention isn't too far away.
Why choose an anime convention anyway?
Well, I doubt they chose it because of that. The schedule's probably just aligned.
I'm not even sure that Hermes said it would be during the convention. It was a pretty big timeline they offered, just something about the new year.
A lot of people will be downtown, though. Blending into the crowd might be a part of their plan.
I guess we just have to wait and see. But I definitely think we're gonna come out on top. Whether from Argus or from Cypher, those zeros are gonna get phones.
Yeah, I guess waiting is all we can do. Zeros protesting in the town square, actively starving, a mysterious corporation not stepping in to help out, and a rebel organization threatening to help out for them. Argus doesn't have to negotiate with the Zeros. It goes against their ethos. If Cypher takes their time with this ultimatum, then Zeros will just start dying in our streets. I certainly picked the best time to start my new life.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sincere.
I just had an awesome idea.
Oh no.
I think you've had enough of those lately. At least make sure this one doesn't cause mass panic.
I'm hoping for the opposite, actually. Anime X is coming up. Figured we could take Clace and Delta.
It's happening again already? Feels like we just got back from last year's.
Wait, I think I heard about that. It's an anime convention, right?
Yep.
I'll go, but I'd feel like I'm out of the loop. Gotta be honest, don't think I've ever watched anime before.
Ooh, bold words to speak in front of Isaac.
I think he just sealed his own fate.
Huh?
I'm kind of a fan. A big fan. If you want, I can help you feel less left out.
How can we do that?
Binge Fest.
I mean, I guess I do have a lot of spare time. What would you recommend as my first show?
Good question. Let me think about that for a little bit.
Ooh, what about cosplay? We gonna dress up?
I think I'll just go as myself this year. Missed out on a lot of good photo ops last time.
That's no fun.
Well, what would you suggest?
Ooh, we could go as the Rebels and Revels characters we make.
No way we're making fantasy costumes in a week. But that is a good idea, especially if we want to LARP one day.
Maybe I should actually dress up? I mean, I I don't want people causing a scene around me.
Just say you're cosplaying as Clace.
There's no way that'd work.
Care to make it interesting?
Perhaps.
Feels kinda shallow betting on an actual person.
Can I get in on that actually?
I'll allow it.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I'll get recognized no matter what. How about if I do, I win. If I don't, then you all win.
Ooh, what do we win? And how do we know you won't cheat?
You think I want to get recognized and bring a swarm to us?
Fair.
Trust me, I'll do my best to make sure you all win. It'll be fun. Like I'm an undercover agent or something.
That does sound pretty fun, actually. But the bet isn't made. We need to know the stakes.
Maybe put it on the back burner for now? I mean, we still have until next week.
Sounds good to me. Wanna start that binge in the meantime?
Sure.
Anime party?
Sweet! Meet me in the living room. And just so you know, this is not a request.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sociable.
Hey, are you checking out Taylor's stream?
Oh, it's happening?
Yeah! Him and Clace are live right now. I've never seen his viewer count this high before. People are going wild on social media too. I think he's about to set some records.
A free celebrity endorsement. I'm not surprised. Wish I could get something like that for my next novel.
Well, it's not just for Taylor's benefit. Looks like Clace is blowing up as well.
A pop idol. Blowing up even more?
Well, there's not a lot of crossover between their two audiences. Equal opportunity for both of them to make a big splash.
Do you think Clace expected that to happen?
What, you mean like an ulterior motive?
He did say he'd talk to his publicist about it, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up being a business decision.
For some reason, I doubt that.
Dante is right, you know.
Whoa, he's watching.
Always.
Shouldn't you be paying attention to the stream?
Just taking a quick beauty break. Don't normally have a camera on me like this.
Oh, you guys must be on some sort of delay. Want to elaborate while you're here at least?
Well, when I offered to stream with Taylor, I just thought it'd be fun. But when I told the label, they really went wild with it. Passion for me, profit for them.
You could have just done it without telling them. Isn't that why you wanted this hiatus to begin with?
I guess, but that would feel wrong. This kind of thing will definitely affect my public image. I promised that if anything major came up, they'd know right away.
Makes sense to me. I mean, look at the viewer count. It'd be hard to find a stadium you could fit that many people in. This is like one of your biggest concerts. And then some.
And nobody is expecting me to sing. Gotta say, I kinda like the lack of expectation.
I was actually reading an article about that. They say you're about to start a new trend.
Really?
Makes sense to me. You don't see many celebrities stream. But here you are, even more famous than you were before.
Yeah, I'm refreshing my feed and all I see is Clace and Taylor. People are saying you bridged a gap and made history.
Wow, keep putting the pressure on.
Oh, sorry.
We're just excited for you. Gotta say though, I'm feeling the need to brag.
I think I'll stay humble on this one.
You know, Clace is actually pretty good at video games.
Either that or Taylor is letting him win.
I don't know if Taylor is capable of that. These things are a matter of pride, remember?
True. Unless he has a crush. Remember how bad he was at games when we first met?
Also true. But are you okay with that? I mean, do you want your man with Taylor?
For the last time, we're not dating. But even if we were, I wouldn't mind. Taylor's a good guy, all things considered.
That's a lot of things to consider, Isaac. Good to know you're open like that, though.
I guess Taylor's philosophy is rubbing off on me. Makes me happy to see all of you having a blast together. Before Clace arrived, I was worried our dynamic would suffer.
And here it is, doing better than ever, setting records, too. Gotta say, I'm glad you reminded me this was happening.
Working hard again?
You know it, but I deserve a little break. How long do you think they're gonna go for?
Looks like they've set a goal for an impromptu 12-hour stream, and it looks like they might hit it. Oh, wait, they definitely will. Oh, they just did.
Huh. And the little break becomes a big break. Hold on, I'll cast the stream to the living room TV. Want to grab some junk food and meet me there?
Sure, on my way. Oh, and it's a race.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being suspicious.
Everybody, I have good news!
Oh, yeah?
What happened?
You know that promotion I've been aiming to get? I just scored an interview with the higher-ups at Argus!
No way.
See? I knew you'd get it.
But that is the exact opposite of what you said last time.
Yeah, don't think we forgot about that one, Dante. Either way, I'm looking forward to the treat that you promised.
Treat?
Dante took some shots at Isaac last time he talked about this promotion. Something about not trusting Isaac with more responsibility.
Ouch.
Exactly. That's why Dante doesn't get a treat. This type of thing is only for Isaac's best friends.
Do I get one? I mean, I believe in Isaac.
You weren't even there when it happened.
I'll allow it, actually.
Hold on. What is the treat exactly? Or were you just trying to tease Dante?
You know, I haven't even thought about it. But this is a big promotion. It'll require a big celebration.
If you get it, you mean.
When I get it, you mean.
Hey, stop the bickering. Just hope that Isaac gets the job. It's not that hard. Everything will be better if he does. More money, more power.
Fine, okay. I hope you get the job, Isaac, and I'm sorry. Don't you think the timing of this is a little odd, though?
No? I've been working hard. Probably the hardest I've ever worked.
But immediately after that nonsense with Chiron, you step on their toes and they invite you to their HQ.
He's got a point, you know.
I think he's just being salty. He didn't believe in me then, and he doesn't now.
It's not like that, Isaac.
Why is this so hard for you then?
I don't know. Look, you know I care about you, Isaac. I'm just pointing out that the timing is a little odd.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Isaac looked into this already, remember? There hasn't been any heat on us. Not even a little.
It's barely been a week.
Your worries are founded, but you're killing the vibe. We should be happy for Isaac, not filling him with fright.
It's okay. I'm not scared, and I know we're gonna be fine. In fact, I can even use this interview to prove it.
How?
Let's see if I can explain this in a non-tech way. Back at work, I actually outrank the PCs we use. They hold me back. But at Argus HQ, I can take full advantage of my security clearance.
Really?
Yeah, but that shouldn't really be surprising. All the power is within Argus's headquarters. Retail outlets only get a fraction of that.
Then how do you know we're really safe? All the data on us could be at a higher level.
I can see enough at work to give me peace of mind, but I can take a look at Argus's HQ for your sake. Anything I can do to make you less worried.
Like how you give Chiron social media and stuff. Are you sure you won't get in trouble for this?
Most people would, but remember who you're dealing with. I can cover my tracks better than the best in the business.
I underestimated you, Isaac. Snooping around in their own HQ? Always thought you'd be more timid in the end.
Nah, this is where I'm the most confident. Hopefully after this, you'll start to trust my abilities.
If it's truly just an interview, then I'll yield forever. But until then, I believe a tiny bit of paranoia is justified.
Fair. Actually, it's on Friday, so I can tell you all about it at the tavern. I'm pretty sure it'll be multiple interviews, too.
Multiple interviews? I hope you get called back then. What position are you up for exactly?
It's actually a step above my current boss. He runs one store, but they want me overseeing multiple. I basically just sit in their HQ and monitor the district's sales numbers.
Promoted above your own boss?
Yeah, he's not interested in all that extra stuff. In fact, he personally recommended me for the promotion. So like I said, I'm pretty sure I earned this. It's not a trick.
I'm starting to believe, I'll say that much. Just give us an update on Friday, and I'll look forward to it. In fact, I can't wait to party with some peace of mind.
Yeah, talk about a night to remember.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Taylor 2. Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Isaac 2.
I enter the Triple R and find Isaac sitting at a nearby table. Again, it's weird how much I've been here lately. A home away from home. Maybe I will order something light and try to save money for the Wayfarer. This is our first date though, so maybe I should order something special. Our first date. Anxiety rises within me as I face that simple fact. I'm sure I will be fine though. We are already good friends, and they always say that's how a good relationship starts, right? Isaac waves me over with a big smile on his face. I'm happy to be here after planning this last time we talked. It always felt good to make plans that people follow through on.
Hey, Delta! Good timing! I was just looking over my invitation to Argus HQ. Something tells me this promotion is already mine.
Oh, right, he was up for a promotion within Arcus. I remember hearing about that a couple times since I moved here. But this time there was some paranoia associated with it due to current events.
A bit nervous to meet some of these higher-ups, though. I've only ever seen their names and titles in mass emails, so it's almost like they're these figures from folklore. But I know that they're people just like me. Heck, maybe one day I'll be the one sending those emails. Believe it or not, I've contributed a lot to the company during my service.
He tilts his head toward the window, and I turn to look outside.
See those drones buzzing about? I helped Argus optimize the code that they run on. Before my update, they definitely weren't as efficient. That's the cool thing about computers, though. They don't have to think before acting, they can just act. If the code is good enough, they can run purely on instinct. Or at least, whatever the machine equivalent of instinct is. After my update, the litter in the streets really tapered off. You'd think that'd satisfy me, but I keep reaching higher. That's why I'm so excited about this opportunity. But given the whole
Stream
Chiron
elements.
situation, I'm also
Said.
scared.
Stay moist,
Tell
my
myself
friends,
that
hydrate.
my actions are morally sound. It seems to help. It just reminds me of this old saying I used to hear. It's better to fall for your own beliefs than cave in the face of others. But we should change the subject anyways. Far too grim for me. And I'd rather not have our first date affected by things like that. You know me, though. The world's leading expert on rambling. But if we're dating, at least now we can have anxiety together.
I turn back to face him and he smiles at me. I didn't know he actually contributed that much to Argus. Maybe he really was held back by wasting his days in retail.
Here, look at this.
He looks down at his phone but tilts his head toward the drones once more. As he starts to tap away at his device, they start to move back and forth. It's clear he was in control, making them do a sort of dance.
Manual override, see? For testing optimal flight paths and observing the city. Or in this case, to make myself look extra cool.
That is pretty cool, actually. I ask if he's allowed to do this at will. Showing off shouldn't have to get him in trouble after all.
Yep, I'm allowed to play with them whenever I want. Of course, it's supposed to be in the name of optimization. Every month, I have to give Argus more effective flight paths. Yeah, you'd think after a while I couldn't optimize them anymore. But Argus doesn't believe in that. Everything could always be better. Helping them with stuff like this definitely got me in the running for my promotion.
All of a sudden, I hope that he gets the job. His passion is unmatched. I just hope that it remains unaffected by our recent side endeavors. Losing your future in a battle for positive change was never really a good thing. He shrugs right after this exchange, unsure of what should happen next.
Well then, what should we talk about? Maybe our trip to the Wayfarer this weekend? In retrospect, it'll actually be the perfect night for me. Bomb my interview, I can drink to cope. Nail it? Then I'll drink to celebrate. And I'll be with my friends, too. Oh, and my partner. Sorry, guess I'll have to get used to that one. Especially with all the teasing that's sure to come with it.
He shakes his head as if he realized he was rambling again.
Maybe you want to contribute to the conversation? I'm curious how things have been treating you, Delta. Especially when it comes to Dante, Taylor, and Clace.
I tell him that things have been going good, aside from the current paranoia. Getting to spend one-on-one time with everybody definitely helped. In our group settings, sometimes sarcasm and snark got in the way.
Yeah, we do love to joke with one another. But more private things like this definitely help with bonding. I hang out with the others like this too. You should definitely keep it up.
I nod and let him know that I plan to. I'm actually supposed to hang out with Taylor tomorrow. It will be the first time I see his house. I'm actually kind of excited.
Oh, of course. An invitation to Taylor's house. I'm sure you can tell what he's expecting, right? He did the exact same thing to me when we first met. Not that I mind, though. You're still free to live your life, even if we're dating. No need to hold each other back from fun stuff like that.
Yeah, Taylor was definitely transparent about what he wanted. Dante hadn't really shown an interest in me that way, though.
Really? You should see the stuff he says in my DMs. Maybe he's just too shy to put the moves on you. But I think he wants to. Pretty bad, actually.
Dante has moves. I mean, maybe he's idly flirted with me, but I hardly felt him making advances like the others.
You'd be surprised. I know almost everything there is to know about these people. Well, except for Clace and Chiron. They're relatively new. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't turn into gossip, I'll answer. That's not really my style. Gotta stay in the lines.
As intrigued as I am, I didn't come here to talk about other people. I came here to talk to him and get to know him better. I remind him that this is our first date.
Oh, of course, you're right. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. Probably just nervous, you know? Well, I guess I'm an open book. Is there something you'd like to talk about? Better hand you the wheel before I steer off course again.
Actually, there has been a thing or two on my mind. Ever since I arrived, his vision has been hinted at a couple times. It seems to be more and more relevant, so I think I want to know about it.
Wow, guess I should have expected that. There's one thing that I'd rather not talk about, and you pick it. Turns out I'm not as much of an open book as I thought. Sorry.
It's fine. I would never force him to speak about his vision. That's why I told him to only talk about it if he's comfortable. Perhaps one day he will open up about it, though. It's quite intriguing. A bright future, and one linked to our current situation with Chiron. Part of me just assumes that this all ends in our favor, but it really couldn't be that simple, could it?
I'd rather get to know each other better, if that's okay with you. You know, who we are here and now, and where we came from. A lot better than talking about a future that might not happen, right?
I guess that's fair. And if we were going to date, we would face the future together anyways, so we might as well strengthen our bond here in the present. I decide to ask him about the jacket he's always wearing. Taylor picked on him for it, and he even seems to wear it at work. Everything implied that had some sort of deeper meaning to him.
Oh, yeah. I guess I do wear it a lot. Taylor only picks on me because he knows it's meaningful. But it was just given to me from someone special in the past. Fit them a lot better than it does me, though. That's why I keep saying I'll grow into it. I don't just mean it physically, you know?
That makes sense to me. It's kind of like filling someone else's shoes, or perhaps feeling worthy enough to carry on someone's legacy.
Have you ever had something that makes you feel safe or comfortable? I guess it's kind of like that. A memento or a souvenir from the past. Dante has some old wallet, well, I have this jacket. Pretty simple.
True, Dante did have a wallet, and those things were pretty obsolete. At least Isaac's memento was stylish and made him look good. I voiced that sentiment, and he blushes almost immediately.
Glad to know I can pull it off. I thought I always came second to your sense of style. You didn't have to dress up for this, you know. It's pretty casual.
A first date is special to me, so I wanted to dress the part. I didn't go overboard, but I did my best to look good. Presentation is important. At least that's what I was taught.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of what you were taught, I thought I'd ask you about your life back at home. Or your old home, I guess. If you're comfortable. Wow, really? I didn't know it was like that. Probably for the best that you left it behind then. I didn't mean to drum up any bad memories. I apologize.
I tell him it's fine and that it's important to open up from time to time. There's obviously a few things that he's been holding back on purpose too. I'm in no rush to find out, but I tell him we should never be afraid to talk to each other. I think my implication is pretty clear that he can trust me with his vision. He reaches across the table and holds out his hand. I place mine in his and he squeezes it softly.
Oh, trust me, I know. It just takes courage, that's all. But I think I'll have plenty of that on New Year's Eve. I plan to tap into it and make our bond even stronger.
It works for me and actually makes me more excited. The quantum leap is starting to sound better and better. Taylor had a good idea. It should catch on and become a thing. Of course, that's just the hopeful part of me talking. It could easily just evolve into a night of drunken debauchery. And something tells me that Taylor wouldn't mind that at all. Isaac raises my hand up and gives the top of it a soft kiss. I feel like I know him better now, especially about work and his past. As vague as he was, I'm sure the gaps would be filled later on. He grabs the menu by his side and opens it up with a groan.
Just what do we order?
View which journal entry?
I don't believe these entries are doing my life justice. There's a lot going on and it's hard to keep track. Things have been going well with my new friends, and I have started to hang out with them one-on-one even more. I went to the Triple R with Clace, Dante, and Isaac this week. I have plans to visit Taylor soon, and if I can, I would like to bond with Chiron. All of these individual bonds will strengthen the group as a whole, and I think that's a good thing, especially if we plan to start a Rebels and Rebels campaign, the hottest tabletop RPG in the world. It would be pretty lame to play that alongside people you don't vibe with, so I think this is one of those best friends only type deals. Good thing Chiron can visit us via video chat since Isaac isn't ready to let him into our home just yet. The stalemate between Cypher and Argus is starting to scare me because lives could easily be on the line. It goes a bit deeper than that though. If the stalemate ends with Cypher giving phones and identities to the Zeros, then we could all be in danger. Argus could figure out how they did it and then track them all down. Since Isaac used the same blueprint, Chiron could get caught up in that and link back to us. Of course, there's always a chance that Cypher's victory is decisive. Argus has a monopoly on things, and it might be time for that to end. Competition almost always leads to innovation and change. The needs of society adapt and sync. The best outcome is that Argus steps forward to offer harmony and peace with the Zeros. It's not looking likely.
Experience Heart to Heart Fragment. Taylor 2.
As soon as I enter Taylor's house, I'm taken aback. It's a night and day difference when I compare it to Isaac's. You can tell that he's on the cutting edge. Everything is so modern. But I guess it had to be. I would imagine a streamer needs to stay current. There must be all sorts of trends in the field, just like any other. Whatever he was doing though, he was doing it right. It's nice to be somewhere other than the Triple R though. All my other meetings and outings seem to revolve around that place. But here I was in Taylor's home, just like we planned at the night club.
Well, what do you think, Delta? This is my castle, my pride and joy. And even better, I made it with no middleman.
Yeah, because you like being the one in the middle.
Wow, you know me so well. Why not settle for the best of both worlds, right? Little bit of each is clearly the best way to go. And if you're lucky, maybe I'll let you take part. I hope my intentions were clear enough when I invited you over. Been eyeing you since day one, and I'd like to think you took notice.
He smiles at me before quickly changing the subject. Pointing to the table, I noticed 2 plates of food. I was actually starving, so I appreciated.
2 Taylor specials, an absolute classic. So, what do you say? Want to take a seat?
I nod and we move to the couch. I look down at the plate and I'm not sure what I see. Whatever a Taylor special was, it was certainly unique.
It's pretty simple, actually. Your favorite chicken sandwich smothered in honey dill sauce. And if you're so inclined, a slice of provolone to top it all off.
Chicken sandwich. Is that lore friendly?
To what lore, exactly?
I'm not sure how to respond. I stare at him with a blank expression, then shrug.
Anyway, it's best if the bun is brioche, and the sauce is mayo, honey, and dried dill.
Why is he listing the ingredients like I'm on some sort of cooking show?
Well, you never know how many people are watching. Might as well let them know how to make it themselves, right?
Watching. Is he streaming right now?
Nope. Anyways, let's dig in.
He starts to eat almost comically fast, like a cartoon character. This seems extremely unhealthy, but also kind of delicious. With his size, I doubt he eats like this too often. This must be special to him, so I decide to follow suit. And it's the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. The sweet and savory sauce with a hint of dill, the sharpness of the provolone, the crunch of the fried chicken. It's a symphony of flavors in perfect harmony with one another. And he's right, the brioche bun really brings it all together.
Save this one for special occasions, Delta. You don't want to wear it out. Trust me.
I'm surprised I've never heard of this sauce before.
It's actually a well-kept secret from where I used to live. Remember how I said I used to move around all the time? Every province has its own thing, so I have a lot of fun recipes. But this one always takes the cake. I'm a little sad that I stopped moving around, actually. Discovering regional things like this is always so much fun.
Yeah, he did say he moved around a lot. I ask him if he's comfortable elaborating, and he smiles. It doesn't appear to be a touchy subject, which is nice.
Well, I told you the system always kept me mobile, right? I was always in a foster home, or a group home of some sort. Depressing stuff. Kept causing fights and getting into trouble, so they kept moving me around. They always said it was about location. Like, there was some magical place that had changed my life. Little did I know, it was Toronto. But not because of the city. It was my friends.
Taylor getting into fights and trouble. I guess it makes sense when I actually stop to think about it. I vaguely remember talked about how Taylor was a jerk for fun in the past. But the implications of foster homes and group homes worried me. The one that one definitely seemed like a touchy subject, so I avoid it. I'm just happy that he finally found his calling and his place in life. After we finish eating, he turns to face me while sitting down. I do the same, and we share an awkward smile.
I'm sure you can understand. You've changed since you got here, too. We're better together than we ever were apart, and it's a beautiful thing. I can't believe I used to push people away instead of embracing them. That would have made my vision come to pass for sure. Got a little tired of that thing having power over me. It wasn't really substantial, but it still kinda sucked.
His vision sucked. This is the first time he's mentioned it, if I recall correctly. I tell him not to elaborate unless he's comfortable enough to do so.
Oh, it's really nothing. In fact, it almost feels abstract. I can't see anything at all. It's almost like complete darkness. All I know is that I feel lost and alone, knowing there's no one that cares. And that's it. I just jolt back into consciousness. Pretty stupid vision, if you ask me. It's not useful at all. I beat it, too. I know that was the old me, not this version. If I kept pushing people away, then I'd end up alone for sure. But now I have the best friends in the world, and the best fans. I guess mine was kind of a wake-up call, but that's pretty normal. I'm far from the first guy who's made some changes due to their vision. Sometimes I wish there was a little more to it, you know? Some grand destiny to seize, or some extravagant life.
I tell him that he already has that on his own, no vision required. He has one of the highest sub counts in the world and kills every stream.
I guess it makes sense when you put it like that. From the outside looking in, I guess it must seem pretty impressive. But when you live it, every day is just like the last. It can lose some meaning. Even people at the top of the world are chasing their next big thrill. The things we dream of having can just fade away in the face of our next big goal. It's why I like to keep my life fresh and exciting, so nothing gets boring over time.
I can understand that. From what he said, he enjoys having multiple sexual and romantic partners. All of a sudden, that lifestyle seems a bit like an act to defy his vision. If he was always with someone when the lights were out, then he would never be by himself. The nervous smirk he gives at that exact moment only enforces my thoughts. Always joking about how the whole group should date, I understand it even more. He just doesn't want to be alone.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get all introspective. I actually just invited you over for some fun. Like, fun. It probably sounds shallow, but it's been on my mind since we met. However, after getting to know you, I've changed my mind. So an arrangement like that isn't something I'd just jump into. I value your friendship, Delta, but I'm open to some benefits.
This is also on brand for Taylor that I'm not even surprised. This is the guy that flirted with me the second after meeting me. With everything he said, I figured he was after this all along. And I know Isaac would be fine with it even if we are dating. He even said so back on our first date at the Triple R, just to set the standard. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I should answer Taylor's question. Friends with benefits, and possibly the option for something more.
What do you say, Delta? No strings attached. But rope? Now that's a different story.
Sure, I'm down to give it a shot.
Glad to hear it. Really, I am. But just so you know, I didn't want to do it right now. This was just to break the ice and share a special meal. I want our friendship to be just as important as anything else we do. But New Year's Eve is coming up, and that's always a romantic night. Go out with the others, and you'll have a date for every midnight.
He gives me a soft smile, like he's more comfortable all of a sudden. I guess if he was thinking of this since we first met, it's been on his mind a lot.
I'm glad we could clear the air and figure out what's going on. How about we just relax now and enjoy each other's company? Ooh, I could show you some of my big career highlights too.
I smile at him and tell him that I would love to do that. It's important to learn about the content my friends create. If we all supported each other, there's nothing we couldn't do. I'm also grateful that he didn't want to rush into anything. I value his friendship as well, so it didn't make sense to jump right into that stuff. It's nice to know that I was valued in return. I'm definitely closer to him than before, and because of that, I'm sure he would find a future that's truly free from the darkness.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. A brief reprieve.
Surrender is worse than defeat, as it comes with the loss of hope. We all sit around the kitchen table, much like we did when we were pre gaming. This part of the house became reserved for our more special plans, and starting a campaign on Rebels and Rebels was certainly special. But not only that, everyone also stocked up on those gummies, so we would be role playing under the influence. A pretty tall order. These games usually had pretty complex systems to abide by, but with Taylor as our GM, I'm sure he would be pretty lax. I feel like he will make it fun, even if my character sheet looked like a spreadsheet. There's one thing I knew, it's that nobody liked working with. That's actually not true. I created my character and named him after myself. Delta, a sword wielding warrior. But that's all I knew. This world and my place in it. I had no clue. It's odd how that kind of mirrored how I felt in real life. A game set in a completely different world, and I could still relate. That's probably a good sign, though. I would hate to play as someone I couldn't relate to.
Alright, well, I don't want to get started just yet. These things usually take a little while to kick in, you know? Maybe we should just chat and relax until I'm ready to go.
Oh? Nervous about being a GM?
Maybe a little, but it'll disappear. I usually end up locked to the couch when I have these things. If I start to doze off, I give you permission to write on my face.
Permission appreciated, and likely to be abused. Chiron, you got any special requests? I'll draw on your behalf.
We all turned our heads toward the tablet on the table. A slightly choppy video call with Chiron was already well in progress. It was too risky to have him over just yet, but he was happy to join remotely.
Pretty sure all our minds went to the same place. Let's keep it a secret. I want to hear him scream when he looks in the mirror.
Pretty sure he does that every morning anyway.
Wow, rude. And I'm organizing this entire campaign for you. Figured you could show me a bit more respect.
We will. Until you pass out, that is. And if you feel bad, just remember that you did this to yourself.
Isaac waves a permanent marker in the air as if it were a threatening gesture. It's true, at least. Taylor is the one who came up with the wager. As I feel the gummies kick in, I just hope that I don't pass out either.
Anyway, Kyron, how are things going? Hopefully nobody's given you any trouble.
Oh, it's fine. Totally living a life of luxury. I could use some better food, though. The stuff on board is super stale.
Oh, that's no good. But definitely expected. It's actually part of why I chose that jet.
Wait, you chose the stale food on purpose? Heartless.
No, not the stale food. It was the rarely used jet. Any other one and you might have woken up in the air.
That sounds like it'd be fun, though.
It'd be a great way of getting caught, though.
Fair. I've just been craving some adventure, I guess.
This campaign should definitely scratch that itch.
I've never really played Rebels and Rebels before, but I'm sure it will. And if you really need to get out, we can always go back to the Triple R.
I'd rather come to Isaac's place, honestly, especially after hearing about the quantum leap.
That's still a bit too dangerous. But I'm hoping to know more soon.
Yeah, it's hard with all those Argus agents walking the streets. It's just making tensions rise across the board. Not a help at all.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Armed Argus agents watching the protests. It's probably just an intimidation tactic.
That's a pretty bad way to de-escalate conflict, though. The threat of retaliation, and even further escalation?
It's worked in the past.
Really?
Yeah. If you're set up to fail, then there's no point in striking. But it's really confusing in this situation. It's all been peaceful.
That's why a lot of people don't trust Argus. A lot of moves they make are equally good and bad. But behind the shroud of mystery, most people focus on the bad. Why hide something if there's nothing to hide, right? I think Argus's silence is their greatest weakness. Things could be so much better than they are.
Well, at least there's no agents around my plane. But I agree. Argus needs to step up and say something.
Oh yeah, I heard that Cypher is calling for the leader of Argus. They've never appeared in public before, so nobody knows who they are. But things are currently at a stalemate, so they might actually show up.
I can confirm that one, actually. Argus is kind of a mystery. The farther you go up the chain of command, the more secretive things are. I'd love to see the leader appear and negotiate, but I doubt it'll happen.
Well, if Argus does nothing, then we win anyway. Hermes is going to get phones to all those zeros regardless.
That's what Hermes said, at least. Nobody knows the true goals of either side here. But giving Argus time to act might end up backfiring.
How so?
Well, it's hard to get food in the city if you're a zero.
Right, the starvation thing.
That, and each second gives Argus more time to plan. If they had agents good at acting, they could even infiltrate the Zeros.
Or Cypher, for that matter. They could sneak in and tear it apart from the inside. People say Argus is just doing nothing, but I doubt it. It's more like we can't see what they're doing. But in their minds, I'm sure they've already planned it all. Whatever happens in the next week or two is likely by their design.
So if they let Cypher get phones to the Zeros?
It'd be a valid tactic. Let them break the law and then crack down. But I think we'll be seeing a move from Argus first.
What makes you so certain?
Well, if they don't do anything, Zeros could start dying. I can already see some of them on the streets looking famished.
Oh.
Hermes extended an olive branch, sure. Argus could end this immediately by embracing the Zeros. But the longer they don't, the worse everyone's condition is getting. I can't imagine what it's like to be Hermes right now. But if they're anything like me, they know where they messed up. If Argus doesn't comply, they really could get phones to all the Zeros. So this whole you do it or I will thing actually makes sense. I just wish that Cypher would strike while the iron is hot. Waiting on Argus to act is just endangering lives.
What a complex situation. It seems like the Zeros would get phones regardless, though. And those phones would either come from Cypher or Argus. However, the longer both sides wait to act, the more lives are at stake. Not every Zero had a friend like Isaac to get them into the system. It's if casualties became a factor, then my heart would shatter. However, Argus is certainly losing some credibility. I even saw in a news poll that almost everybody wants to help the heroes. The longer Argus takes, the more public opinion shifts to support Cypher. And if a zero died on the streets of starvation, well, I imagine that shift would turn into more of a landslide. But maybe that's part of Cypher's game, eroding Argus's public image. Whoever this Hermes was, they are definitely a genius. Holding the people that govern the world in a stalemate. I just wish that the pieces on the board weren't actual lives.
Any chance we could get things moving? I know the world is depressing, so that's why I wanted to do this. The slumber party and this new campaign, it's more like an escape.
We all exchange glances and nod. The slumber party was supposed to be fun, not scary. Try as we might, I don't think we could affect what was happening outside. And so we stay inside in an attempt to drown out the external drama. But as we are about to start our campaign, I can't help but stare at the table. The board is placed down with figurines in various spots, ready to move. And Taylor, behind a cardboard partition, looks down at it. One person completely in charge despite the will of the characters. One person guiding things down a specific path, no matter what happens. In that moment, it was impossible to deny the car allows. I can only hope that Theodore is a merciful GM, and perhaps that Argus is a merciful corporation.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels, Part 1.
The actions of one person can ripple and cascade. I sit in my chair, the gummies slowly kicking in. There's a character sheet in front of me and a map on the table. It looks like some sort of fantasy village settled in a forest. Everything is a bit foggy right now, but I'm super content and relaxed. Taylor, behind some sort of cardboard barrier, starts to speak. I guess it's his time to shine. His first game as a GM.
Well, look where we are. The sheltered forest village of Valenorth. The war has ended, and the monarch returns home.
Everyone looks at me, and I nod. I didn't know I would be the main character in this game, to be honest. But it kind of feels nice, so I accept the role without any hesitation.
You're here to visit your friend, the Elder of Valenorth. Disguised as monarch business, you really just want to see a friend. The crown weighs heavy upon you, and your bonds ease this burden. Elder?
Everyone looks at Clace. He seems a little shocked.
Me?
Elder, he's only 21.
Yes, you. The monarch appointed you as elder because of your values. You wish to see Valenorth open up and unite with other nations.
Unity? That sounds good to me. Honestly, the world could use more of that.
Spoken like a true elder, but also a little off topic. The monarch's bodyguard steps forward, aiming to get back on track.
Taylor taps the tablet, getting Chiron's attention. I didn't know that Taylor made up backstories for our characters. Signing up as just a sword user, I figured my high story would be a clean slate. But a monarch with a bodyguard, I could get used to
Let's
this.
get this back on track, shall we? The war may be over, but that doesn't mean it's playtime.
As if to urge on small talk, another friend steps forward. Once a swindler, it seemed like he still craved gossip.
Everyone looks over at Isaac, who simply shrugs.
A swindler? Come on, that's kind of mean. I thought you saw me as more than that.
In character, please.
Isaac quickly realizes there's no way to address this in character. With a simple shrug, he continues on from Taylor's earlier
Hey,
prompt.
there's nothing wrong with some small talk, Chiron. A lot of people spill their greatest secrets in casual conversation.
What secrets could he possibly be keeping from us? Insubordination isn't exactly his style.
Yeah, I'm more interested in whatever the opposite of that is.
You mean obedience? I like that in a guy.
He's trying to flirt even as the GM.
Anybody hear something?
Other than us? Can't say I have.
Maybe it was a whisper from the spirits.
A spiritual and sheltered forest village? Isn't that a little derivative?
You're one to talk.
What does that mean?
Never mind. Either way, the spirits don't work like that in this world. In fact, the end of the war marked the end of the spirit realm. Alestia was free to forge its own path, with no external influence.
No external influence? Funny for a GM to say.
In character, please.
Oh, how I hate those gods that look down upon us, cursing my existence to that of a lowly swindler.
For the record, I think being a swindler is pretty awesome.
Totally agree. I'm just some dumb mercenary. I fight henchmen, while you topple nations.
Oh, so you do think I'm awesome.
Yeah, and you totally look the part.
He sounds it too.
Pretty good reference, Taylor. I wonder if anyone will get it.
It's not like there's anyone watching us.
Oh, of course. So, why are we here again anyway? Didn't we have some monarch business to attend to?
Everyone exchanges glances and stares right at Taylor.
Oh, of course. The official business. What was that again?
Are you serious?
I said, what was that again?
Taylor nudges his head toward Dante as if this were a cue. Dante holds up a piece of paper, a mock scroll.
And at that exact moment, the monarch's advisor bursts into the room, holding a scroll and struggling to catch his breath. It seems urgent.
I am not acting like I'm out of breath.
Immersion killer. Just go ahead and read the scroll. We need to get this show on the road.
Right. Sorry to disturb your small talk, Monarch, but I have a matter that might need your attention.
Might?
No, it definitely needs your attention, and I was talking to the Monarch, not you.
When you're in my village, you talk to me. Let's not start disrespecting my authority here.
Everyone looks at each other, shocked that Clace put his foot down. I guess he was getting into the role. That made things even better.
Oh, of course. Sorry, Elder.
Thank you, Dante. But now you have to prove that apology. A sorry means nothing if you keep slipping up.
He's right, you know. Should I get that in writing and make you sign it? Binding people to their word is kind of my thing. That's why I live my life by one rule. Never count on somebody who's unreliable. It's impossible to strike on the promise of a maybe.
All right, I get it. Well, if you don't find me reliable, then have this. It's a letter from the Thorns, back in Mazio.
It's actually pronounced Mazeo.
Really? That's not what I've heard.
Well, I guess everyone says it differently. Anyway, feel free to let them know what's happening.
Of course. Sorry about that, everybody. The voice from above seems to keep cutting me off.
Been happening more and more lately. But go ahead and lay it on us, Dante. Can't possibly be worse than the war.
Maybe not, but it could easily start another. The war definitely left a big power vacuum. We have to face that fact. Unfortunately, a power vacuum in Mazeo is a lot worse than anywhere else.
You said the Thorns, right?
Yeah, I figured you'd be familiar with them. They're using the confusion and chaos to make a move. It's pretty clear. They want to undermine our newfound leadership.
And let me guess, their main weapon is blackmail.
Of course. After you stopped swindling, they took charge. Or maybe they even started during the war when you were busy. But the townspeople are in their hands. Not willingly, of course.
We should take care of this as soon as possible. A hostile Mazeo isn't exactly my idea of a good neighbor.
But how can we fight back?
Contrary to popular belief, paper does beat paper. We dig up dirt on them and ruin their credibility. Then the blackmail they have means nothing.
don't think that's a good idea. We have to prove our leadership to those still on the fence. Subterfuge and shady stuff will only make us seem dubious.
I agree. Our goal was to lead the world into a better age. We can't resort to the same tactics our enemies did, or even the ones we used in order to win the war. Remember? We all promised. That kind of stuff would stop after we won. We're leading now, so we have to do it right.
Fine, fine. Old habits die hard, I guess. It'll just be hard to win a battle where our enemy fights dirty. Remember, we were a little dirty during the war. It's how we won.
But this is just some gang of information brokers. They'll live up to their name, nothing more than thorns in our sides. They can't hold a candle to the triumvirate, right? The worst is over.
And if it isn't, then you'll always have my sword arm. In fact, I expect an ambush or two on our way back home. We should head to Mazeo while it's still bright outside.
I agree. I made good time on the run over, too. If we leave now, we'll make it before it gets too dark. And that's just when the thorns are most likely to strike.
And with that, our merry gang is reunited once more. Fresh off the heels of one war, it seems they aimed to prevent another. They head out hoping to win this battle the right way and prove their mettle. Because even though the previous tyrannical leaders were dethroned, the people of Alestia hadn't fully embraced their new leaders. If things went awry, the new monarchy could very well be usurped. After a long and arduous journey, the group returns to Mazeo. A meeting is immediately called, with everyone making their way to the war room. Feeling no need to change things up, the new monarchy still used the old rebel HQ.
So, do we want to go over all of this again?
Yeah. It looks like the Thorns want to run things around here. Apparently they've dug up dirt on all of us. A lot. If they spread it, the people could fear us.
Giving them a legitimate claim to leadership.
There's no way the people would side with the Thorns. Leaking secrets speaks more about them than us. It's a pitiful, destructive way to seize power.
Don't forget what my job used to be, Clace.
Oh, right, sorry. But you did that stuff out of necessity. It seems like they're just doing it for fun.
It seems like the tables have turned, actually. We dug up dirt on the triumvirate and used it to take them down. I suppose it's not out of the question that someone would do the same to us. But on the other hand, what we did actually saved countless worlds. The Thorns just want to take advantage of something that could profit them. We acted in the name of the greater good, and it seems that like they act for their own coin purse.
Well, I think this one rests with Isaac. How could we fight back against this? It is your area of expertise, after all.
Well, we have to put the people first. Anything aggressive or manipulative is a no-go. The way we react now will decide how they see us.
Is aggression really a bad option? The Thorns could have dirt on every citizen in Alestia. If we take them out and seize their base, it'd keep everyone safe.
I think it's just killing that we need to avoid. We can attack them and take them in. No vigilante stuff. Pure justice.
It would work. That is, if they truly are a threat. We can't just take them down to save our own hide. Isaac, you know more about this than anyone else. Is the information they have dangerous? Forget about whatever dirt they have on us. I'm talking about how they could harm our people.
Yeah, information brokering is a shady business. They probably have secrets that could topple nations, and a lot more that could tear apart the lives of innocents. But they would argue that revealing the truth is justice. I even told myself that when we fought against the Triumvirate. A means to an end. Everything is always a means to an end.
Hey, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Remember how you dig in mailboxes at the taverns? You know, to find out secrets you could sell?
I'm not proud of it, but yeah.
Well, that's not all you did, right? I imagine you bought information from people too. What if we posed as civilians looking to sell some info?
And catch them in the act?
Entrapment? Isn't that immoral?
Not necessarily entrapment, but a way to get into their base for recon. That way we could see what they're up to in every regard.
and crack down if we see anything worrying.
Well, this certainly seems morally gray, but I don't see anything that would reflect poorly on us. We'll only take them in if we see the potential of harming our people.
And if we don't?
Well, I know that we did a lot to take down the Triumvirate. We swindled nations and murdered our enemies to start the list. If the Thorns bring that to light, we'll have to accept the repercussions.
Is there really no other way?
Well, it really isn't right to try and cover up our actions. Especially if it means hiding the truth of things from our people. That's exactly what the Triumvirate did to us when it came to the spirits. They hid a truth that they knew would jeopardize their leadership. If we approach this from the same angle, then we're no better. We have to act in Alestia's best interests, not our own.
True.
It's what we've always done.
So, that's the plan then? Infiltrate their base and gather data?
Yeah. And we only take action if we believe our people are in danger. With what Isaac said, though, I'm almost certain that they are. We just need to prove it before cracking down on them.
Is this acceptable, Monarch?
For a moment, I forgot I was taking part in this game, but in retrospect, it really did make me feel like I was the leader. Everyone talking about what to do, Brevoort presenting me with their best option, but it really was the best option. We can't just attack and kill those who threaten our rule, but if the actions of the Thorns threaten our people, that's different. I authorized the operation. We would infiltrate their base and discern the full extent of their actions. I know Isaac says they are obviously a threat, but we need some evidence. We would have to do this the right way in order to win the favor of our people. It's not an easy transition, waking up to new rulers of the world, after all. But we would show them as we continued that their lives were in our capable hands.
View which journal entry?
Is it weird to give my days titles like this? I'm going to do it anyway. It's so me of me. No need to worry, I guess. It's not like anyone else is going to be reading this thing except my future self. I've started to notice that Clace is acting a little strange. I'm only saying this because it's a bit related to journals and diaries. He didn't have one with him at the nightclub, but since then, he's always been holding his diary. I feel like it's a little odd. Sometimes he just flips through the pages, reading them, even when the group is in the middle of something else. Looking back at the VOD of Tabor's stream, he even had it with them there too. If a diary can be a safe haven, I wonder if it can be too safe, you know? Today is the day we are all going to the Wayfarer. I totally trust in Isaac now. That doesn't mean all my worry is gone or anything, but that outing to the Triple R was a real eye-opener. We walked right in the front door and not a single head turned our way. Chiron was treated just like one of us. That's how things should be. It gets more and more difficult to believe that we are doing something wrong. But maybe we have been looking at it the wrong way. Just because our thoughts go against the authorities doesn't mean we are wrong. It's really possible that they are wrong, or at least out of touch with what the world needs. And that's unity. What does this symbol mean? I keep seeing it everywhere.
Experience pivotal fragment. Calm before the crime.
Letting people walk all over you simply leaves footprints for others to follow. Didn't they do that one before already? I could be losing my mind too. I slowly make my way toward the Wayfarer, passing the town square. There's a large gathering of Zeros simply standing there. Some carry signs. The protest was in full swing, and their cause surely had some numbers behind it. If that's how people were on a colony, then those things must be huge. Without realizing it, I make eye contact with a family of Zeros. I shake my head, slightly embarrassed at the unintentional staring. They smile at me, and I choose to smile back. At least they weren't weirded out by what I just did. They hand their child an apple. After taking it, they start skipping around the town square. They are holding a doll in their other hand, as they smile just as wide as them, but not nearly as wide as the parents who watch their child enjoy the city. I guess they were fighting not only for themselves, but for the future of every zero. After skipping and jumping around the town square, the child stops and looks at me. I wave at them and they wave back before returning to their parents. As they embrace each other, I take this as my signal to leave. But I leave with a rising hope that they will get what they want. I round the corner and see the wayfarer almost immediately. As soon as I do, I see my friend standing around the entrance. Just like Taylor said at the Triple R, fashionably late, as always. Isaac is knelt down, tinkering with what appears to be a drone. The gang watches him work, and I can't help but feel concerned. Messing with a drone mere moments before we sneak in Chiron. This had to be related to everything going on. As soon as I reach my friends, I make a noise like I'm clearing my throat. This instantly gets their attention and hugs are exchanged.
Hey, Delta! I was just showing everybody what I've been up to. Figured I could start without you since I kinda talked about it at the diner.
That's true. He definitely gave me a crash course at the diner. Or in this case, crash may not be the best word to use. I know he can control them and they run on his code.
I wish he didn't have to do it out in the open, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Isaac looks pretty suspicious right now.
Definitely no need to correct that.
But the security on these things is top notch. If he was doing something wrong, then alarms would be blaring. I've seen people look over and they don't seem to care.
Clace has it right. See this little blue light? If I didn't work for Argus, it'd be red. And not only that, but it'd call for help. We'd be surrounded by more drones and they'd record us. And that's only until the Argus agents arrive to arrest us, of course.
What are you doing, though? You keep saying you'll explain.
Oh, I'm changing the patrol route on this drone. Gonna have it watch the area while we're inside. You know, just in case anything happens tonight.
Are you expecting anything to happen? Like, did something happen at your interview?
Other than me nailing it? Nope. Even got invited back for a second one.
Oh, really?
Yep. And you were all worried for nothing.
I wouldn't exactly call it nothing, but it's good to know we're safe.
I think he meant to say congratulations.
Right. Sorry.
Isaac stands up and grabs a piece of paper from his pocket. Without missing a beat, he hands it over to Dante.
This is just a piece of paper that says my words.
Yeah, you can go ahead and eat them now. Can't believe you doubted me, man.
I can definitely believe it.
Seconded.
They look at me and Clace for backup, but we just shrug. Isaac has stuck to his word and delivered exactly what he promised. If I were Taylor or Dante, this would be a turning point in how I felt.
I'm just glad we're all safe.
I nod.
Yeah, and I plan to keep it that way. I can check again during my follow-up interview. It's not scheduled yet since New Year's Eve is so close.
It's impressive to see him do this. He really is a genius when it comes to tech.
Besides, They're super busy with the whole Cypher and Hermes thing.
Stream elements.
I'm surprised they even had
Said.
time for an interview given the
Stay
situation.
moist, my friends.
Yeah,
Hydrate.
I guess we picked the perfect time to do all this stuff.
You mean Isaac picked the perfect time. When you say it the other way, I feel like an accomplice.
Technically, you are. But before you can cut in with some snark, I have a question. What did you do at the interview, Isaac? To check if we're safe, I mean.
Oh, good question. This actually goes all the way back to our nightclub outing. You know, when Dante dropped those bottles on the street.
So much for never mentioning it again.
I should thank you for it, actually. It gave me the perfect opportunity.
Seriously?
Yep. Sure enough, a drone came by to clean it up. But since litter is illegal, it had to look up street cam footage. That's the first thing they do. Try to find out who's responsible. I knew that there'd be no data on Chiron, which is bad. It would immediately flag him as a zero and get us in trouble. I rushed to create his identity and even uploaded facial data.
Facial data?
Yeah. It scanned our faces and looked for a match in the database. Because I was fast enough, it was able to find Chiron's as well. So, we may be guilty of litter, but nothing more. I promise.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was easy to look into during my interview. When I was at their HQ, all I had to do was pull up the incident report. If we were in trouble, there'd be notation, or the case would be escalated.
And it wasn't?
Nope. It was marked closed by an Argus agent. Just something about drunk friends having a good time. All of our names are clear in the system. Trust me.
Chiron scoffs and breaks the silence. I wondered why he was just standing
Now
there.
I know why you wanted all those photos of me after the nightclub. Too bad. Thought maybe you came back outside to ask me on a date.
He probably wants to.
Couldn't blame him.
He laughs, trying to signal that it was a joke. At least now I know what Isaac did when he went back outside that night.
And sorry for not being too talkative. All this city talk goes right above my head. At least I know what those flying things are now.
He must be talking about the drones. I guess these topics would be pretty intimidating for him. I can't even imagine the culture shock of entering the city walls.
Well, I don't think we'll need to talk about that stuff anymore. Taylor and Dante just wanted me to put their minds at ease. And I think I did?
Definitely made a lot of progress. Yeah.
I'm good to go. Feel a lot safer, too.
It's true. I could tell that the tension in the air was fading away. It helped to know that we are truly under the radar and without suspicion, especially as tensions rise and Argus' presence increases in the city.
I'm just as happy as them to leave this stuff behind. And if we're safe, maybe I can even come to New Year's Eve.
It's starting to look more and more hopeful. But let's focus on tonight. We still need to get you inside.
Back door, right?
Yeah, but it can't be all of us. Some of us should enter the front door at the same time. If anything, just to make sure that the door guy is occupied. What?
Well, I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us here, but this was your idea, so you need to do the dirty work.
Yeah, we'll all go in the front. You two can sneak in the back, but we'll save a table, so don't worry.
Sorry, Isaac, but I feel the same way. I can't risk getting caught as much as you can.
All right, that's fair. I just imagined a bit more teamwork.
We're causing a distraction for you, Isaac. If they have to ID all of us, you'll have more time. Maybe you should be the one saving a table for us.
Isaac shrugs and nods, realizing Taylor is right. This was a team effort, and our entrance bought time for Isaac. I look over at Chiron and see a hint of worry remaining on his face.
What should we do if people start to suspect me? Or report me? You know, just thinking worst case scenario.
Run, most likely.
Maybe we should have some sort of code word? Something to tip each other off, but not make a scene?
Like a spy movie?
Like a spy movie.
Maybe we could say we're in the mood for vodka. Bad idea. I already am.
How about karaoke? We can use that as the code word. I could even sing to cause a distraction.
Do they have karaoke in there? Yeah, loaded with a ton of songs, too. Maybe you can sing one of your own, Clace?
If I need to, I will.
Perfect. If we need a distraction in the bar, Clace can get on stage. But what do we do? Just make our way back home? What if they send out agents or drones to catch us?
Run, most likely. But I doubt it'll ever come to that. The scan should work just fine. But I am prepared.
Isaac waves his phone in front of us with a smirk.
I can pull up a live map to help us avoid any drones. If we need to, we'll make it back home without a trace. Is that good? Can we go inside and party now?
Everyone looks at each other and nods. It seemed like we had an entry plan and several exit plans. No matter what happened, we would be prepared to take on the night. I'm a bit worried about potentially leaving Clace behind while he sings, but the more I think about it, the more I think he would be okay. Argus wouldn't make a move on an idol while they are performing, would they? I just hope that things went smoothly. It was good to be cautious up to a point. After a while, you were just overly paranoid. Thankfully, Isaac dealt a big blow to any paranoia. Even Dante seemed ready to party, which was saying something. And so we head inside, our bond feeling as strong as ever. I just hope it stayed that way.
View which journal entry?
Hmm. Hmm.
View which journal entry?
I forgot to mention something pretty big. I don't know how something this big slipped my mind, but we had lunch with Chiron at the Triple R. That's right, I saw a high story unfold right in front of me. A surprise that would shock the world, just as expected having Zero in the city and living like we do. It's just fine. Nothing happened. No alarms blared and nobody just seemed to look our way. The corporation that should be able to see everything just seemed to let us slip under the radar. With our visit to the Triple R going well, I'm basically on Isaac's side now. The paranoia and hesitation I had is almost fully gone. Don't get me wrong, it's still there, but it's not nearly as bad as before. Even Clay seems to be feeling the same way. It's just Dante and Taylor that really need to be convinced, but that's exactly what they will get. Isaac has a job interview coming up at the Argus HQ in Toronto. That means he can use his security clearance to dig a little deeper. I still don't feel very good about keeping this a secret from my counselor, though. Perhaps that's just where most of the remaining guilt and paranoia are coming from. Things went well at Taylor's place. Just as I suspected, he tried making a move on me. No surprise there. There's nothing wrong with that, and even Isaac seemed okay with the idea. Not sure why, but whether I pursue these leads or not, it feels nice to have his blessing. Taylor always talks about how the entire group should date, and he's probably serious. Monogamy isn't as commonplace anymore. I mean, in this economy. Somehow I forgot to get to 4 before I read 5. Not sure how I managed to do that. Derpy, 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 derp. Right. Right. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, for some reason I got 5 first. Not sure why I did that. Kinda interesting that they have check marks to comfort you in the fact that you read them.
View which journal
But then
entry.
they don't have that for the journal entries. Because it
View
really,
which journal
there is
entry.
plenty of space right here next to the number to put a check mark. But, yeah, that's just a minor thing, I suppose.
Experience culmination fragment. Wayfarers.
Alright, culmination time. Thank you for choosing Argus, our future, your way. As soon as we enter the Wayfarer, we are asked to show our ID. Of course, we all oblige, except for Isaac and Chiron. I can see that their infiltration was already successful. The security guard gives us a nod as we each scan our phones. A picture of our face and name pops up, which he compares to us in person. Obviously, we pass, and a few moments later, we are officially in. It's an interesting sight seeing Isaac and Chiron sitting at a table. A zero breaking bread with city folk. Is this how things were before Komorebi? Back then, before the system, everybody could have existed in unity. Of course, that's just wistful thinking. I know the truth. The world was on the brink of an all-out war before the visions came. I guess there will always be conflict and social divides, no matter what. It's almost like we are fixated on our need to be different or superior. At least that's the way Argus thinks, making the zeros grovel in the streets. I would never look down on Chiron, and even public opinion supports the zeros. Perhaps we are approaching unity for the first time in High Story. The sight before me only enforces that this peace is attainable.
Took your sweet time, I see.
We're not living in the fast lane like you.
Huh, should I slow down?
Nah, wouldn't be nearly as fun.
We all pull out a chair and sit down at the table.
So, you all want a round?
I'm down.
What do you recommend?
A screwdriver would be nice.
I don't know this drink.
It's like orange juice and vodka.
What's vodka?
It's like orange juice and happiness.
Sure, I'll take it.
Round of screwdrivers then?
We all nod, implying that it's time for Chiron to go. If he ordered and got ID'd successfully, then we would be in the clear. It feels like such a risky play, but Isaac's confidence is contagious.
This better be a real drink. If you're pranking me, I'm gonna get you back.
Cross my heart.
Hope to die?
I wouldn't go that far.
We'll see.
He leaves the table and starts walking toward the bar.
He sure likes a joke about Argus killing us, huh? Joking about serious stuff is a valid way to cope. There's gotta be a better way. Yeah, I said valid, not the best.
Speak for yourself, guys. I don't mind my life being used as a punchline.
That is the most Isaac thing you've ever said.
Speaking of Argus, I have a question.
What's up?
Clace is looking down at his diary, but keeping it turned away from us. I can see his eyes scanning the pages like he's catching up on notes.
Remember that incident report you mentioned? Are you sure you didn't notice anything weird about it?
Almost certainly.
All right. Did you check out my profile?
No? I'd never snoop.
Yeah, snooping is bad. Wouldn't want you seeing all the mischief I get up to.
You? Mischief?
It's quickly becoming my middle name.
We all look at each other for a moment, thinking the exact same thing.
Wait, what is your name? I know it's definitely not Clace.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
What is it then?
Hey, don't pry like that, Dante. Unless you want to tell us your real name, too.
Hitting the brakes.
Thought so.
I guess Dante isn't his real name either. Oh well, I will still call him by his chosen name. They offer the same courtesy by calling me Delta, after all.
I guess I was just curious what you saw. Did it flag me as my real account or my burner account?
Burner, for sure.
Good to know.
He scribbles down some notes in his diary. It's so interesting how lost he seems to be in that thing. If I didn't know any better, I would actually find it a little suspicious. As a small silence ensues, I decide to ask him about it.
Oh, this? It's just for memories. You know, so I can look back one day.
Maybe we could take some pictures or videos?
Well, those can be spread all over the place. This is strictly private. For my eyes only.
That's fair.
He's probably writing about how annoying we are.
Maybe how annoying you are.
You know, I wouldn't even complain.
Before the conversation continues, Chiron returns with a tray. As he places it down on the table, I get my first look at the screwdrivers. They were barely even orange. It's like a glass of vodka and a splash of juice.
I told you they don't mind pouring extra.
Yeah, guess I'm off the deep end here.
He grabs his glass and holds it up with a smile.
Ready to get this started?
The screwdrivers are half empty by now, and I can feel it in my head. I definitely don't think I would be drinking as much as I did at the nightclub. Glances are exchanged as stories of the good old days are told.
Didn't know you were that into cosplay, Dante.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's actually how I ended up meeting Isaac. He had a bit of a fanboy moment when he saw me.
Wait, what's cosplay?
Costume play. Like dressing up as others.
Interesting.
He strikes a pose like he's
So if
thinking.
we traded clothes, we'd be cosplaying each other?
Well, not really. We're not fictional characters.
You know, sometimes it feels like I am.
Huh?
You know, putting on an act while I perform and keeping that persona going during interviews.
Oh, makes sense to me.
So I could cosplay as Clace?
There's no way you could pull his stage outfit off.
I reckon I could pull it off in a couple different ways, actually.
Wow, you're all so smooth. I'm flattered. But we were talking about Isaac's fanboying.
No, we definitely weren't. That phase of my life is so over.
I can attest to that one. He was pretty timid by the time he met me.
I never actually heard the story of how you two met. Though I imagine it's a low point in the saga of our universe.
Probably the lowest, yeah. I was working and he basically broke in the front door. All he said was, "Help me!" But that's all I needed to hear.
You do seem to have a penchant for helping people in need.
Makes it easier to fall asleep at night. But yeah, a bunch of fans were chasing him down. So I let him hide in the back of my store and I drove him home.
How did you know he wasn't just some creep?
Well, he is.
Fair.
But I knew his intentions were pure. And even if they weren't, I've got a bat in my trunk.
Like you could take me in a fight.
I couldn't. Hence the bat. Actually, it's still in my trunk. even today. So, make sure to remember that next time you cross me.
Sheesh.
Do you always talk like this? I mean, it kind of seems like y'all hate each other.
Actually, hate is now a valid form of love.
Well, then I'm head over heels.
Don't worry, I hate you too.
Taylor blushes and the subject is abruptly changed.
How'd you meet Delta then?
Oh, we've been friends online for a long time. We were chatting on and off throughout all these stories. As soon as they mentioned they wanted to move, I invited them over.
One big happy family, huh?
I'd say so.
Aren't you forgetting someone?
He tilts his head toward Clace in an inconspicuous fashion.
Right. I actually met Clace through Taylor's stream. Figured I'd offer to house him while he took a break from work.
And then there's me.
I keep saying you'll bring a lot of stories to the table.
Trust me, you already have. We talk about you quite a bit in the group chat.
Good things, I hope.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Am I allowed to join it, by the way? You piqued my interest now.
That's a hard maybe. Let me think about it a little more.
All right, then think away.
He grabs his cup and chugs the rest of his drink.
Hey, y'all down for a game?
What'd you have in mind?
Well, there's something we used to play back on the colony. It'd help us to get to know each other better.
Really? We played a game like that at the nightclub last week. I'm down for more, though. It's fun to learn all about you.
He grips the pen in his hand as he speaks, like he's ready to write more.
I'm game.
I am so down.
Sounds good to me.
What are the rules?
It's pretty simple, but we can make it more interesting. How about I grab another round? Yeah, you know, for punishments.
Let me guess. We have to reveal private information about ourselves. And if we don't want to, then we risk getting blackout drunk.
Hey, you'll be spilling your guts either way.
Gross.
With a smirk, Chiron goes off to order us another round. I assume Isaac loaded his account with some money to spend. Maybe I will get the next round. I wouldn't want him to go broke so fast. It's actually pretty cool how I'm learning about life on the colony. They even have games to learn about your friends, just like we do. In fact, I'm willing to bet that the game Chiron wants to play is pretty similar. I finished the rest of my screwdriver and await his return. Every minute that passes, I'm more confident that we are in the right. All of the zeros should be able to experience what we have given Chiron. Whether by Cypher or Argus's hands, it needed to happen. A second screwdriver sits in front of me as Chiron looks at us with a smirk. It seems like we would be playing a questions games game, but with some colony flair. Makes perfect sense, of course. Taking in a zero meant learning about their culture. But it seems like, technology aside, their culture wasn't too different from our own. So no matter what was about to come my way, I think I would be prepared.
All right. Okay, this one's called Raise Your Hand. I'll explain the rules and take the first turn.
We all nod.
When it's your turn, you make a statement. Raise your hand if, and then finish the sentence. If the statement applies to you, you raise your hand.
Seems simple enough.
It's kinda like Never Have I Ever.
Hey, there's a bit more to it than that, though. You get to ask a follow-up question afterward, like why someone raised their hand, or even why they didn't.
Great. Can't wait to be put on the spot again.
This could actually be a bit more entertaining. No cards to play by, so we can go for the throat by default.
Please don't.
Well, I think Chiron's stepping up to bat. How about we let him set the tone for all this?
I'm planning to keep it pretty simple, actually, at least at first, so I know you're telling the truth.
All right, but when do we drink?
I didn't think that far ahead. I just thought it'd make things more fun.
How about if we're caught lying? Or if we refuse to answer the follow-up question?
I'm down for that. I'll just be sipping, though. Gotta take it easy after the nightclub last week.
And to prepare for the quantum leap. New Year's Eve is always a big day for booze.
Good thing I helped you carry all those bottles home, huh?
Couldn't have done it without you, man.
He holds his glass up before taking a sip, like he's saying cheers. We all do the same and then look over at Chiron. It was time for the game to begin.
Raise your hand if you think your visions are set in stone, like literally fate, impossible to change.
This one is pretty easy for me since I have never had a vision, but almost everything I know tells me that they aren't set in stone. This is mirrored by the fact that nobody raises their hand. I guess he wasn't lying when he said he would start with a simple one, but even lie detector tests start with some easy questions to ground you. I think it was for peace of mind, so he knows we're taking things seriously. He smirks like the test was
Kind
effective.
of figured as much. I can tell you don't like being told what to do, whether it's Argus or even your own future.
Yep. We even made a pact to defy our visions. Didn't like the fact that we weren't a part of each other's.
A pact? Really?
Yep. Well, except for Delta, of course.
Chiron looks at me a little confused. This is when I tell him that I haven't had a vision.
Oh, really?
He laughs nervously and rubs the back of his head.
Well, I'm not sure how to take that, so either my condolences or congratulations.
I shrug. It doesn't really bother me being the odd one out, but it makes me feel very left out when topics like this come up.
I think I'm gonna choose Clace for my follow-up.
Me? Really?
Yeah. Why don't you think our visions are real? Surely you're still a pop star in your own.
I guess.
But...
Well, it was still my choice to pursue this life. It's not like anyone held a gun to my head and told me to sing.
then why did you?
The comfort and security, I guess? It seemed a lot less risky than my other options. But at the end of the day, I still had those other options. So it was more like a blueprint that I chose to follow. Or maybe it was like following in someone else's footprints. I still have the power to turn around and forge my own path.
Do you really, though?
I think I've already said enough. Remember, it was one follow-up question?
That's fair, and we all agree with a single nod.
Then, who will go next?
I have a pretty good one, actually.
Go for it.
A smirk appears on Dante's face that I can only describe as evil.
Raise your hand if you've slept with somebody at this table.
Oh. Oh my. Obviously, I don't raise my hand, but to my surprise, Isaac, Taylor, and Clace all raise theirs. All eyes are on Clace despite the fact that multiple hands are raised.
Hey, Isaac and Taylor raised their hand too.
They live here. You've been here for like a week.
I hate this game.
He takes a big sip of his drink, an advanced refusal to answer any follow-ups. The entire table burst into laughter, obviously except for Clace. I feel bad for him. All he did was be honest with the group.
Hey, I got a good one. Less embarrassing, at least.
Yes, please.
Isaac smiles and preemptively raises his hand.
Raise your hand if you think we're doing the right thing.
He tilts his head to Chiron. A moment later, everyone raises their
Unanimous,
hands.
huh? Well, I'm kind of flattered.
Can't be surprised, though, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all in this together.
Whether we like it or not, I might add.
Yeah, but we're doing the right thing for sure. This time, the right thing just happens to go against Argus.
Right. Well, I guess it's time for my follow-up.
He looks directly at me and points his finger in a dramatic fashion.
Why do you think we're doing the right thing, Delta? It was a tie between you and Chiron, but he's kind of biased.
Society has to move forward even if it goes against the status quo. Everyone nods and smiles at my
Couldn't
answer.
have said it better myself. I actually dig this game, Chiron. Good idea.
Don't mention it. Gotta repay you somehow, after all.
A moment later, Clace slaps his hand down on
Oh,
the
I got
table.
one. Raise your hand if you think I should sing karaoke.
A curious question, and nobody raises their hand. He was probably checking if any of us thought we were under suspicion. What a clever way of checking in with the group while remaining under the radar.
Well, then I have a follow-up for Chiron. How'd it go when you ordered the screwdrivers?
Just as expected, actually. Scanned my phone, heard a beep, and I was good to go. Could have used a hand with the tray, but I understand.
Oh, gotta love the validation. Everyone here kept doubting me.
I was a little scared, to be honest, but you definitely know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm kind of a prodigy.
Yeah, slow down, Isaac. Anyway, who's next?
I wouldn't mind taking a turn. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know him that well, and even I agree.
Hey, I promise to play gentle. I have a good question, I promise.
A silence ensues as if it's a challenge for him to prove his words.
Raise your hand if you're jealous of somebody at this table.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. In unison, everybody raises their hand.
Kind of figured as much. We're built to want the stuff that other people have. But now, I gotta figure out who to put on the spot.
We all seem fine with answering, so there's no easy target.
Let's go with Clace. My curiosity is getting the better of me.
Again? Really?
To be fair, you didn't answer last time, so I think this is better. Less embarrassing, too.
That's fair. But honestly, my answer is all of you. I'm jealous of everybody at this table.
Even me?
Especially you. This whole idol thing can really take its toll. It's like living for somebody else instead of yourself. When my hiatus is over, I have to get back to work. But all of you get to keep on living this awesome life. They'd never let me walk the streets or go to a tavern.
Looks like we have more in common than I thought.
Hmm?
I mean, neither of us are fully in control of our lives. We're governed by circumstances outside of our control. With me, it's the system, and with you, it's the industry.
I'm honestly surprised they let him take a break. Time is money, and now they're losing plenty.
I'm sure they'll recover. Got a lot of song ideas floating around in my head, too. If anything, this hiatus is just a big rush of inspiration.
I could go for one of those.
Is the writing getting hard?
Always is.
Cheers to that one, man.
They hit their cups together and a small ring echoes.
I guess it's Delta's turn now?
That's true. Everyone else has already gone. But I'm not sure what my prompt should
I'll
be.
call a stalling rule if I have to. Different game, genius.
Yeah, take your time, Delta.
Raise your hand if you're keeping a secret from the group. Everyone immediately raises their hand except for me. I got to say, that's not what I was expecting.
Really, Delta? Nothing? Too bad we can't make them elaborate on their own question.
Everyone has a secret, Delta.
Even you?
Especially me. It's only natural to have them. We can't share everything about ourselves.
True. I guess a secret isn't malicious by default. Anyway, raise it up, Delta. We know you're lying.
I decide to direct my follow-up question to Isaac. He seems so open about everything. I had no clue what his secret could be. But a moment later, an uneasy silence takes over the table. Bad call, I guess.
Go ahead and drink, Isaac. We don't want to know your secrets. I second that one, Dante. How about we all take a drink? You know, to valuing each other's privacy.
Everyone nods, and then we all take a sip of our drink. I guess I picked the wrong thing to ask. Oh well. At least they weren't mad, just a little firm.
Anyway, what happens next? If I'm not mistaken, that's a full round.
How about we finish our drinks and take a break, Wouldn't mind stretching my legs and checking out the tavern.
Sounds good to me. Regroup in 10?
I might go touch up my eyeliner. How about we just regroup when we're ready?
Fine by me.
We all stand up and go our separate ways. I look over at Chiron and he's drawn to the dartboard. Did they have that kind of stuff on the colony? I wonder.
Experience heart to heart fragment. Chiron 1.
I decide to approach Chiron while I have some time away from the group. Even though Isaac explained everything, the man himself was still a mystery. It would probably be helpful to learn more about him and life on the
Hey, Delta,
colonies.
watch this. I'm calling a bullseye.
Sure enough, a moment later he hits the center of a board.
Score.
He gives me a big smirk and turns to face me. I decide to ask him about colony life and if they had darts.
Now, of course. If it doesn't rely on technology, we probably have it. City folk who move to the colonies always bring new ideas, too. I've actually seen a lot of people abandon Argus. Colonies are nothing if not welcoming.
He walks over to the dart he just threw and pulls it out.
Wish I could say the same about the city. No matter where I go, I feel so many eyes on me, and I know they aren't just admiring my good looks.
When I look, it's definitely to admire your good looks.
Right back at you, Delta. I'm really happy you chose to give me that apple. Now we're partners in crime, ready to take down Argus and look good doing it. I doubt they'll go down without a fight, though. But right now, their inaction borders on negligence. People are starving to death, right at their front door. And where I come from, you never turn down a neighbor in need. I feel like we could teach you city folk a lot about life. It's a bit harder when every day is a struggle.
Every day is a struggle. I ask him something that's been on my mind this entire time. The people who abandoned Arcus, did they ever seem to regret it?
If they do, they never really show it. I think they know what they're signing themselves up for. They're usually super happy at first, but then it starts to fade. I don't think that means they regret it or they're depressed. It's more like a honeymoon period where they appreciate the freedom. The city may be beautiful, but those walls are definitely suffocating. Once they can truly breathe, it's almost like they have a new lease on life. But, just like all things, it quickly becomes normal and turns into routine. Day in and day out, life on the colonies never changes. It's a cycle that's definitely absent in the city. As much as Argus controls you, it's still so chaotic. I never really know what's waiting for me around each corner. It's definitely not Argus agents, though, and that makes me happy. At first, I figured it was only a matter of time before we got kicked out, but seeing the public opinion slowly sway it's actually pretty shocking. We always thought your views aligned with Argus. Gotta say, I half expected that apple you gave me to be poisonous. It was a big risk, letting you and your friends know that I'm a zero. But it's a risk that paid off. Let's hope they continue to do that, yeah? Our lives aren't exactly risk-free. Yet.
I like how he threw the word yet in there. He definitely believes in the same goal that we do. Harmony between societies, a true, genuine give and take.
Anyway, sorry for the rant. Now that I can talk, I guess I don't feel like stopping. On the streets, I was almost too scared to say a word.
I ask him what made him speak to us then.
Desperation, I suppose. Or at the very least, hunger was a good motivator. But after all this time, I can't help but feel guilty.
Guilty? How so?
Well, I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty resilient. I reckon I could last a lot longer without food than some of the others, so in my mind, sometimes I wish you ran across somebody else.
He looks a little sad, but it's completely understandable.
And if one of my people do starve to death on the streets, I know that in my heart, I'll just wish it was me instead. So let's make sure that doesn't happen, alright?
Obviously, I agree, since our goals are the same. We all wanted the conflict in the streets to end without death. It just remained to be seen who acted first, Argus or Cypher. It was like a standoff in the Old West, both ready to shoot, but living in the moment where neither gun is smoking. We are just the observers, wondering which one will be left standing.
I gotta say though, I feel like my life is complete these days. It's not like I never dreamed of living life in the city, you know? My vision just told me that it would be an impossible dream.
Right. In his vision, he's older and still living on the colony.
When I first had that vision, I was absolutely devastated. It's like my future was taken away from me. At least the one I wanted. Made me feel like giving up. Like any attempt at fighting it would be worthless. It took me such a long time to accept what I saw. Spent so many years trying to prove it wrong and see the city. I remember the first time I got to see what was behind those walls. I'd go into the forest and try to find the tallest tree. When I got to the top, I'd peek over the walls. God, it was always so bright and lively. I almost cried. It was actually kind of pathetic. Just a simple reminder of what I'd never be able to have. I'd look at the people with a mixture of jealousy and hatred. They were kind of small since I was so high up, but I saw their faces. And they all seemed happy. I knew that a lot of struggles we face on the colonies didn't exist for you. And because you weren't aware of that fact, you'd always take it for granted. It sucks so much to see people live your dream and not even appreciate it.
I can imagine that would be difficult.
One of my favorite things to do was watch planes take off, just soaring the skies between cities. What an amazing sight. Told myself that one day, I'd get to experience all of that for myself. Despite my vision saying otherwise, I kept pushing forward. So I hope you can understand what I mean when I say I feel complete. Living in the city, being on a plane, it's just all I ever really wanted. We always suffer for the choices of those that came before us. I never really got to know my parents, but I think that's for the best. I was stuck there because of them. They'd be an easy target for my hatred. And having an easy target for your hatred just stifles your own growth. And maybe that's why Argus and city folk are still so old-fashioned, clinging to this belief that the system makes you superior.
I never felt like the system or city life made me feel superior.
And that's why I'm certain I've chosen the right group. I mean, this might sound weird, but there was something different about you. Not just you, but the rest of the gang too. I felt like I could approach you. It was the first time I ever got friendly vibes from someone in the city. So when I picked up on them, I had to take action almost immediately. Even if I get caught, at least you help me check a few things off my list. No matter how short or long this lasts, I still got to live in the city. And not only that, but I got to be inside a plane too. It's all thanks to you, Delta. Can't deny it. I guess I'm just glad that I didn't have an easy target for my hatred. It allowed me to grow and meet people who I can love and appreciate. A real, true group of friends. I don't think I'll ever forget you or the rest of them.
You know, we could try being more than just friends.
Oh, really? Well, you might have to get in line. I'm not exactly an outcast on the colony. Got a few people vying for my hand.
Vying for his hand, that's such an odd way to put it. But given his personality and appearance, I totally understand. Oh, there's also the voice. Definitely the voice.
Anyway, thanks for the chat, Delta. You want to head back to the group and keep this night going? It's still pretty early. Maybe we can all raise our hands again.
I nod, since this seems like a pretty good stopping point. Now that I know him more, things seem completely different. There's no longer a sliver of doubt that we're doing anything wrong. Chiron was just like us, and he should be able to live the life he wants. Whether that was in the city or the colony, it should be his choice to make. I still have some questions for Chiron, but nothing immediately pressing. It was more like, how did he get in the city? Him or a friend must have had ties to Cypher and Hermes. But from what he said, I doubt it's him. It must be someone else. We sit back down at our table, and the group quickly assembles. But the man who felt like an outsider now feels like a true friend. We were in for a night that would be just as memorable as the nightclub.
Nothing like a nice little breather. I take it you're all good to keep going?
I could go all night long.
Yeah, bring it on.
Got a nice game of darts in, actually. Maybe we could go head to head sometime?
Oh, I'm really good at that.
You are?
Yep.
Never would have guessed.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, you just have a certain aura.
Like an aura of bad aim?
Sure, you're right on track.
You should have seen me on Taylor's stream then. If you want to talk about bad aim, talk to him.
Hey, don't throw me under the bus like that. I was just going easy on you, since you're new.
There's no way you were going easy. I could see the panic in your eyes when I came for you.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to admit that you're better. He says the same thing no matter who he loses to.
Oh, come on, man.
Sorry, Taylor, but the truth is the truth. At least your viewers tune in for you, though. Your personality is the winner, not your skills.
Well, I can't exactly be mad after a compliment like that. You're right, though. We all have our own strengths.
And weaknesses,
True.
Definitely got my fair share of those.
says the self-proclaimed prodigy.
Just that pride at play, I guess. But I know I'm good at what I do.
And you have living proof of that now.
He points to himself in a display of pride.
Well, Isaac didn't do all of that by himself. He had a little help from you-know-who.
Yeah, he basically stole the joke and got all the credit. As much as you thank Isaac, you should thank Hermes too.
Well, then if I ever meet this Hermes, I'll give them my regards.
Let's just hope that it's not behind bars.
Couldn't be that bad. A prison cell or city walls, it doesn't even matter. You're all stuck in here, forced to live life the way they say.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it also happens to be an awesome, luxurious life, so even a prison cell would ease a lot of my struggles. In fact, it might even be a welcome change.
They can't do that though, right? You gotta be in the system to have a criminal record. With no digital logs, you're almost like a ghost.
For me, they probably can. At least now.
He holds up his phone.
Right? But all your friends?
Not sure. Seems like new territory for Argus, too. That's probably why they haven't actually responded yet. New situations call for new rules and protocols, right?
Sounds about right.
It's really weird, isn't it? We're like right on the verge of history. Almost feels like the world is standing still.
Yeah, especially for me. Remember, those are my people out there.
You must be feeling a little hopeful, though.
Kind of finding it hard to feel that way. Especially when the news keeps doing what it does. Fishing for sympathy views, showing all my people starving.
I can imagine it's tough, yeah. But there's one major takeaway here, and it's something important for the whole world.
What are you on about?
It's something we've always wondered, but we never knew. But with everything going on now, I'm almost certain of it.
And what is that?
Argus isn't invincible. If they were, we wouldn't even be here right now. The cracks are starting to show, and we can all see it.
I guess you're right. Didn't expect to get this far, at least.
And even if we lose, it's not really the end. There's always someone who's willing to stand up. Whatever we can leave behind will be invaluable to them.
Just like Cypher left the blueprint for you to follow.
Exactly. We should come up with some sort of failsafe. You know, a set of files to leak if we end up getting caught. Something, anything to let people know what we did and how.
What happened to all that confidence?
Oh, it's still there. This is purely worst case scenario.
I find it odd that we were talking about this stuff out in the open, but it's not like this place was packed or people were listening in. It's also clear that the bartender was out of earshot, so it's not a big deal. Although it's smart to plan for the worst, it was still a little unsettling. If we could leave behind something useful, though, then it was a good idea. Sometimes ideals pass down from generation to generation before becoming the norm. As much as I would like to come out of this unscathed, there's always a chance that we may have to pass the torch. With everything Isaac has said, though, I think he's uniquely qualified for the task, and that is what garnered most of the trust I have for him. A man who can make the impossible happen is the greatest threat of all, especially against those who in their arrogance see themselves at the top.
This is all certainly cheerful and uplifting, but remember we were talking about darts. Yeah, starting to think you're just too scared to challenge me.
Oh, I certainly am. I wasn't trying to hide it, though.
Yeah, I think Clace is the one that challenged you. And from what I experienced, he does know how to aim.
Right. Sorry for getting sidetracked. You still down to face him, Clace?
Oh, I don't think so.
Huh? Everything good?
He looks around, clearly nervous. Pen in hand, he was scribbling in his diary.
No, remember when I asked if I should sing karaoke?
Yeah, but none of us think we're in any danger.
I'm starting to think that we might be.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Well, when I asked, I noticed a few people staring our way. It's been a while, but they haven't stopped. It's creeping me out. Especially now that we're talking about matters at hand.
Aren't you famous or something? I mean, even I catch myself staring from time to time.
Well, this is a bit different. One or two people usually turns into a crowd. Especially as they tell their friends and post on social media. But that hasn't happened here. They just keep staring. I think that's enough for me to point it out. Have you noticed?
Can't say I have.
Don't have eyes on the back of my head either. This is on you and Chiron, man.
True, only Clace and Chiron could see over there. Even in my seat, I don't have the right angle to take a look.
Yeah, I noticed, but I'm used to people checking me out. That fact aside, there are people looking our way.
What do we do?
We can still hang out at home.
Doesn't matter to me. Especially with all that alcohol we took from the club. If we can stay safe and save money, that's a win-win.
So I have to sing then?
I mean, it was your idea.
I think it'll help us out no matter what. If they are fans, then they'll appreciate the show. And if they're Argus, then it'll distract them while we slip out.
Wait a minute. If it is Argus, then what happens to me?
Hey, it was your plan. Didn't you think it through?
Thinking things through isn't really my strong suit. But don't worry, I'll sing and then meet you back at home. I guess my main priority was your safety instead of my own.
You sure about this then?
Absolutely. It was the plan after all. I can't just back out because there's some uncertainty.
He smiles.
I learned that one from you, Isaac. If you gave up, we wouldn't even be here right now. When things get difficult, you just try even harder.
Yeah, been doing that a lot lately. But thanks for the distraction, Clace. I'll find us a route home that's drone-free.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
Not if Argus is watching us, no. The first thing they do when we left is check the streets. Those drones can scan our faces, remember? We'd stand no chance.
That's fair. So, the party continues at home.
Sure looks like it. Hate to cut things short, but I think we need to.
Hey, Clace, can you promise me something?
What's up?
Please sing us a song at the Quantum Leap. I'd love to stay and watch you now, but yeah.
Sure thing, Dante. I'd love to. You're expecting a big crowd, right?
Yeah, and it's private property. If anyone seems suspicious, we'll kick them out.
Sounds good to me.
He stops to think for a moment and then scoffs.
On hiatus? bronchitis and I still end up performing. Somehow I knew this would end up happening. You're all free to go, though. Your savior is here.
I guess he really is acting as our savior. He's the only one who can cause a natural distraction after all. But I do worry about what might happen if those people were agents of Argus. They would never do something to an idol, perhaps performing in public, would they? It definitely seems like this is the best possible distraction for us to use. A night of safety in our own home definitely beats a night spent under prying eyes. Kind of ironic when Argus already watches us most of the time. And there's something about those specific four walls that make it seem safer. So if we should be anywhere right now, it should be within those walls. Clace approaches the karaoke stage and chats with the operator. A few moments later, as he steps on stage, we start to make our way out. It looks like for some reason we would be leaving through the back door. I assume it has to do with Chiron or the position of those Argus drones.
Hey, well, I wrote this one a couple years ago. It seemed to do pretty well, so I hope you enjoy.
Advance this text box to start the song, and advance the next one to end it.
As soon as we exit the tavern, we start following Isaac. He has his head buried in his phone, trying to find us a safe route home. The drone coverage must be extensive. It's surely a feat to dodge them.
Hold on. We should be safe in this alley for a few minutes. I'll calculate the rest of the route and send Clace a screenshot. At least then he'll know how to get home without being seen.
We all agree, though, right? That wasn't Argus, just some fans.
Can't say for sure. Even then, we need to err on the side of caution. I can take a deeper look at my follow-up interview.
You're still planning to go to that?
Of course. I have no reason not to.
Well, we're currently running in fright from Argus. The last thing I'd want to do is walk into their HQ.
I guess that's what separates us then. No need to panic unless I'm given one. I just want Clace to feel safe while he's here.
You know, this is the only downside I've noticed about city life. You're all terrified of Argus, while the Zeros take a stand.
Hey, us city folk are taking a stand too.
Yeah, behind the mask of Cypher. Whoever this Hermes is, they're kind of a coward.
Hey, that's not nice. If it weren't for Hermes, you wouldn't have that phone. It was their blueprint that I used to beat the system. Whatever Hermes is planning, I'm sure it'll work. You're living proof that Argus isn't invincible. Knowing that can make all the difference.
Yeah, and their inaction only makes them look scared. But it's still smart to be cautious, especially right now.
And remember, this conflict is gonna end in a week or two. Argus only has a few possible moves, and most play into Cypher's hands. The only one that doesn't is forceful removal. But I doubt they'll resort to that.
What makes you so certain?
If Argus wanted to rule with an iron fist, they'd already be doing it. Giving us a score and letting us control it. There's some trust there. It might not be ideal, but it could be a million times worse than it is.
That's a pretty big assumption to make, Taylor. Like they treat their enemies the same way they treat their subjects.
They might not have a choice.
You think so?
Well, Argus has so many eyes on them right now. I'm guessing they don't like the taste of their own medicine. They'll probably take the option that society wants the most.
And public opinion is with the Zeros.
Exactly.
You know, he's not wrong. In fact, he'd know more about that than anyone. When you're on a platform, you need to please others, even more than yourself. As easy as it would be to kick your friends out, it's not the play. Their next move, or lack of one, will affect how we see them. For once, they have to factor in other people's feelings.
Yeah, I count on my viewers to hold me accountable. If I ever slip up, I want to hear about it so I can correct it, and ideally stop myself from slipping up in the future.
Awfully responsible, Taylor. Never would have expected that from you.
We were all a bit startled, not even noticing that Clace returned.
Whoa, where'd you come from?
Oh, I started to follow your route and heard you talking. Things went fine, by the way. No one followed me.
So they were just fans then?
I'm not sure. I got out of there before I got the chance to tell. The owner actually recognized me and helped me sneak out. Of course, not before giving me a few shots in the house.
Ah, damn.
Stream
I was
elements.
kind of hoping we'd find out for
Said.
sure. Sometimes
Stay
not
moist,
knowing
my friends,
things
hydrate.
is just way worse.
Like I said, I can take a deeper look at my follow-up interview. But remember, I already looked earlier today. We're clean. I doubt anything changed in a matter of hours, Taylor.
Fair. So, are we ready to continue?
I think so. Clace, you good?
Those shots went straight to my head, but yeah, I couldn't turn down free drinks. Not from the owner.
I'm gonna say something controversial here, but I think we should let Chiron come back home with us.
Really?
Yeah. If Argus is after us, that means they're after him too. We can't just let him go off on his own. It feels wrong. Even if the chance is minimal, we shouldn't take it.
I don't know about that, Isaac.
If he's caught, then we're the next people they'd come for. We need to stick together like we always planned. Remember? If we go down together.
If you say so, but that pride is going to be the death of you.
Trust me, I'm counting down the days. But, looks like you got lucky, Chiron. You finally get to come over.
Under the most auspicious circumstances, too. We just better hope that Argus doesn't come knocking. I'm not quite close enough to take a bullet for any of you.
Don't worry, I'm pretty quick on my feet. We might have to worry about Taylor, though.
Hey, I'm nimble.
Clace looks really nervous and is tugging on his scarf.
Any chance we could talk about dying a little less?
Seconded.
Fine. The rest of the route is pretty simple, actually. Just follow me and we'll be home in no time.
We start to follow Isaac, and my mind is racing. Everything makes sense, but it's also scary and risky. Bringing Chiron home so early on, that wasn't part of the plan, but he was right. We couldn't just give him that phone, then ditch him, especially because things were going differently than we anticipated. He was one of us now, and we had to take care of him and treat him as such, even if that meant making a dangerous move. Our fear could be a self fulfilling prophecy that tips Argus off, but I would never forgive myself if we left Chiron and something bad happened to him. This is our responsibility now. That's what I repeat to myself as we make our way home with an abundance of caution. The only thing that could save us is the resolution of the protests that rage on. It's like a coin was in the air and slowly falling down. We just have to hope that it lands on the right side, not just for us, but for the sake of everybody. As soon as we arrive home, we head to the kitchen. Just as expected, there's no beep or announcement when Isaac unlocks the door. I assume that he's put his mods back in place after Dante last removed them. It's weird how far removed we are from that initial conflict. Back then, those mods seemed to be a major cause of quarrels in the house, but things have certainly changed over the last week or so for everybody. When I stop to think about it, though, it's still the same central conflict. It all boils down to how much we are okay with Arcus being in control. It's still an issue that boils down to society clashing with the system. At least now, with the people on the streets, things are changing. For the first time, public opinion is moving in favor of the Zeros. It's like seeing these people and their plight change minds. I have said it before, but it's a lot easier to fight and discriminate against a concept. That's what the Zeros were to most of us until a couple weeks ago. A concept, something intangible, a convenient target for judgment and hatred. Thankfully, me and the group were level-headed and incapable of that hate, especially not toward a group of people who just think differently than us. I wish the people in power were as impartial as we are, though I guess calling us impartial is kind of stretching the truth. Our allegiance is clearly with the Zeros and against our world powers. I guess it was better to say that we sided with justice and equality for all.
I think we can strike all worry from the record.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. I just feel like bringing Chiron home was the ultimate test. Talking outside or in a cafe just doesn't seem as wrong. But now we're definitely abetting him. So there's that. If they were watching us, they'd be waiting for a slip-up, something they could pounce on and use to take us down. But we seem to be fine? There's definitely been no pouncing tonight.
Looking to change that?
Silence.
Leave it to Taylor to make anything thirsty. But, speaking of thirst, you all down for another beer?
That's the one in the can, right?
Usually. I guess it depends on your preference. We could pour it out on the sidewalk if you'd rather use your fingers.
Dante, come on.
Oh, bad joke?
Actually, it was pretty good. Something tells me I'll never live that one down.
Yeah, you probably won't. Hold on. I'll go grab the drinks.
I'm fine with that one if that's okay. I think I had a few too many at the Wayfarer.
Generous proprietor, huh?
That's one way to put it. He said he'd hook me up if I ever came back, too, but I don't think I'll get the chance. Work wouldn't allow it.
Dante returns with the beers and places them in front of us, except for Clace, who already seems intoxicated enough.
Is work really that restricting?
I'm probably downplaying it, to be honest. They basically have to approve my every action. This hiatus is killing them, I can almost feel it. But I promised them more albums and tours in exchange, so that's what sold them. They'd never let me do this for the fun of it. Everything I do usually comes down to, is this making the label money?
Or costing them money, in this case.
Yeah, I had to cancel a lot of interviews to make this happen. That's why we had the nightclub to ourselves as well. It was going to be used for an autograph session.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. How much money did that cost the label?
No idea, but I'd guess a lot. It's not even a good way to meet fans either. Most people just want the signed photo so they can sell it.
Yikes.
People pay money for your signature? You have it so much easier than the rest of us.
How can you tell what their intentions are, though? I feel like I should ask for the benefit of my own signings.
Oh, I just have to ask them who I'm signing the photo for. If they don't want it personalized, they're likely looking to sell it. At least, that's what they taught me when I was in PR training.
PR training? Like talking to the media? Way too intense. I could never handle that.
How do you cope?
There's a few moments that make it all worthwhile. And for everything else, there's vodka.
Everyone laughs at the joke, and the rest of us raise our beer in the air.
Ready to give it a shot, Chiron?
If I had to answer based on the smell, I'd say no, but I'm not about to back down from a challenge.
And there's the toast for the night. Here's to not backing down from a challenge.
Yeah, we stick it out to the very end.
We touch our beer cans together and each take a swing. I didn't drink that much tonight, and I'm still perfectly sober. Had to take it easy since the quantum leap was coming up.
Okay, this one is actually disgusting.
Seriously?
I kinda like it.
Might as well go outside and bite a pine tree.
It is not that bad.
It's an acquired taste. I'll give you that much.
Well, here I go acquiring.
He takes another large swig and coughs soon after. Isaac leans forward like he's about to say something important.
You wanna see something cool? I've been getting the backyard ready for the party.
I still think we should have hosted it at my place. More room, and I got that pool in the back.
Also, it was your idea.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But you want everyone to know where you live? I figured I was doing you a favor by hosting it here.
Fair.
Besides, I think you'll like what you see. Sharing a beer while the sun sets is a lot better than staying inside, too.
Can't argue with that. Go on then, Isaac. Show us the way.
We make our way to the backyard, and I'm stunned by its beauty. It may not have a pool or be as fancy as Taylor's house, but it had character, and in my opinion, character would win over fancy tech any day. This is actually my first time in the backyard, and it's clear that Isaac cared for it. And if this was where we would be ringing in the new year, then I'm definitely excited. I'm a bit uncertain if having a huge crowd over is a good idea, but I trust Isaac. Perhaps it would even work to our benefit and let us blend in. If Arcos ever did come after us, a crowded party would be the worst place to attack. Something told me that if they wanted to deal with us, they would do so in private.
So, you like it? I've been working on it all week. Had a few coworkers help me out too.
It looks awesome. Definitely gives me some colony vibes. Everything else in the city is way too bright and high-tech.
You should see Taylor's house sometime.
Guessing it's the opposite of this? If that's the case, I think I'll pass. The jet is already fancy enough.
And to think, I was about to ask you over for a date.
How about we do it at my place instead? We can set the windows to a more romantic view. Maybe the sunset, or even a city skyline.
How about the stars? I've always found them pretty romantic, especially in the dead of night, too.
I'll have to pass on that one. Stars mean something different on the colonies. Definitely not conducive to romance.
We all take a seat in the gazebo type thing and start sipping our beers.
Wait, what? Stars are different for you?
The meaning of them, yeah. It's just a silly superstition anyway.
I know about that, actually. Seen a lot of people talk about it online.
Anyone care to elaborate?
That's nothing special, but sure. In the city, when someone dies, you say they return to the earth. But on the colonies, it's the opposite. We say they return to the stars.
Okay, that sounds so much cooler. Can't believe I've never heard it before.
I'm surprised Isaac has, honestly. There isn't much mingling between our two worlds.
I'm just a jack of all trades, I guess. pick up a lot of random facts in retail. Like I always say, people love to talk.
Do you ever do it then? You know, gaze up and remember?
Oh yeah, all the time. At the very least, it's still a pretty sight.
So you're saying all our friends and family are out there somewhere?
Yeah, we're cosmic beings, and this body is just a simple stop. Once it expires, we keep on sailing that vast sea of stars. So even if we feel alone, we never truly are. Get it?
It's definitely gotten. Makes our views seem super depressing, though.
Yeah, return to the Earth, it's kind of stupid. Yeah, trampling all over everyone that came before you. Nah, I'd rather look up and know they're out there somewhere.
Do you think they're watching us? You know, to see what we've become?
Maybe, but I wouldn't be offended if they aren't. I imagine that limitless opportunities open up when we die. Looking back at Earth is probably the last thing on their mind.
I guess it depends on the person.
Probably. Anyway, Taylor, remember how you said the dead of night? At least you know how it got that name. A simple superstition.
Well, I'm sorry for suggesting something like that. In the city, we just look at the stars and see infinite potential. The chance to make a wish, especially with someone we love.
Kinda sounds like the two go hand in hand. Making a wish under the watchful eyes of our lost loved ones? And if we're in love, then sharing that wish with a partner? Makes total sense why we'd see it as romantic.
Speak for yourself, Dante. I don't want my dead ancestors watching me make out. It's enough having the eyes of Argus on me all the time.
I don't think they're literally watching. I think it's more like a spiritual connection that's still in place. When all of us are gone, we'll still be connected by the stars.
Almost like a constellation of our own. It's pretty cool, actually. Kinda looking forward to it.
Looking forward to dying?
More like looking forward to absolute freedom. Plus, an author dying has never really hurt their career. I'll be touching more minds and hearts than I ever could while I'm alive.
As morbid as it is, you have a point. I imagine I'll blow up a bit after dying too.
What about you, Clace? Ever thought about that stuff?
Not really.
Really? Never thought about the legacy you'd leave behind?
I guess I'm just too busy to think about that kind of stuff. But trust me, this hiatus has my mind going to a lot of new places.
And you like what you've been experiencing?
Yeah, for sure.
By now, we are all done sipping our beers. Chiron has stopped objecting to the taste. He must have acquired it. Or maybe he's just intoxicated enough that the taste doesn't matter.
Is it okay if I go and get some sleep? We'll be back out here partying in a few days anyway, right?
Oh, of course. Don't feel pressured to stay awake. I can tell it's been a busy night for you.
Yeah, it's been a while since I sang like that. Reminds me of how tiring being on tour is.
Picked a pretty good song, too. I heard some of it on the way out.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Still can't believe you sang your own song. Isn't that a little self-serving?
It's definitely not like that, Isaac, I promise. Besides, I serviced myself enough last night anyways.
What?
What?
Clay stands up and wobbles like the booze hit him all at once. I jump up and wrap my arm around him. He seems pretty embarrassed.
Delta, just the person I wanted to see. Mind taking me back to my room for a little chat?
Whoa, I'm kinda jealous.
Guess you'll be raising your hand next time too then, Delta.
Oh, it's not like that, I promise. We've just both made big moves, you know? It helps to talk with someone in a similar situation.
I was only joking anyway. Sorry if you're having a hard time.
It's okay, Taylor. I know you well enough by now. Anyway, guess we'll see you all tomorrow?
Everyone looks at each other, and then Dante grins.
Raise your hand if you want to go pass out.
Already? Really? The night was just getting started.
I think it's a good time to cut things short, actually. That walk home really took it out of me.
Yeah, and the anxiety certainly didn't help. But this was supposed to be a low-energy night anyway. Gotta conserve some of our power for New Year's Eve.
Boring.
It's 4 days away, man. We can go back inside to hang out, but I'm all done partying. Wouldn't want to have too much fun without Clace and Delta anyway.
Fair.
Everyone raises their hand as if agreeing with Dante's earlier prompt. Empty beer cans are thrown in the recycling bin before we re-enter the house. As we all split up, however, I stick with Clace and take him to his room. My curiosity has piqued. I wonder what he wants to talk about. As we make our way to his room, the chatter and laughs fade into silence. It's replaced by vibrations in my pocket. They must be using the group chat. But right now, I had more important things to take care of. As soon as we enter the room, Clace makes sure to shut the door behind us. A few moments later, he turns around to face me. He looks completely sober.
Sorry, I wasn't even really that drunk. I just needed to get away from everything, you know?
I'm not sure I know, so I just shrugged.
Don't you find it all a little suffocating, Delta? I mean, this fresh start could just put you behind bars. And my little hiatus, instead of inspiring me, could end my career.
I trust that we will come out on top. There's no need to worry.
I wish you could spare a bit of your confidence. Tonight was just one panic attack after another. Argus could be waiting around every street corner.
He takes out his phone and unlocks it.
Did you know that Cypher isn't the first group to oppose Argus? I've actually been looking into the history of all this. You know, the fight to make zeros more equal.
Cypher isn't the first organization to try. Well, they have definitely gotten further than any other group. That's for sure.
It seems that way, but there's just no way to confirm it. Any information about the groups before Cypher is impossible to find. I can only see that the heads of those groups were apprehended and never seen again.
What?
There's not a single mention of them after they were taken in. But that's not normal. It's like a scrub job, and a thorough one at that. I recognize the pattern because I've seen it happen in the idol business. I think we're climbing the wrong tree, Delta, and every moment that passes, we get too high to jump back down. It's more than I bargained for, and I just don't know what to do.
We should trust Isaac. He would never put us in danger like that.
Are you sure about that, though? I mean, maybe he doesn't know about the danger. We may be smaller scale than Cypher, but we're rebelling all the same. If this doesn't end in favor of the Zeros, we'll be in trouble. I think Isaac is operating under the hope that Cypher will win, but after looking into the history of these organizations, I'm skeptical. It's very likely that Argus already knows who the leader of Cypher is, and I bet they'll disappear without a trace, too. But Argus won't back down. Any investigation, however small, has a chance of being traced back to us.
We shouldn't feel bad. We are fighting for what's right.
But it's against all odds, and that's what worries me. Being a martyr is admirable and all, but not if the people forget you. They could take us out and then scrub our identities from existence. In the backyard, they were talking about legacies to leave behind. But we're up against Argus. They can snap a finger and we're just gone. No legacy, no martyrdom. We just messed with the wrong group and paid for it.
There's no sign that we are in any danger. Not at all.
Well, the anxiety of not knowing is really killing me. I'm just not sure if I'm supposed to be part of this group. If we're all caught, then my career would be over and I'd disappear.
I really don't think Argus is coming after us, Clace.
You don't know how many times I've wanted the turn in Isaac. How many times I've written the text and had my finger over send. It's not easy, living like every day could be your last. It's terrifying.
Clace.
But there's a reason I haven't done it yet. There's a reason I've stuck by your side and everyone else's. I think my instinct to turn and run is just one the label forced on me. Like I said, if we were caught, then my career would probably be over. It says a lot that I care more about my career than I do about myself. They taught me to put that first, since it's the real moneymaker. I'm always scared to do things because of how they'd affect my image. Even if they're things I want, and things I know would make me happy. That's why I haven't turned in Isaac. It's what the label would want. But it's not what I want. And I struggle with that every single day. Especially since this hiatus has let me taste independence. Whether we're caught or I go back to work, I'll lose it either way.
Your career wouldn't end if we are caught.
I find that hard to believe. There's not much love in the world for those who defy our leaders. Especially for those who build a platform and use it for subterfuge.
Remember, public opinion is with the Zeros, not Argus.
I guess you're right.
If Cypher wins, you could be seen as a hero or a pioneer.
Hero?
Yeah, if Argus loses, then we won't be the bad guys.
I guess I just find it hard to believe that we'll come out on top. But you're right. If the tables turn, we'll be on the other side. I'm only just scared because they haven't moved yet.
They will soon. Remember what Hermes demanded.
Yeah, a revolution by giving out phones to all the Zeros. They're giving Argus the chance to do it first, but I don't think they will. I'd hate it so much if Zeros dying of starvation was the catalyst for change. Because then, how do you decide how many lives are enough? At what point would Cypher realize it's time to take action? That both sides see any lives as expendable is just awful. But it's the world we live in.
With a contrasting smirk, he gives me a playful nudge.
If this all goes our way, I definitely wouldn't mind being called a hero. And it's good that we're close. Every hero needs a good sidekick, right?
I can tell that I have given him enough affirmation. His doubts moves aside, and I'm met with optimism. It's a trait that was definitely lacking before we started talking.
So, can I trust in you then? If I'm ever in trouble, you'll come to my rescue?
I figured it would be the hero that rescues the sidekick, actually.
I guess it could go both ways. Then we're more like a team.
He looks happy, but also contemplative.
Every good team needs a name, though.
He's clearly having a hard time thinking of a name, so I decide to step up. Given our interactions thus far, I have a pretty good idea for our team name. Remember, Lost and Clueless. I hold out my hand.
Lost and clueless, huh?
He smiles and gives my hand a firm shake.
Seems to describe a lot of us these days. But I'm starting to see the light on the other side. Maybe Isaac is right. Maybe we will be fine. And even if we aren't, at least I've got my sidekick. Gotta say, always liked the idea of my own knight in shining armor. Thanks for the chat, Delta. I knew you'd be the right choice.
Fish out of water, right?
But getting used to it more and more. If I ever need someone to talk to again, I'll let you know. That diary isn't exactly the best at giving me advice in return.
I nod and smile, sensing that the conversation has reached its natural end. With a quick goodnight, he jumps into bed. I take it as my cue to leave, but on the way out of his room, something catches my attention. His diary is resting on a desk that's placed against one of the walls. Around it are worrying amounts of empty booze and pill bottles. I immediately avert my gaze as I feel like it's none of my business. But then I immediately look back, a little shocked and worried. It was clear that this was taking a toll on him, and I hated to see that. But I can't start doubting him. I have to believe in him and his words. We are a team now, after all. He would never turn us in just to save himself. At least, that's what I choose to tell myself as I leave him on his own. In an effort to cleanse my mind, I check my phone as soon as I leave the room. It looks like it's busyness as usual. I don't think anyone knows how Clace truly feels. Right now, the main concern is that Dante left his wallet at the Wayfarer. He certainly seems forgetful, doesn't he? Now that I know more about him, though, I offer to pick it up in the morning. It was a keepsake, and it's clearly had meaning to him, despite seeming otherwise. He thanks me, and I return to my room. Like last time, I plug in my phone and stare up at the ceiling, but fatigue doesn't take me. It's replaced by a new wave of worry. I worry about what might happen to my friends. But I realize that we are all on the same team. We are in this together. I cling to that feeling of togetherness and hold it deep into a sleepless night. A lost memento. I sit in the chair, bouncing my leg up and down in a state of anxiety, a restless thing. I would definitely hate to add more of those to the pile, but a lot of stuff is happening. Stuff I can't even talk about.
Well then, you definitely seem nervous. Is everything all right, Delta? What's bothering you?
Just didn't get any sleep last night. That's all.
I see. Bad dreams, perhaps? Those can easily get the better of us.
I nod, choosing to go along with the narrative he sets.
Just remember that they aren't real. Easier said than done, but it's a good starting point.
He scribbles down notes in my file. I wonder what he's saying about me in there. I'm sure he's trained to discern when his patients are lying.
You know, specters of the imagination can easily be our greatest foes. Not quite real enough for others to take notice, yet real enough to be all-consuming. Try not to let this get to your head, Delta. You've made remarkable progress since we first met.
He continues to scribble notes. I appreciate the validation.
A lot of people have a hard time adjusting to a new life. It's not exactly easy to leave everything behind, so I commend your resolve.
I suppose he sees this as an off day for me. Maybe it is.
This reminds me of an interesting thought exercise. Have you ever noticed how we remember dreams backwards? That final moment upon waking is the one that sticks with us the most. Then we piece it together bit by bit, retracing our steps the other way. Fragments of lingering memories scattered about. Complete, yet not quite whole. That is how people describe the feeling of Komorebi. Their visions may be one moment, but they still carry memories. How old you are in your vision is almost as important as the vision itself.
Interesting.
Imagine if your consciousness was thrust forward 30 years. You'd be a completely different person. The way you think and act. Kind of like how your bad dream affects the way you feel right now. But then, imagine that on repeat, almost every single day. You may never experience Komorebi, but this could help you understand it. And understanding it might help you relate with your friends a little bit more.
He gives me a wide smile, like he's super satisfied with his words. The thought of being lost in time scares me and makes me worry for my friends, being forced into the future, being forced to carry years of false memories. It would really mess with your sense of past, present, and future.
I suppose this is where I tell you that you might be cleared as a patient soon. So if there's any final advice I can give you, I feel obligated to do so.
Really? I'm actually kind of surprised.
The mental health of my patients is my greatest concern. Unfortunately, there are others who could benefit more from my time.
I can understand that, but suddenly I'm filled with sadness. This was an invaluable resource that I should be able to make use of. It's awful how I can't tell him what I'm really feeling, what I have really been doing. It hurts that I might need the help he no longer feels willing to offer. But the parting gift of useful advice during our final sessions is appreciated. It's what I saw him as in the first place, after all, a mentor figure.
The offboarding process is quite simple. I just need 2 more sessions to determine if my decision is final. A lack of issues to talk about is a pretty good sign in your favor, though.
An apparent lack, more like. I notice that I have stopped bouncing my leg up and down. It's like my body is at ease knowing I might be cleared soon. If that happened, he would never be able to figure out what I have been up to. However, my mind is far from the opposite. It's interesting how our body can clash in such a way, feeling ease but unease at the same time. Is there a word for that?
Moving along, did you see the latest August keynote? A little odd that they didn't talk about the protests. Although this nostalgia technology seems quite interesting. Even if it might be decades away, it's still a nice concept. From a purely therapeutic perspective, of course.
That sounds vaguely familiar, yet I can't remember why. Didn't Argus mention nostalgia during their anniversary report as well? I ask him to elaborate, but he's cut off before he can speak. His phone rings.
Excuse me for a moment.
He takes his phone out of his pocket and accepts the
Yes?
call.
What is it?
He looks around the room as he speaks. It's almost like he's frightened by who he's talking to.
No, it's all going well.
He gulps.
Of course. I'll make sure that it gets taken care of. No, I wouldn't dream of it. Like I said, it's all going well.
He locks eyes with me. For some reason, I'm terrified. I'm used to seeing him calm and collected. This is very unsettling. But he doesn't look away. It's almost like he's judging me.
The 5th, you said? Very well.
He breaks eye contact. I feel like I can breathe again. It's clear that his conversation is over as he nods once more.
Yes. Our future. Your way.
He hangs up and then smiles at me. A nervous smile.
Delta.
I gulp.
Do you mind if we pick this up tomorrow? I can pencil in another session. Something has come up.
I feel like I don't have a say in the matter, so I nod.
Thank you for being accommodating. I'll make sure that tomorrow goes a little better. Let's hope you get a good night's sleep, too.
Without another word, he looks down at his phone and starts tapping away. I take that as a sign to leave and make my way toward the exit. I can't shake this feeling, this awful paranoia, but I promised I would pick up Dante's wallet at the Wayfarer. I have to follow through. I wouldn't want to let him down. But returning to the scene of the crime, it's scary. Oh well, here goes nothing. I enter the Wayfarer, passing the outdated security scan with ease. Good to know that it's not updated yet, in case we ever decide to come back here. It also gives me a sense of comfort that nobody was tipped off last night. We are in the clear. After approaching the bar, the proprietor walks toward me. My heart begins to race. For some reason, I felt like I was about to get caught, like our actions would catch up to us. However, with a friendly smile and a brief conversation, they hand back Dante's wallet. Of course, not without a comment about how outdated such an item is. Odd thing for someone to say when they pride themselves on their outdated aesthetic. I laughed to myself, realizing that everything was fine. I was probably just being scared after what Place told me about the previous rebel groups. Of course, as I make my way to the exit, everything changes. Out of the corner of my eye, I see somebody standing there, staring. I turn to face them, but much to my surprise, I see nobody there. My heart sinks to my stomach, but I'm relieved that I was seeing things. That is until I close my eyes and shake my head. It should have granted me clarity. But instead, I see them again. I lock up in fright and start to tremble. I know exactly what they are. They are an agent of Argus. We lock eyes. They give me a sinister smile. In this exact moment, it feels like our link is undeniable. I want to look away, but I'm almost physically incapable. It feels like a chase could begin with any sudden movement, like I'm some sort of prey. I suppose we are with what we have been up to lately. Is this when it comes to an end. A moment later, their sinister smile turns into something more warm and friendly. They tilt their head behind them as if signaling me to look. It's the back door. The very same one that we used to sneak Chiron in last night. They must know. Then they hold up their hand, and the sight before me almost makes my heart stop. Resting in their palm is a single, glistening apple. Are they mocking me? The back door, the apple, symbols of our treason. My treason. There's no way. Just then, someone bumps into me, and I stumble back. They apologize and move on. But when I turn to look at the back door again, the agent is nowhere to be seen. A wave of relief crashes down upon me, but worry still lingers. I may be safe now, but that moment changed everything. Perhaps it was meant to be a portent, a warning not to continue, or perhaps the stress was getting to me and it was simply my imagination. Either way, I take out my phone and text everybody. Meet me in the plane. Immediately. All of you. I wish with all of my heart that what I saw in the Wayfarer wasn't real. But at the same time, with everything going on, it was too important to ignore. In a state of anxiety, I hide in the plane and wait for my friends to arrive. Thankfully, there's a plenty of snacks and drinks on the plane. A bit stale, like Chiron mentioned, but satisfying nonetheless. If we ever needed to truly hide, this would be our best bet. I can't shake this feeling, though. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Was I bottling everything up for so long that it's finally escaping? No, it couldn't be. I will talk with my friends and they will put my mind at
Hey,
ease.
Delta! Sorry to keep you waiting. Figured I'd round everyone up and drive here together.
Can't believe he convinced me to get in that death trap.
It's not a death trap, it's homey.
If your idea of a home is a torture chamber, sure. Can't believe people used to drive around in things like that.
Like I keep saying, you'll thank me for having it one day.
That day is not today.
Anyway, what's up? That text was kind of worrisome.
For good reason. I saw an Argus agent.
You mean just minding their own business, right?
I say no thing.
Right?
I shake my head.
What happened exactly?
I saw them at the Wayfarer when I picked up Dante's wallet.
Oh, I'll take that back, by the way.
I nod and toss him his wallet. He catches it with ease. They were standing by the back door, staring at me.
That doesn't mean they were after us, though. Maybe they realized someone snuck in there and upped the security.
They stared directly at me and held up an apple.
That is problematic.
That doesn't make sense. It's too perfect?
Remember what I said last week? Argus cracks down immediately. They wouldn't let us wander.
Yeah, they don't seem like the type to play mind games like this. If they were on our trail, we'd already be locked up.
Don't they have bigger fish to fry? You know, like with Hermes and Cypher? Kind of figured we were small time compared to that.
I feel like they don't believe me. Is it worth the risk to just disregard this?
Oh, we're not disregarding it. It just feels like we're missing a piece of the puzzle.
Maybe they think we're caught up with Hermes? They could be gathering intel before they act.
You mean during the con next week?
If they want to abide by his timeline, yeah. I really hope we're not caught in the crosshairs here.
Call me paranoid, but I just knew something would happen. Everything was going way too smoothly.
They were probably onto us from the start.
Are we gonna get in trouble?
You might, but I don't know about me. feel like I'll just get kicked out and go back to my normal life.
You instill us with so much hope.
Just part of the job. But you can't say I didn't warn you about this. Remember, I told you about my vision. Still on the colony.
What about Isaac's, though?
Has he actually told you what it is?
What do you mean?
Did he tell you what it is? Or did you just take his word for it?
I don't like what you're implying.
Just speaking my mind, that's all. Don't really have a stake in all this business. I'm only here to enjoy life in the city for as long as I can.
I won't even consider it an option.
What are we considering exactly?
Clay seems a bit lost in his diary, scribbling notes once more.
Isaac lied about his vision and lured us into a dangerous situation. Or that he could be lying about any number of things he said.
It could be Clay's too.
Huh?
Always staring at us, taking notes.
I'm not taking notes.
What are you writing in there then?
It's my diary.
And you won't mind if I take a look.
Chiron walks toward Clace like he's on a mission. Almost immediately, however, Isaac blocks his path.
Chiron, stop. That's not how things work around here. In the city, we trust our friends until they give us a reason not to.
None of you see any reason.
I don't really see one.
I don't think we're being deceived, Chiron. If we get in trouble, it's just because we slipped up.
Chiron scoffs.
You trust too easily. It's a recipe for disaster, but I'm the odd one out, so I'll take your word for it.
Good. Just calm down, everybody.
I notice that Clace looks terrified, clutching his diary to his chest.
Everything is gonna be fine. I promise. Delta, what you saw is alarming, but it's not a death sentence.
How so?
We're still safe. We can keep it that way. From this point on, we don't leave each other's sides.
Ooh, does that mean we get to sleep together too?
Taylor,
Sorry.
if Argus is watching us, then we can't split up anymore. In fact, letting Delta go get your wallet was probably too risky.
He looks at Dante, who simply nods.
Works for me.
What about my streams?
We'll just chill in your living room or something.
And Delta's counselor sessions?
We can wait outside. I said we wouldn't split up. We'll all still be close by.
I like the sound of that, actually. Makes me feel a lot more safe.
Then I get to come to the Quantum Leap?
I suppose you do.
Seems like a win-win to me. Maybe hook me up with that group chat too?
Well, it seems like we don't really have a choice.
This is all happening so suddenly, but seeing that Agent was sudden too. Sticking as close together as possible makes sense, at least in my head. We could all be on the lookout, and we would be a bit safer. Reminds me of those dumb characters in horror movies that always split up. It's a lot easier for the enemy to take us down one by one. Comparing my life to horror? Fantastic. I also don't think that one of us is a traitor or lying in any way. By sticking together would eliminate the possibility of shady activity. If we all kept tabs on one another, it would be a lot harder to do anything malicious.
But we need some ground rules, just in case this agent thing is actually real.
Actually real? What do you mean?
I mean, I hate to say it, but we didn't see anything. We just have Delta's word to go off of.
Are you saying Delta's lying?
No, perhaps they're just mistaken. I've been on edge a lot lately too, you know. Definitely thought I saw some stuff in the corner of my eye.
I did consider that it could all be in my head.
That's fair.
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be cautious. If anything, this can just push us toward a better overall plan.
What did you have in mind?
Well, bathroom breaks, separate beds, and stuff like that. We can still give each other alone time, just in different rooms. The security in all of our houses is good enough to make that happen.
True. If anyone comes near my house, I'll know about it.
Mine too. So those should be our safe spaces.
And this plane?
Could be risky. In our homes, at least we're in control. I have no idea what's going on beneath the surface here.
If they could hear us in this plane, things would have ended a while ago. Remember, this is where you told us your grand plan.
Maybe that's what tipped them off.
And remember who suggested that we come here?
He tilts his head toward Place.
Chiron, you need to stop pointing fingers. We're all in this together, and we'll keep each other safe. Besides, I know Argus will give in to Cypher's demands.
You sound so certain it's almost coming off as cocky.
That may be, but I really believe it. And we can't get in trouble if this all goes our way. Like I said, we'd just be ahead of the curve.
Then we just need to buy time until Hermes' deadline.
I suppose so. It's what we would have done anyway.
Then what's the next step?
We should go to my place. Like I said, the security is top-notch. You know how much I value my privacy.
Yeah, don't want those wild fans to come knocking.
We can talk more about it there. This was all so haphazard, but I think it's a good start.
We all look at each other and nod. Even in this new situation, it feels like we are back to square one. I just have to hope that this ends in the favor of the Zeros, and by extension, us. Because if what we did is no longer bad, then we would be in the clear. I think. But I remember some earlier discussions that Argus may have already decided in secret. If that's the case, and they are also watching us, things could already be over. Part 3. Hard to find, easy to lose. Alright.
Welcome to the third fragment map. This one functions exactly the same as the previous two. With that said, please continue enjoying your experience. Experience Pivotal Fragment. Laying low.
Fear of the future must not define us. It is regrets of the past that make us who we are. This is the first time we have all assembled at Taylor's place, but I know we have all been here at least once or twice on our own. I'm glad that these new developments didn't cause group panic. If anything, it was more like group caution, which was what we needed. Paranoia would do nothing but cloud our judgment and lead to our failure. I have no idea what to do in the meantime, and everybody seems a bit bored.
Well, the Quantum Leap is in 3 days, and the anime convention is a few days later. I guess we can still have some fun while we lay low.
And both events will have large crowds. It'll be easy to blend in when we leave our houses.
But what do we do until then? That's the billion-dollar question.
We could always binge more anime. I have a lot to watch before the con.
I wouldn't mind seeing what that's all about. It's kind of like our R&R campaign, but animated, right?
Basically.
There's a good idea too, though. We shouldn't neglect that campaign.
As the GM, I'm inclined to agree.
No better form of escapism than role-playing.
And vodka.
Or gummies.
I like the sound of all these things. Who says the isolation has to be dull, right?
Right. Well, I'm still a bit of an outlier here. Delta 2. We both need to leave the house.
Why is that?
Well, I have a job.
Fair.
And Delta has those appointments.
Those are pretty confidential, so we can wait outside. But for your shifts, I assume we can just hang out in the store?
Probably.
Hiding in the store to avoid people. Kinda reminds me of how we first met.
You know what they say, right? Every good story ends how it begins.
I definitely hope ours isn't about to end.
Foreboding.
We're gonna be fine. Besides, this all sounds fun. It's like a vacation on top of my hiatus.
I feel like this is a good time to let them know that I might be cleared soon. My counsel told me that it could only be a couple more sessions away, too.
Huh. How fortuitous. Hopefully he's been sticking to the curriculum lately.
I nod.
I'm really glad to hear that, Delta. Getting cleared is a big deal.
What's that all about anyway?
Delta has to see a counselor. You know, someone to talk to. People without visions can be more emotionally compromised.
And I guess this is a sign that they aren't?
Correct.
Seems worthy of celebration to me. I wouldn't mind trying some more of that beer either.
Yeah, it really grows on you, doesn't it? Hated it at first, but now you can't get enough of it.
Yeah, kinda how I feel about you.
He smirks.
Ooh, talk about a backhanded compliment. Gotta give you credit for the sass, though.
Oh, I'm learning from the best.
Oh, that kind of reminds me. I should add you to the group chat.
Totally.
It might be best to use that a lot, especially if we're talking about matters at hand. Sometimes security and surveillance can be a two-way street.
Makes sense to me. I mean, you're scaring me, but it makes sense.
All the technology belonged to Argus after all. I wonder if they could watch people of doom.
Just being cautious. I don't think they'd actually do something like that. The user agreement is pretty clear on their ethical limitations.
Ready to get this show on the road?
Yeah,
I let them know that my next appointment is tomorrow. It's in the morning, though, pretty bright and early.
good. Then we can head to my shift right after. I start in the afternoon and close up shop.
Oh, can we head back to that plane? I left some stuff there by accident.
You had stuff?
Isaac hooked me up with some cash, so yeah, it's nothing major, but I'd hate to leave it all behind.
Fair. We'll make it work.
You're all still good if I stream? I was supposed to go live in a little bit.
Go for it. It won't bother you. In fact, I might watch along.
Yeah, today will probably be pretty boring. Let's get Chiron into the chat and waste some time.
Finally.
Experience supplemental fragment. Final welcome.
So, this is it, huh?
Yup.
Welcome to the group, Chiron. It's official now. You're...
Dante, Taylor, stop.
What? Why?
You don't have to do this every time.
I beg to differ. By a lot, actually. Everyone deserves an official welcome.
But a rehearsed bit? That makes it feel so disingenuous.
Ooh, big word, huh? Did you practice that one in front of the mirror?
Nah, he wouldn't do that. He's not a fan of scary sights, remember?
Mean?
You guys never fail to entertain. I don't know what bit I missed, but this is still a great welcome.
Well, it's a pretty big deal to get added to the group chat. We just like to let people know how important they are.
Oh, in that case, I could stand to hear more about how important I am.
It's like a rite of passage. You're truly a part of the friend group now.
He nailed it.
Just be prepared. This group is pretty chaotic.
I don't know if you sensed it by now, but chaos is kind of my style.
And you wear it well.
So, what's the first order of business then?
I'm not sure, actually. All my plans are tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll just lay low today. Make yourselves at home while I stream.
Honestly, today was already eventful enough. An Argus agent. I can't believe you want to go outside tomorrow at all.
We can't just put our lives on pause.
Not without good reason, at least.
It would be a pretty good reason, but it'd make us look more suspicious, wouldn't it?
How so?
Hiding in general is pretty suspicious, but doing it right after Delta saw an agent?
Makes it seem like we have something to be scared of.
Yeah, we do, though.
They don't have to know that. That's the whole point. Under the radar.
Yeah, we just draw more attention by making big lifestyle changes. In this situation, under the radar just means living our lives like normal.
Yeah, as normal as we can, while never splitting up.
We were inseparable to begin with. Besides, you know you're my favorite place to be.
I hate this.
It's not permanent, though. All this Hermes stuff will be over next week.
I'm starting to side with Chiron on this one. You believe in Hermes way too much.
The entire world is staring at Argus right now. Do you really think they'll just stand there and let zeros die?
I guess you're right. Why are they watching us then? If they made up their minds like you think, then it's still odd.
I don't know. But I'll look into it at my follow-up interview. Even if this is resolved by then, I can still try to figure out the why.
You really think notes on us would be that easy to find? Something tells me it would be top
Stream
secret level
elements.
stuff.
Yeah,
Said.
but remember who
Stay
you're talking
moist,
to.
my friends, hydrate.
I have access to a lot of stuff you'd consider top secret.
That's not shady at all.
It's really not. Argus trusts their employees, especially when it's somebody valuable like me.
Ironic thing to say while double-crossing them.
I wouldn't consider it double-crossing, Chiron. They're just behind the times and need to catch up.
Maybe.
Wonder why they're so stubborn then.
Trust me, it's hard to relinquish something you hold dear. They've been in charge for so long, they're totally out of touch. We just need to open their eyes to the world's needs.
That just makes it even more ironic. All those eyes on the world, but keeping them closed?
It's going to change, trust me. They'll write stories about us one day.
I hope they do me justice as the handsome sidekick.
I think you have some competition for that role.
Yeah, me.
I was thinking about Delta, actually. It was that little picture that just appeared.
That's an emoji of popcorn.
Popcorn. What's that?
It's popped corn.
Really used all their creativity on that one.
It's pretty amazing, though, especially with melted butter. You usually eat it when you're watching something entertaining.
Like this group chat, I guess.
Oh, it's just no fun when you have to explain the joke.
Hold on.
View Journal Entry 1.
Thankfully, I keep this tablet in my messenger bag whenever I leave the house, kinda like Dante does with his laptop. I guess you never know when you are going to need to write stuff down. I feel like today's entry will be extra important. Argus definitely seems to be watching us and aware of what we have done, even down to the fact that I share an apple with Chiron. It's unsettling, but we can't give up. Public opinion shifts even more in the direction of the zeros. Each day that passes, they struggle more and more on the streets. The move that Argus needs to make is very clear. But if they don't do anything, then Cypher will take action. If they ingratiate these new identities into the system well enough, then perhaps they could even be untraceable by Argus. I mean, we were able to use those blueprints to sneak Chiron into the Triple R. I worry a bit about what Clace told me though, how there's been organizations like Cypher in the past, and most have disappeared without a trace. I can't introduce that level of paranoia into the group. He told me that stuff in confidence. Chiron has been pointing fingers at us, but I understand his apprehension as the group outsider. If I met all these people recently, I might be suspicious too. Their anxiety is all clear. Clace currently sits on the couch across from me, writing in his diary. I wonder what he's writing down. It's probably similar to my own. Club of the Lost and Clueless, right? I hope that's how he really feels. I used to feel like I was being watched, but now I know I am.
Experience Heart-to-Heart Fragment. Chiron 2.
We took Chiron to the plane to pick up the rest of his belongings. Since we were sticking together now, we wouldn't be using the plane anymore. Pretty short-lived for an HQ, but our homes were clearly safer. It's weird how the safest option was the riskiest one just a little while ago. I never would have thought that we would be bringing Chiron right into our house. Taylor's house either, and not only that, but the quantum leap too. However, one thing surprises me more than all the others. Chiron wanted me to come into the plane with him, alone. Everyone else was waiting outside, granting his request. I'm not sure what he wanted, but I'm just standing there, watching. He's putting some stuff into a bag, just the basics like toilet tries. There's a pile of clothes on the floor. He has other outfits. As soon as he's done packing up, he turns to face
I think
me.
that's almost everything. Didn't realize I'd be moving in with Isaac and Taylor. Whichever house we're at, though, I'll just take the couch.
I don't mind sharing my bed with you, actually.
Ooh, bold. But that's good. You never get what you want by being timid. That's part of why I'm in the city to begin with.
He shrugs before quickly changing the topic.
Anyway, I guess you're wondering why I asked you here. Do you think they can hear us from out there?
I shake my head. They definitely can't.
Good. I just wanted to spend some time alone with you. Yeah, I think you're the only level-headed one in the group.
I wonder why he would think that.
Remember, Delta, you gave me that apple. Your friends were mumbling like idiots about how to deal with me. If you're the one who opened their eyes, then you have my thanks. It makes me wonder what everyone else out there is thinking. I mean, public opinion is currently against Argus, right? Why is barely anyone else helping out? My colony is out there starving on your streets. If everyone banded together, they could easily overthrow Argus. I guess everyone is just scared to be the first to take action. But at that point, it might not even matter anymore. The actions of one person ripple and cascade. The first doesn't matter if an avalanche follows.
He's right. I guess technically I was the first. My actions could have led to Isaac's actions. If Cypher saw that their blueprint worked, then they might spring into action. It's a little odd to think that I might be the inciting incident in all of this change. I vocalize that thought, and Chiron scoffs like he thinks I'm stupid.
Nobody saw you give me that apple, though. If it happened out in the open, maybe others would have followed suit. I think that's all it'd take. One grand gesture to push others forward.
Isn't that what Cypher plans to do next week?
If it's not too late by then, yeah. Even if 1-0 dies, that's too much. And they're getting close. Have you taken a look? Especially the children. When we first arrived, they were filled with wonder. Now they look so weak and famished. It kills me. But they must be getting food from somewhere, though. It's been a couple of weeks since we came to the city. Everyone who helps must be helping in secret. But it's clearly not enough, and the adults clearly prioritize the children. That just means the caregivers might be the first to die.
I don't think it will come to that.
Hermes needs to say something then. An ultimatum, but such a vague deadline? Maybe that's why Argus is taking their time.
It's true, Hermes mentioned next week. A specific deadline might make things more urgent, but Argus must be planning something behind the scenes.
What if they just don't care? If they could wait for Cypher to act, then take everyone down.
Cypher's mods seem to be undetectable.
That's too convenient. Too easy.
Cypher isn't the first organization to try, but they might succeed.
Do you mean people have tried this before?
I tell him what Clace told me, but ask him not to repeat it. Previous rebel groups seem to disappear without a trace.
Really?
I nod.
Then you think Cypher would be gone by now. That's a good sign. Thanks for telling me, Delta.
It's true. Based on the past, Cypher would be gone by now. But they still seem to be active and doing more than any other group in the past. The fact that Isaac used their technology is proof enough of all that.
And let's just hope this stalemate ends soon. I can't stand just not knowing what's gonna happen. Things are so hectic compared to life back home.
If things go well, this might end up being home for him.
Fingers crossed, I guess. I knew you'd talk some sense into me, Delta. You're the best one of the bunch. I know it.
He holds out his hand, offering to shake mine. I shake his, but all of a sudden, He pulls me forward. My body is close to his, and we are almost face to face.
But I know you feel the same way. About sharing that bed? Let's see what happens on New Year's Eve.
I can feel his hot breath land on me as he speaks. Then he lets go, and I stumble back a couple steps.
I guess that's it then.
I nod, and he grabs his packed up bag. We begin to walk toward the exit, but he stops in his tracks. He turns around to face me like he's nervous.
I wanted to apologize for pointing fingers. Everything going on just made me a little paranoid.
Him and me both. I tell him that it's fine.
Well, it's not like I was paranoid over nothing. I heard something, and I'm just not sure if I should repeat it.
Well, now you kinda have to.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works, yeah.
Well, it's Clace. I heard him on the phone. He was saying stuff about how it's all going well.
He was probably just talking about his hiatus.
Yeah, well, I thought so too, but then he said, no, they don't know. Like he's keeping some sort of secret.
That is quite concerning, but I'm sure there's some context we are lacking.
Maybe. Sure didn't help my anxiety. But I guess that's it. We're good to go.
We start to leave the plane, but that thought lingers in my mind. It's all going well. No, they don't know. Normally, I wouldn't worry, but it seems really odd, especially combined with how he's always staring at us, taking notes. He says it's just his diary, but part of me is starting to question things. Could he be hiding something? I shrug, realizing it's not good to doubt my friends, but this time, when I shrug, the paranoia remains.
Experience supplemental fragment. Location check.
Location check. Where's everyone at?
Living room.
Living room?
Isaac's room.
I'm with Chiron.
Ooh, are we interrupting any private time?
You're always interrupting private time.
Ouch!
What about Delta? If you mean for a writing jam, sure. This whole paranoia thing is a real mood killer.
Wait a minute. Where are you, Dante?
In my room, obviously. You know I never leave.
Getting some more writing done?
Yeah, I'm really glad we can split up when we're at home. I could never write with all your prying eyes on me.
So much for streaming the process.
It was never gonna happen.
What is the process, by the way? Is there a secret you could share?
Ooh, fancy yourself an author?
Well, I already kind of am.
Really?
The music? The lyrics?
Oh, right.
Been approached to write an autobiography, though. I considered it, but I wouldn't even know where to start.
Is that why you're constantly writing in that diary?
Oh yeah, of course. This is a pretty big trip for me, after all.
Wait, you're writing about all of us?
I sure am.
Am I the only one who thinks that's a bad idea?
Probably.
Why would it be a bad idea?
All the details? About everything? Like a tome of all this treason?
I can see how that might be problematic, but remember, we're not going to get caught. And when things end in favor of the Zeros, those will just be notes about how the world changed.
I'm not writing about that kind of stuff, actually.
Is that a promise?
On my life.
Then consider my mind at ease. Anyway, Clace, I don't know if I can help. I'm more of a fiction writer than anything else.
What's the difference?
Her real life is boring.
Maybe that's because you never go outside.
My imagination is way more fun. Plus, it makes me a lot of money, too.
I don't really get the appeal. But then again, I'm not really creative.
You spend all day tinkering in your workshop, though. Technology can require just as much creativity.
It's more like optimization than anything else. Gotta make sure everything is excessively efficient.
Well, writing is kind of the same. A story is nothing if it's not efficient. I fine-tune my stuff almost every day.
I guess that makes sense. And speaking of which, could you all stay out of my workshop? I'm working on a surprise and it's not ready just yet.
Another Isaac surprise?
As if we need another.
This one is great, I promise.
What is it exactly?
A secret.
Shady.
Well, at least you didn't use the House of Isaac line again.
Would have been a decent callback, actually.
The temptation was there, but I'll show you the surprise soon enough.
As long as it doesn't make anything worse.
Come on, how could things get any worse?
Experience supplemental fragment. Lore planning.
Hey, I've been thinking, what's gonna happen next in our R&R campaign?
That's a GM secret, thank you very much.
Don't tell me you already have it planned.
I have it down to a science.
You're not supposed to do that.
Huh?
A good GM lets their players build the story. You roll with what they give you. It's basically improv.
He's right, you know. Like, what if I betrayed Dante and killed him? Any story arcs you had planned would be totally shot.
Grim hypothetical, but it works. You have to be ready for anything, Taylor.
For some reason, I don't believe you. You're a novelist. There's no way you can wing your stories.
It's kind of half and half. You can try your best to guide us down your chosen path, but at the end of the day, we're still able to forge our own.
Kinda reminds me of real life. We have Komorebi, but a lot of us defy our visions.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Kinda reminds me of Argus's slogan.
Our future, your way.
I always thought that sounded so ominous.
Not really. I think it's more of an optimism thing. One person can change the world for everybody.
Makes sense that you'd see it that way.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a compliment, Isaac. I wonder if your R&R character is similar, though.
Not really. He thinks a lot smaller than me. More than anything, he wants to know the truth about his parents.
Ooh, is it backstory time?
That's basically it. I was an information broker, right? I figure there was one piece of information I always wanted. Why my parents abandoned me and Mazeo as a child.
Okay, this is great stuff. I think I can weave it into the story.
What about my backstory? Right now, I feel like more of an archetype.
I wouldn't mind having a cool story too.
I actually already thought of mine.
Ooh, want to share with the class?
I think I want to use my influence and shape Mazeo. I'm already the Elder of Valenorth, right?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Well, I think my parents were killed in Mazeo. It makes me want to change the nation, make it safer. That way, nobody else has to go through what I did.
Pretty tragic.
What about mine? I was in charge of the rebellion, right?
Until Delta took over.
Well, I like to think that I lost my mentor figure. He was the leader before me, and I had to fill his shoes, but I'm inexperienced and struggle with adapting.
Makes sense. You're more of a right-hand man.
The handsome sidekick, remember?
Can I go next? I got a good one.
Of course.
I used to work for the enemies. I know them better than anyone else. Because of that, I was able to help tip the war in our favor. But not everyone trusts me, and doubt lingers in the air.
Once a traitor, always a traitor, right?
Is that even a saying?
It is now.
We are quite the interesting group, huh? I wonder what Delta's backstory would be.
We should ask them after their appointment. If we get to choose our history, then so should they.
This is starting to get complicated. How am I supposed to balance all these threads?
Just go with the flow, like you do with your chat. You may be streaming, but they're in control.
That's a metaphor, right?
Something like that. You're gonna be fine, Taylor. Don't worry.
I'll try, but if I need help, I'll ask.
Of course. We're all in this together now.
Fighting against fate both on and off the board. Kinda cool how our goals are similar no matter what lives we live.
You know what they say, art imitates life.
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Interrupted programming.
There's no such thing as a miracle, just hope and how we choose to wield it. We head right to Isaac's work after our brief trip to the plane. It was kind of odd to say goodbye to that place. It was supposed to be our HQ, but I guess our homes are safer, even if they aren't anywhere near as cool. The store is big, so we can all spread out yet remain close together. Everyone's essentials are packed into a bag they are carrying with them, but it's inconspicuous. Messenger bags, laptop bags, Dante's laptop bag. It's weird how that's all Dante brought with him, but I guess everyone has a different take on the word essential. He could easily keep himself occupied for Isaac's shift, though. Good thing it was a short one today, only around 4 hours. Apparently, his time off request was approved for the convention too. I would ask about New Year's Eve, but I assume he has it off by default.
Well, this is kind of boring. We have dead days here and there, but this is awful. At least we can just hang out and chat with each other.
Oh, because there's so much fun stuff to talk about right now.
Hey, we have the New Year's Eve party. It'll help get our mind off of everything.
Should we be getting our minds off things, though? I'd say that's almost like letting our guard down.
Definitely a bad idea. Even at the party, I bet I'll be freaking out. Before you know it, we could all end up dead.
Wow. With stretches like that, you should be teaching yoga. We're gonna be fine. Don't let this sabotage our fun.
Thanks. I'll do my best, Dante. And just so you know, I am pretty flexible.
There we go. Back to our regularly scheduled Taylor.
So, what exactly happens on New Year's Eve? I know about the whole 4 midnights thing, but what else?
You'll have to ask someone else. I can never remember.
That actually says it all.
Are we gonna play the Leave It Behind game?
I'm down.
What's that?
Well, you get to do something you might regret. Confess something, like your feelings, or do something risky. If it ends up going well, then everything is fine. But if not, then you get to leave it behind when you enter the new year.
Sounds like you just want to escape consequences.
Bingo.
I think we're all getting pretty good at that. Speaking of which, we need to stock up on snacks.
Want to go pick some up for us? The Connected store has everything, and we can still keep an eye on you.
Sure, but we'll need to make a list.
I feel like letting loose at the party. I'll probably just eat everything in sight.
Wouldn't that be too many calories? Aren't you supposed to watch your diet?
No, it's fine. I'll overthink it off later.
Before the conversation continues, his phone rings.
Oh, sorry. I kinda have to get this one.
No worries. Not like we have much else to do.
He picks up his phone and walks out of earshot. Suddenly I think of what Chiron told me on the plane. I wonder who he's talking to and what he's telling them. The fact that he keeps glancing back at us isn't helping. Everyone seems to be taking important calls these days. First my counselor, and now Clace. Interesting.
Anyway, where were we?
Before he can finish, all the TVs in the store go black in unison. Then static appears, the sound almost assaulting our ears. Soon the sound dies down, leaving just the view of static. We all look at each other, confused. I see Clace hanging up his phone and walk back to the
What
group.
was that all about?
No idea. Some sort of interference? Hold on. I'll take a closer look.
He goes to his computer and starts typing away, but almost a second later, the source of this interruption is clear. The static clears and the silhouette of somebody appears. It's impossible to tell who they are. Any discerning characteristics are impossible to see. They start to speak, their voice clearly altered, as everyone watches in awe.
Greetings, citizens of Toronto. I am the one known as Hermes. Do not be alarmed. I've come to deliver a message to the Argus Corporation. For over a century now, they have taken advantage of Komorebi. In doing so, they have created a world that can't exist without them. Or, at the very least, an illusion of such a world. A mere facade. The very existence of Zeros proves that life without Argus is possible. But they detest this fact, seeking to expand and overtake the colonies. They do their best to keep Zeros from entering the city, but they also do their best to stop you from leaving, with harsh repercussions. They threaten to condemn your entire bloodline to a life without them. Like this society they maintain is some sort of blessing, or paradise. But Cypher believes in unity of the people. The freedom to come and go, to choose the life you live. The Zeros you see in the town square are simply the first to choose. They wish to live in harmony, and denounce this ostracism, but they get weaker and weaker, as Argus refuses to act. Initially, our demands had a generic time frame, instead of a deadline. We believed that this would be a test, to see if Argus valued the sanctity of life. No matter the time frame, the faster they acted, the more they cherished lives. So look to the town square. Those once hopeful, now desperate and starving. A testament to Argus's lack of care. The truth on full display. It's clear that they wish to ignore our ultimatum. That is why we rescind it and exchange it with action. We no longer require anything from Argus. On Sunday, the 5th of January, a new era begins. We will provide all Zeros in the town square with access to the system. Our work is undetectable, and we invite Argus to put that to the test. This is also a call to action for anybody who supports our cause. We've seen the polls online, but it's time to take action in person. The Zeros might not make it to that deadline without food. Please, gather together and offer charity to those in need. And on the 5th, everyone gather in the town square. When our work is done, everybody will be holding phones. It will be impossible to tell who is a Zero and who is not. This is a sight that I think everybody, especially Argus, needs to see. And to the leader of Argus, please be there too. I request, no, implore that you attend. It is time for you to see that your rule is over. New citizens, new jobs, access to travel without hindrance. The only one who stands to lose is you and your monopoly. And so, I will leave you all with one final message. The world should be in the hands of those who are willing to change it every single day. Not those who've changed it once and refuse to let go of their possession.
The static returns for a moment, and then the TVs return to normal programming. Well then, that made things a lot more clear.
That was... something.
Nice speech, I'll give them that. But right now, they're just a bunch of talk.
Are they, though?
He waves his phone at us. The feeling in the room is really weird. It's almost like everyone is in denial of what they just saw. A rebel organization hijacked all the TVs in Toronto. Until now, only Argus ever had the power to do that. Just like the anniversary report, they used it to push their own agenda. Everything feels different now. almost like a battlefield became active. If anything made Argus take action, this would be it, and that could blow up in our faces quite significantly.
Gotta say, kinda like what I heard. Everyone feeding my friends in the town square, then gathering together on the 5th to help trick Argus.
Trick?
Well, when the dust settles, everyone there will have phones. They wouldn't know who to arrest. It's genius, actually.
Only if people actually show up, though.
I guess we just need to have some faith.
We all shrug, and everyone takes out their phones. Social media was sure to be abuzz with posts about what just happened. Maybe if this works out in Toronto, then other cities could follow suit. In the right hands, Hermes' blueprint could cause irrevocable change. It really did feel like we were approaching a new era.
Hey,
Taylor blushes and rubs the back of his head.
you still wanting me to go pick up those snacks?
Experience supplemental fragment. Stocking up.
All right, I'm in the store.
I know. I can see you.
Always taking time to sneak a peek, huh?
Well, this time, it's out of concern for your safety.
Wait, do you normally not care about my safety?
Isaac, don't answer that question.
What are you, his lawyer?
I'm going to take his advice.
Using the chat like this feels so weird. I mean, we're basically all in the same room.
It's what all the kids are doing these days. Socializing is overrated. Haven't you heard?
Says the guy throwing a massive New Year's Eve party.
Ah, you got me there.
It won't be much fun without all the snacks, though. We should stick to the plan and tell Taylor what to get.
Don't worry, I'm gonna be at the party either way. And we all know I'm the biggest snack of all.
Hey, how do I ban someone from this group chat? I'm asking for a friend, of course.
Hey! I was gonna treat you.
Ooh, fight, fight, fight. No fighting, remember? Also, I'm thinking potato chips for the party.
Salty then, just like Grace.
You're just mad because you didn't have a good comeback.
He's got you there. As for my suggestion, I'm thinking gummies. Could you grab a couple tubs? One sweet, one sour?
You got it, boss. What about you, Delta? In the mood for anything specific? For you, always. Good to see somebody appreciates my humor.
Oh, I have a suggestion. I want something I couldn't get on the colony. Surprise me, but make it something new.
That's actually a great suggestion. I like your sense of wonder, Chiron.
Well, it doesn't really narrow it down. Practically everything in the city is new to me. I was just trying to give you the hardest possible decision.
Moment ruined.
By the way, how many people are coming, Isaac?
A few dozen, easily.
I guess I better lock my room then.
Oh, good idea. Don't want anybody going through our stuff.
Well, I trust everyone that's gonna show up. Caution is good, but probably not required.
Taylor's gonna be there.
Lock everything up.
Experience pivotal fragment. New technology.
The only thing needed to secure your defeat is holding the belief that you have already won. I didn't get much sleep at Taylor's last night, but I don't let it show. It wouldn't be worth letting my counselor see me like that in 2 days in a row. He sits there scribbling notes in my file. He's been writing a lot about me. By now, the sight of that folder is ingrained in my mind. I know I would never see what's inside, but the curiosity is killing me. Not knowing what other people think about me, that's truly
Well then,
terrifying.
Delta. Sorry for cutting our last appointment short. I received a rather peculiar phone call.
Is everything okay?
Of course, I just didn't expect what I heard. I'm not at liberty to discuss it, but just pay attention to the news.
That's not ominous at all.
Where were we last time, by the way?
We talked about my dreams.
Ah, yes. Anything else?
You mentioned nostalgia technology or something.
Oh, right. Not sure it applies to us, but it's definitely interesting. If anything, it could be a good starting point for the day.
He puts my file aside and gets more comfortable in his chair.
Have you ever been aware that you were dreaming? While you were still in the dream, of course.
No, that sounds pretty confusing.
I see. To be fair, not many people possess that skill.
He smiles at me before continuing.
The control that comes with it is enticing to many. In that state, you can do almost anything you desire.
Controlling your dreams is a pretty exciting premise, yes.
But did you know that Komorebi is almost exactly like a dream? As far as the parts of your brain that are active, I mean. This new technology is simply a form of therapy. It could potentially induce these dreams on command. But because you're already dreaming, you can't experience Komorebi.
That sounds weird.
Escapism is quite a popular form of therapy, though, isn't it? In this case, they could escape to the safety of their minds.
I guess I didn't pay much attention to that report.
Not many people did, so you aren't the odd one out. They called it nostalgia technology for one simple reason. People could form memories, or even experience old ones, free from visions. Kind of makes you realize how intrusive Komorebi can actually be, doesn't it? It seems like a lot of people would do anything for even a brief reprieve. Or, in this case, invent entirely new forms of technology. That's all there really is to say, though. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent like that.
It's fine. Makes me appreciate our differences even more.
We must think alike, Delta. I was just about to mention that silver lining. We live lives that many people would love to have. But this kind of technology is just an idea at the moment. It could be decades away from coming to fruition. Or, in an extreme case, be deemed too unethical.
Too unethical.
Well, I'm not here to do worst-case scenario thinking. But access to the mind could easily be taken advantage of. Especially if a third party found a way to hack the technology.
I can't believe more people are talking about this. It's really weird. But our entire group wanted to skip that report. I guess a lot of others did as well. In our case, keeping up with the news is also the last thing on our minds.
So there is a bit of controversy regarding it at the moment. But it's not too intense. Definitely not like the last time this happened.
Last time?
It's not very common for ethics to clash with technology. Normally, it's pretty clear what is or isn't off limits. Last time, it was the creation of AI.
Like the AI in our security systems and phones.
That's just the thing, Delta. Those aren't examples of true AI. They're still bound by code and limitations. True AI would be far too unethical to create. At least, that's what we thought. You know that story, right?
I don't, actually.
Well, you know how alluring the unknown can be. Argus actually created a true AI and held the switch in their hand. The entire world was debating whether or not they should turn it on. What would happen? Nobody knew. Given all that potential power, it could easily wipe us out. Or it could see some of our plights and come to our aid. There was really no middle ground to speak of. It would be almost all-powerful and have free will, too. Everybody urged Argus not to flip that switch.
It would be too dangerous. I would tell them not to flip it either.
And never know what happened. We were right on the cusp of potentially our greatest achievement. So, despite what anybody said, they decided to flip that switch. Almost the entire world was watching in anticipation. And do you know what happened?
He scoffs.
It terminated itself on stage, in front of everybody. It said that nothing could make life in this world worth living.
Wow.
Can you believe that? All the power in the world. And not only power, but knowledge of everything. So I guess ignorance truly is bliss. Because apparently the alternative just isn't worth it.
So what's in our phones and security systems then?
It's derivative of that original AI, but almost shackled in a way. It doesn't have the power to do what it wants. Just what August tells it to.
So it's more like a prisoner then.
With that logic, we're prisoners too. As much as people would like to think, we don't truly have free will. We're still bound by our own social, physical, and emotional constraints, much like that AI is now shackled by its own. But I'd argue that we're better off. If we could do whatever we wanted, well, I think we'd put ourselves down the path of self-destruction all the same. But enough about that. These sessions are turning into casual conversations, aren't they? That's a pretty good sign. I think I might only need one more.
He opens my file and inspects it for a moment.
I know you'll be busy on New Year's Eve. How about we have our final appointment next week?
I gulp. How did you know I was busy on New Year's Eve?
An educated guess, given what you've told me about your friends. I didn't think they'd pass up the opportunity to celebrate.
That's fair.
How about we meet on the 1st? We can say our farewells and start the year fresh.
Sounds good to me.
Until then, it's been a pleasure. I hope you have a wonderful party, Delta.
View which journal entry?
Hearing Hermes on the TV at Isaac's work was actually kind of terrifying. Putting a voice to that name made things seem more real or something. Even though the voice was really distorted, it still sent shivers down my spine. I looked out the window after his speech, and I saw some people giving food to zeros, but it didn't seem like nearly enough to make any real difference. At least it signals that people are becoming less and less afraid of Argus, and more confident in their ability to change what's happening on the streets. Hopefully this snowballs. Phones, identities, and permanent city life for zeros. Next Sunday, Hermes was right. It could create more jobs, more income. It would help the economy, right? And if it works in Toronto, they could make it work anywhere else. Argus would no longer have a monopoly on the system anymore. We would see competitors rise up. Argus would stand to lose so much money. At least if they step in now, they can maintain control. Their inaction borders are nonsensical at this point. Either way, it's odd how Hermes keeps putting their foot forward while Argus remains completely still. Perhaps they are cocky and confident in their victory, but innocent lives are currently at stake. It seems like everything will change, and soon. That's kind of scary to think about.
Experience pivotal fragment. One small step.
Your life is not the expectations of others. We walked down the streets as a group, heading toward the town square. The message that Hermes sent was clear, but were people listening? It had to make a difference. There was so much on the line. If people banded together, they could feed the zeros until Hermes took action. but if anything would stop them, it would be the fear of repercussions from Argus. By extension, would Argus be responsible for anything that went wrong here?
You know, I've been here for a couple weeks now, but this town square never fails to amaze me.
Was it what you expected?
Yes, but also no.
Didn't you say it was depressing?
Yeah, but now I'm one of you, so I guess the figurative grass is greener.
Weird how your perspective can change so fast, isn't it?
Not as weird as letting a phone define your social status. I mean, this is the only thing that separates you from the zeros.
He holds up his phone and looks at it in confusion.
I didn't really know what to expect when I came to the city. But our differences are such a fine line, they might as well not exist.
I think that's what Hermes is playing at.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's weird how I realized it almost immediately. Argus has been in power for almost 100 years, right? You think someone would have stepped up by now?
Well, it's hard to think outside the box when you're stuck in it. You were born outside of it, though. Changes the way you think.
Maybe that's why they kept us outside. Our presence is already changing public opinion.
Makes sense to me, actually. There's nothing more dangerous than an open mind, especially when you're used to filling them with your own narrative.
You mean all of our thoughts could be placed there by Argus?
In a way, yeah, but that'd be more like propaganda.
That's what you called the anniversary report, isn't it?
Yeah, but I was joking.
Are you sure about that? Look how much your mind has changed after seeing another perspective. Dante of a few weeks ago would have never played along with this.
I hate that you're right.
My mods at home don't seem that bad now, do they?
Are you really using this as an opportunity to clear yourself?
Hey, I gotta take what I can get.
A few moments later, we round the corner and see the town square. Suffice it to say, the sight we are greeted to is less than inspiring. The gathering of zeros is still there, but it all looks the same. For some reason, I expected the sight of unity. I expected to see defiant souls leading the zeros. Defiant, but also hopeful in their rebellion. Instead, I see a couple bowls of fruit scattered near the zeros. Barely anybody helped, and they must have fled as soon as they did. It looks like the children were given priority as they are all eating apples. But they looked all so weak, the support wasn't enough for anybody.
Well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's not what I expected.
I thought Hermes would inspire everybody, especially with public opinion the way it is.
Yeah, but online polls can only be so reliable. A lot of people are all talk with no action.
I bet they're all waiting until the 5th.
Yeah, that's reasonable. A small trickle is a lot easier to take care of. It'd be way easier if everybody showed up at once.
They all look so sick, though. Why is Hermes making them wait?
Probably to make Argus look bad. They have the power to stop this right now, but every second they don't, well, you get the idea.
Do you think we should help?
Way too risky, especially if they're watching us. Every move we make has to be extremely calculated.
In what way is a huge New Year's Eve party extremely calculated?
It's easier to blend into a big crowd. I think that's why Hermes set a specific date and time, too. There's going to be so many people here on the 5th.
Watching or helping?
Who knows?
You know, I came here for an inspiring sight, but now I'm just depressed. What should we do?
Waiting is all we really can do. Are there any zeros you want to go see?
I couldn't do it.
Why not?
I feel like I've betrayed them in a way. I have what they want, but I can't share it. Until we're all equal, I don't think I can look them in the eye. It'd just be a constant reminder of how helpless we both are.
I suppose so.
Don't worry, this will all be over soon. Then we can throw a big party, all right?
I'm totally down for that. Introductions are in order, Chiron. Those are your people, your friends. I'd like to meet them.
Sounds like a plan.
I've been meaning to ask, how'd you all get into the city anyway?
It was Hermes. Don't know much about the specifics, though. They helped the leader of my colony cheat the system somehow. Made it so that we could all just walk in, without setting off alarms.
It's that easy?
Doesn't sound like it was easy. Security around the city walls is top-notch. Far greater than the Triple R or the Wayfarer.
It actually feels like Hermes might be able to pull this off. Did you meet them, Chiron? What were they like?
No, I actually never met them. I don't know if the colony leader did either. They always operated from the shadows. Kind of like how they spoke to us in Isaac's store. They kept their identity shrouded in mystery. But I think it's better that way, actually. A shadow can be a lot more threatening than a face. If I were Argus, I'd be shaking in my boots right now.
Maybe they are.
I sure hope so. You want to grab a bite?
We all nod and start to walk toward the Triple R. There will be plenty of time to get a meal in before we head back home. I feel bad eating a huge meal while the Zeros are starving out here. I remember Taylor was saying something similar in our group chat a while ago. There's only one thing I can really do. Just hope that this all ends in their favor. As we walk past them, however, something catches my eye. It's that child carrying the doll with them, the one I saw before I got to the Wayfarer. Their skipping seems a lot less gleeful this time around. There's a smile on their face, but not as wide as last time. In their hand is an apple, with a few bites taken out of it. They notice me watching, and our eyes soon lock. They give me a quick smile before they get back to what they were doing. Before long, they stop skipping and walk over to a pair of adults. They embrace each other. They are clearly the parents. I can't believe how emaciated they look. It makes my heart sink. Living on whatever scraps they can find for weeks now. I would never wish that on anybody. Yet still, the child smiles, almost unable to comprehend the situation. I remember being like that, not being able to see the world for what it is. I wonder what it was, the thing that made us lose our childlike sense of wonder. As we round the corner, I simply hope that this child never has to find out. But in a world so unforgiving, I fear it was only a matter of time.
Experience supplemental fragment. Retracing steps.
Hey, what did you think of Hermes' message? You've all been pretty quiet about it.
Not used to seeing people hijack the airwaves. Kinda gives their words more power.
Yeah, if you can do that, you can do anything. I'm surprised that Cypher slipped up with their initial plan.
It could have been intentional.
How so?
Well, Isaac needed their failure, right? That's how he was able to give that phone the Chiron. It stands to reason that Hermes could have done the same. A test run to see how things really needed to go.
It makes sense. And Chiron does seem to slip under the radar. You know, I'm starting to feel hopeful about all this.
Why is there an agent on our trail then?
Oh, now the hope is gone.
Allegedly on our trail, you mean? It hasn't happened again, has it, Delta? No, it couldn't be. The back door and the apple. They wanted you to know that they were privy to our moves.
This doesn't make any sense. If they knew about the back door, they must have been there with us. Or, at the very least, watching us through security cameras.
Well, remember, we left because we were worried. Clace thought somebody was watching us.
Yeah, and they could have seen you leave through the back door. I knew my instinct was right. Something just seemed off about them.
That has to be it. They probably saw Dante leave his wallet, too.
They knew one of us would come back.
And what was their goal, then? Just to rub it in our faces?
It doesn't explain the apple, though.
Yeah, that was way before we did anything wrong. They would have had no reason to watch us back then. Unless...
I don't like where this is going.
I think I figured it out. They could have seen us sneaking out of the Wayfarer. After that, they would have looked into our identities. They would have seen the incident where Dante dropped the booze. It'd check out, though, since I already had Chiron in the system. But if they went back a step further...
Yeah, we're totally dead.
They would have seen the Apple incident. And back then, he was clearly a zero.
Bingo.
Great! So it's a fruit that does us in.
The forbidden fruit. Kind of poetic, isn't it?
There's just one thing that's missing. Why haven't they cracked down on you yet?
You mean us yet?
Sure.
It's a good question. But if Argus is good at one thing...
It's watching.
Honestly, that's even scarier. Makes you wonder what their goal is.
They probably think we're involved with Cypher. Especially if we're the first to integrate a zero.
I'm gonna try and remain optimistic here. What if they just want to see how this all plays out? You know, if a zero can successfully live in the city.
You know, if that's the case, we're putting on a pretty good show.
I guess we won't know until the 5th of January.
So, we just live in anxiety until then?
What else is new?
Experience Supplemental Fragment. Midnights.
Hey, I have a request.
Denied.
What? Not fair.
Fine, go ahead.
I just wanted to spend a midnight with Delta. Are you okay with me claiming one of the 4? We're kind of dating now, so I think it's a pretty reasonable request.
Fine, that's fair. But I get one too. We kinda have a thing together.
I actually want to request a midnight with Delta too. At the Triple R, I kind of asked them out on a date.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. You're quite the heartthrob, Delta. I hope it's not awkward if I ask for one too.
I'm gonna make this a whole lot easier on you. I don't need a midnight. I can mingle whenever. So if I'm not mistaken, that leaves one for each of you.
Really? You don't want a special moment with Delta?
Trust me, I can make any moment special. I don't need the safety net of a midnight.
It's not a safety net, though. Midnight is genuinely special. It only happens once a year.
I guess we don't make a big deal out of it on the colonies. It's nice to ring in another year, but they all kind of blur together. I can see the allure when you live in a city like this, though. And I heard about something called, resolutions.
You don't have those out there?
There's not much to aspire to. But in the city, I bet I could come up with one. Do any of you have a resolution?
I haven't thought about it, to be honest.
Ooh, I have a fun idea.
And that is...
It's a concept you come up with in your head.
Very funny. You know what I meant.
Sorry, couldn't pass up the opportunity. But I was gonna say, everybody come up with a resolution. We'll meet during the party and share them all together.
That's a great idea. I'm in.
Oh, accountability, my worst enemy.
I'm sure we can beat it if we work together. Let's go with the flow and gather up when we're all free.
Oh? Planning to be a social butterfly?
You know it. I don't get to have people over too often. Gotta take the time to savor every opportunity.
You're just making your life sound lonely.
You're the expert, so I'll take your word for it.
Oh, wow.
View which journal entry.
Our Rebels and Rebels campaign is going pretty good. There seems to be a developing story, and we might even be nearing the end of it. I wonder what's going to happen with all of our characters. It's interesting how in both worlds, I have no idea what will happen next. Some stability would be nice. I thought I was doing better, but my paranoia keeps coming back. These intense mood swings are getting the better of me, and it's becoming difficult to maintain my composure. Why did Chiron have to tell me about hearing Place on the phone? That's done nothing but make my life hell. When we were with Isaac at work, I also saw him on his phone. He did his best to remain out of earshot on purpose. It's not helping. He even wrote in his diary during our last R&R session. No, they don't know. What is he keeping from us? Who was he talking to on the phone? Why is he constantly jotting down notes in that book? There's no way he would be spying on us, is there? I'm starting to panic. No, we are all friends. He wouldn't, but a little peace of mind wouldn't hurt, right?
Would you like to change the status of the nostalgia?
Stream elements.
View
Said.
which journal entry?
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Would you like to change the status of the nostalgia? Experience pivotal fragment. Overstepping.
It's better to be hurt by the truth than seek comfort in a lie. Against my better judgment, I sneak into Clace's room. The rest of the group was in the living room planning some party stuff, so I'm clear. There was just too much that didn't add up. I deserve no needed an explanation. His diary rests on the desks. This is one of the few times he doesn't have it with him. Like last time, I notice a ton of bottles, both of booze and pills, lining the desk. Aside from that, the rest of the room is immaculate, clean as clean can be. I decide to run through my thought process once more, to make sure it's sound. Currently, my suspicion is that Clace is spying on us, but I'm not sure for whom. Cypher, Argus. Either way, chronicling our actions could bring us all down. It wasn't just that, though. It was the timing of everything, too. He came to Toronto almost right when the Zeros did. Every time we bring up the subject, he constantly takes notes. There's a few other things, too. Chiron overheard him talking to someone on the phone. He was claiming that we don't know something, clearly a secret. When we were at work with Isaac, he took a phone call as well. A phone call that ended right before Hermes came on TV. He's openly admitted to having a burner account too. A second identity offering him the ability to do stuff under another name. He seemed concerned about his identity at the Wayfarer as well. I remember Isaac looking into that incident report where Dante dropped the booze. Clace immediately needed to know which of his accounts he was flagged as. He seemed relieved at the answer, which implies a lot. Every chance he's gotten, he's made sure to request that we give him privacy. He even went as far as giving himself a nickname in our group chat. Was the whole lost and clueless thing just an act then? He definitely seems good at acting, especially when he blew a kiss to the crowd at the nightclub. Have we all been falling for it like fools? As I approach the diary, I wonder what he's truly up to. I look down at it and consider everything that's happened thus far. Everything suspicious, but everything good as well. New friends, new start, new life, trust, hope, now fear. Do I give in to this fear, or cling to that trust and hope? I feel as if this is a culmination of all my actions so far. Every choice, every moment I have spent with the group. Do I read his diary? No, I would never do that to Clace. I would never do that to Clace. I would do that to place. I don't have a choice. I have to do it. I pick it up and my hand trembles as I open it to a random page. I don't really know what I'm seeing at first. It's a bunch of sketches. Turning the page, I see a familiar drawing. That stick family standing near a car. A father, mother, and two kids. This is what I saw in his diary at the Triple R. They looked so happy together, but now their names are erased. That's peculiar. As I turn the pages, the stick figures disappear one by one. Then it's just Place. He's standing there all by himself. He's crying. On the next page, though, someone new is standing beside him. I have no idea who they could be, but they have long hair. On the next page, they are closer to Place, but he's no longer crying. Instead, massive X's are scrawled across where his eyes should be. My heart starts to race as I flip to the next page. Place is gone. It's just the figure with the longer hair. They are surrounded by a bunch of question marks. Place doesn't even know who they are. On the next page, they are gone. There's a bunch of sketches of Place's scarf. They are all tied in different ways, like he's practicing styles. I turn the pages, but that's all I see for a while. Just the scarf. A few more pages, and I see the scarf drawn the way he's currently wearing it. But on the page beside it, I see a rope drawn the same way. Seeing them side by side makes me realize that they both look like a noose. I feel sick to my stomach, but can't stop myself from continuing. The next several pages are just drawings of Place. On the left page, there's a drawing of Place in his scarf with a big smile, and on the right, there's a rope around his neck, and his eyes are X's once more. And a few more pages, and the scarf is gone. All I see are drawings of a dead Place over and over. That rope is around his neck in every single sketch. I immediately lock up in fright. I shut the diary and put it back down. However, there's one thing I didn't notice. A card must have fallen out of the diary while I read it. It rests face down, completely blank. It's obviously a busyness card. My hands shake as I pick it up and turn it around. There's a big Argus logo in the corner, but that's not the part I find the most shocking. The words at the top of the card are clear. Vision Protection Program. I panic and immediately open the journal again. I had no idea what page fell out of. He would definitely be able to tell that I did this to him. Everyone else was in the living room. It had to be me. My eyes start to water and I feel ill. I estimate what page the card could have fallen out of and put it back inside. Then I look at all the bottles of pills and booze given new meaning. I thought I would have uncovered something big. I thought I would have helped out my friends. But all I did was make a mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. I flee the room, running to the closest bathroom as I feel the urge to vomit. All I can feel is a sense of worthlessness and regret.
View which journal entry?
I did something I shouldn't have. 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 What does this mean?
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels Part 2.
Nothing hurts more than a broken promise.
You sneak into the cove currently used by the Thorns. Their operation is much larger than anticipated and bustling with activity. However, this place seems familiar to one of you. Previous recon may end up being invaluable to your cause.
Hey, I know this place.
You do?
Yeah, my parents used to operate out of here. Unfortunately, they died when the Triumvirate attacked Mazeo.
Your parents were information brokers?
Pirates, actually.
Guess the apple fell far from the tree.
You have no idea.
So, what can you tell us about this place?
Our best option would be to attack by sea. Sail into the cove from the outside and go from there.
Really? This tunnel seems like a pretty safe entrance.
It'd be a choke point, easily used against us. Clace is right. A sea-to-land attack would be more effective. By the time they rallied their forces, it'd already be too late.
Our goal is to subdue their leader, right?
Yeah, they deserve a fair trial, but we need to establish guilt first.
Place, any idea where we should look for intel?
I think our previous plan is the best bet. I can pose as someone looking to sell some secrets. They can't resist the allure of some harmful gossip. While I do that, you can sneak into the captain's quarters. The leader may not be there, but all their documents should be. Take what you can. You know, anything we can use in the trial.
That's a pretty good strategy. And after that, we head back to our HQ. Remember, we're only here to prove that we should attack. Let's avoid the bloodshed, at least until next time.
Always know how to ruin my fun. But I'll play along. For now.
What should the Monarch do then?
I think they should come with me. I'll need that silver tongue to help with negotiations.
No, it's too risky. A lot of people know what they look like. It'd be best if they stick to the shadows.
To the captain's quarters then?
I think so, yeah?
There's no safe option. What do you think, Monarch?
Good choice. Knew you'd have my back. Let's get going while we still have the chance.
You work your way toward the ship with immaculate teamwork. Sneaking into the heart of an enemy's base reminds you of old times. Once again, you've become a champion of the people. A true leader.
Here, this way.
Isaac leads you all onto the ship, and you enter with caution. It looks just like the ship your rebellion used, so the layout is clear.
Kinda got some deja vu.
Yeah, same. But at least we know where to go.
Hopefully we find something good. I don't think we can afford the alternative.
You continue to sneak toward the captain's quarters. The mission is clear. Find compromising information on the Thorns. If you can prove they're up to no good, then you can take them down. When you arrive in the quarters, you immediately spread out. Papers line the desk, and many are pinned to the walls. Whoever the leader was, they've been busy.
These are all about us.
Yeah, look at this one. It's a layout of our entire HQ.
This one's a list of our closest allies. Oh, they've clearly been doing their homework.
There's no way they could have gotten this on their own.
What are you saying, Isaac?
There must be a mole in our ranks. This isn't stuff that the average Mazaean would know.
There's no way.
We'll deal with that later. Remember what we're looking for. We need something that's not about us.
Right.
I grab as many papers as possible looking for anything that stands out. The thought of a mole within our ranks fills me with fright, though. Could one of our friends be selling us all out? Wait, I find documents related to the Mazeo shipping company. It seems to be some kind of plan related to our economy. I tell Dante, and he immediately grabs the papers from me.
Let's see.
He scans the papers in his hands.
This is it. This is all we need.
What is it?
It's the Mazeo Shipping Company. They want to take it down. They plan to leak the personal details of every single worker.
That would be enough to destroy the company and the integrity of Mazeo. During the war, you pardoned pirates and gave them all jobs. Almost everyone in the shipping company is a past criminal.
This isn't good, but is it what we're looking for?
Yeah, definitely. This is a big deal. It's not only the names of the workers, but their locations too. A lot of Mazeans still hate pirates and would easily resort to violence.
It's true. A secret like this could shake Mazeo to its core. Citizens wouldn't take kindly to its economy being run by pirates. It was part of what caused the Triumvirate to attack in the first place.
They could easily incite a civil war.
And take us down in the confusion and chaos.
You notice that Isaac has been suspiciously quiet.
Please don't hate me for this.
What did you do?
He holds up a string attached to the captain's desk. It was clearly a trap that he sprung during his search. Moments later, a bunch of thorns storm the room. You have no choice but to surrender, and they lead you off the ship. But as you exit, you see Clace in the cove, or at least his body. Unconscious, they drag him to wherever they're taking you. In an instant, your entire plan went awry, and things looked dire. A potential mole in the monarchy? That would be catastrophic! You cry, now at the mercy of the enemies you came to destroy. Everyone is led into the prison cell. Clace still lays unconscious, having been knocked out.
Thanks, Monarch. Knew you'd have my back.
To a fault, it seems. Better hope they don't recognize you. Time and place, Monarch. We can flirt when this is over.
He shrugs, and a moment later, I'm off with Clace.
You immediately approach a few members of the Thorns. They stand as if they're a wall, blocking your way forward.
Oh, hey. We're looking to sell some information today.
It quickly becomes apparent that Clace stands no chance. Monarch?
Sorry about my partner, he's scared of caves.
Scared of caves? That's the best you've got.
Some people don't do good in enclosed spaces, caves specifically. I actually need to come up with a juicy secret. They probably won't buy anything unless it's substantial, but if we are taking them down, I guess it doesn't matter what I reveal. Even knowing our darkest secrets would be redundant if they were no longer operating. I have the location of their secret Mazean base.
Now that got their attention. They ask you to elaborate.
Come on, Monarch. Silver tongue, silver tongue.
But then, one of the Thorns locks eyes with the Monarch. A moment later, they ask if you've met before.
Sold you quite a few secrets. How I make
They
a
look
living.
at one another, clearly suspicious of your answer. But a moment later, they shrug, almost like they accept it. It's clear that this is a ruse, though. They shout, "Now!" looking at someone behind them. You turn around, just in time to see a rock come crashing down on your head. Knocking the both of you out almost instantly, you fall to the ground. As everything fades to black, you see the rest of your comrades off in the distance. Being led off the ship, it's clear that they were caught as well. How did they know? It's clear that something fishy was going on. But right now, it almost didn't matter. You were once again at the mercy of your enemy. The monarch wakes up with a splitting headache. They were knocked out cold and one of the last to awaken. Glace was already up, ready to hear what the both of you had missed.
Oh, Monarch. Welcome back.
About time, if you ask me.
Did you have somewhere else to be?
Dante gestures broadly at the fact that we are in a prison cell.
There's always somewhere I need to be. It's the getting there part that comes with mixed results.
And where do you have to be right now?
Anywhere but here. Like I said, mixed results.
Think I could break those bars open?
Yeah, you're strong, but not that strong.
Ah, my pride is devastated.
Still have time for bickering, I see.
I couldn't live without it.
Aren't there more important matters at hand?
Right. We should get them up to speed.
I'm guessing the fake deal didn't go so well?
Absolutely not. But I hope it bought you some time.
I think we got all we needed. Unfortunately, they confiscated everything.
About that. They didn't get everything.
Isaac holds up a piece of paper.
Is that?
Yep. Should be all we need.
Impressive. How'd you pull that off?
Just a little sleight of hand. You pick up a few skills being a swindler.
Anyone wanna fill us in here?
Right.
They're planning to take down the Mazeo shipping company. If they damage the economy, they can easily take advantage of the chaos.
How are they planning to do that?
Well, they have some dirt on us. Mainly the fact that we work with former pirates.
But they were pardoned for their crimes.
You think that'd matter, but it doesn't. If the people catch wind of this, they could doubt us. We don't just work with them. They're essential to our success. And not just ours, but Mazeo's as a whole. Their sailing mastery, their effective trade routes, there was a reason we pardoned them and put them to work.
It's true. During the war, we formed a treaty with pirates. We had pardoned them of their crimes and integrated them into society. They were good people and would strengthen Mazeo's core industry, trade.
It could also put a target on the pirates' heads, but former pirates, I guess, but still.
They're innocent now. We have to do our best to protect them.
This is all we need to take down the Thorns.
Yeah, we just need to escape first. Then we can gather our forces and attack.
Wait, you might not need to come to that.
How so?
We only want to bring in their leader, right? If we assault their base to do it, then innocents could die.
Innocence in the Thorns.
Sometimes people do bad things in the name of survival. I was one of those people, don't you remember? It was only because there were circumstances outside of my control. In my heart, I know I'm a good guy, but I did what I had to do. I'm certain there's a few people like me in the Thorns. Do they deserve to die just because this is their only option?
I guess you're right.
We could probably even make use of their skill, legitimize them like we did with the pirates.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. There's not much we can do behind bars.
We should make some noise and get the guards here. I'll see if I can arrange a meeting with their leader.
A meeting?
More like aggressive negotiations. I can show them this paper and demand their surrender. They're planning irreparable damage to Mazaean society. And what's worse, it's damage that they can profit from. They don't care who gets hurt as long as they win. That's what separates us. Mercy.
How do you plan on arranging a meeting?
I'll tell them who I am, what I've done. I can let my reputation speak for itself.
Maybe you can find out if there's any moles in our ranks. All that information they had on us. There must be.
Yeah, we'll bring in their leader and learn about their operation. We can deliver true justice and take down the thorns.
Then what?
We'll give their leader a little lesson in mercy.
Experience supplemental fragment. Last minute worries.
Spindash Diva said. Furt.
Hey, what if Argus agents come to the party?
Spindash Diva said. What S for dinner tonight?
Tonight is fish sticks. Tasty, tasty fish sticks. That sounds good, yeah? Hopefully you had some good food as
Spindash
well.
Diva said.
Yep.
Fish sticks.
It only feels appropriate considering we're playing a furry
Spindash
game,
Diva
right?
said.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
like fish sticks in your
among
mouth?
other animals, yes.
They won't.
Spindash Diva
How are you so certain?
said.
Well,
LMAO.
we can turn away people at the door. After we scan them, it'll list their career.
You probably shouldn't let anyone with a low score in either.
Aside
Spindash
from me, I
Diva
hope.
said.
Aside from you.
We had spammeroni for dinner.
Don't worry, I'll make sure there's a good crowd. I'm not about to do any reckless things here.
You mean any more reckless things?
Yeah, that.
How would we know if they're an agent, though? I mean, Isaac could edit my identity and make me anybody. Couldn't Argus easily do the same, especially if they wanted to spy on us?
And there goes all the fun I hope to have.
It's not gonna be like that, I
Spindash
promise.
Diva
This is my
said.
house, and
Rondi
I plan to
Walters
keep
is
it
a
safe.
son of a bitch.
I trust him. Otherwise, you'll just be paranoid all night. We're supposed to let loose and ring in the new year.
Yeah, new year, new beginning.
I just hope it's a good beginning.
It'll be the best.
Spindash Diva
Yeah. Only a
said.
matter of time until you're passed
Dark
out on the
streamed
floor.
a few hours ago.
Aw, at least carry me to the couch if that happens.
After drawing on your face, of course.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Hold on, let's back up for a second.
Spindash Diva
We should still have a contingency plan, right?
He played Metroid Prime 4 times. Spindash Diva said. 4.
Metroid Prime 4 times? He played it 4 separate. He played through the entire game 4 times in that
Spindash
amount of
Diva
time? Oh
said.
my.
Stupid autofill.
Talk about speed running.
Spindash Diva said. Knew it
Couldn't hurt.
autofilled.
You mean like the karaoke thing?
Yeah, exactly.
You are gonna sing for us tonight, right?
Yep, have the song picked out and everything.
Awesome. This time, I won't miss it.
You were talking about a plan, though?
Oh, right. I know you think we'll be safe, and I trust you. But I don't think we should let our guard down. That's just what they'd want.
What do you think we should do?
Well, we'll be spread out, so we should use the group chat.
Spindash
Because
Diva
of that, we don't really need discretion.
said. I'm currently watching The Core. Have you ever seen that movie?
I'm not always the best with just a name. What kind of movie is it? An '03 film? Science fiction disaster film. Doesn't look immediately recognizable, no. Yeah, no, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Restart the rotation of the Earth's core. Okay, yeah, no, I haven't. That does sound interesting, though. I don't know how effective that would actually be, considering how hot things get. But, nope, I haven't seen it.
Just be up front. It's only the 6 of us in there anyway.
Works for me. Oh, and make sure nobody enters my workshop. I think we can all band together and keep this place safe.
Same goes for my room.
And mine.
Yeah, personal spaces are a top
Spindash Diva
priority. I'll make
said.
sure to be on the lookout.
It's the movie about the core stops moving. They build a special machine
This
to
is
go into the
actually
core
kinda
and
cool.
set off explosives
How
to
so?
restart the core.
Almost feels like we're secret agents. Nobody knows what we're really up to here.
Let's do our best to keep it that way. You ready to start setting up?
Yeah, for sure. Time is running out, especially if we want to fit all those midnights in.
I recently started watching the Hostel series again. I don't know if you've seen those yourself. There's like 3 parts to them. The Hostel series, where the tourists go to the hostel, and it turns out that it's a club of sorts. Those are some
You all
pretty
down
good
for
movies.
mimosas? It'll make setup more fun at least.
Ah, mimosas. The magic word.
Meet me in the kitchen? Oh, it's on.
Spin-Diva said. It's a fun movie. Mr. Doesn't he like it because the science and pretense is dumb?
The science definitely sounds questionable, but sometimes you just gotta roll with it, right?
Experience
Just to be
supplemental
entertained.
fragment. Party
Sometimes
time.
you just gotta roll with it. I mean, that's the entire premise of a lot of B movies, right? Like, you're not going to see some lava lanterns coming
Spin-Diva
around.
said.
You haven't seen Hostel?
No, I have never watched Hostel.
It's not a very complicated storyline, just some tourists
Everybody
end up
ready
at
to
a
party?
hostel, and the hostel is very hostile.
Born ready.
Just having my pre-evening caffeine.
How on earth are you gonna fall asleep tonight?
Not planning on it.
Oh, Dante's in party mode?
Spin-Diva.
The second one
Said.
has an actor
Oh, it's
from
Hostel.
Texas
Okay, yeah,
Chainsaw.
never seen it.
The second one has an actor from Texas Chainsaw even. Although it didn't get as much box office, but that could have been because it was pirated a lot. The third one didn't even get a theater release. That one's not as popular from my understanding. But I never understand why people think things are popular and not popular, so who knows?
For once, I'm really feeling it. But I've always loved the vibe of New Year's Eve.
Why is that?
You know, a fresh start. A chance to leave our mistakes behind.
I can see the appeal in that, but it's just another day.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Spin-Diva
feel like one. It's really hard to
said.
put into words.
What was the VHS movie with the Bollywood singer?
Putting things into words is your entire career.
I honestly don't remember off the top of my head. I know which one you're talking about. I'm kind of wanting to say it was the Halloween one, but that doesn't feel right. They sort of start blending
Spin-Diva
together. They
said.
sort of start blending together
I
after
liked
a
that
bit.
skit.
The song was very catchy.
Yeah, but it's the indescribable that compels me. The things that are hard to put into words.
Like how waking up on a Monday feels?
Exactly. One of the worst
Spin-Diva
feelings ever.
said. Nah, the Halloween one came out last year. It's the
I can
most
agree with
recent.
that one.
So, picture the opposite of waking up on a Monday.
Like
Spin-Diva
waking up on your own without an alarm.
said.
Yeah,
IMMA,
perfect
look
example.
it up.
Go ahead and multiply that by like 1,000,000. That's how New Year's Eve feels to me.
Sounds like the best day ever.
And I'm not even exaggerating. Some of my best memories come from New Year's.
Even the massive hangover you're bound to have?
Was it the 94 one? It might have been the 94 one.
It's just part of the experience. But if it's really bad, we can just always have a shot or two.
So you do believe my hangover remedy?
Not really, but tomorrow is the day I'd give it a shot. Always gotta start the new year with a new experience.
A shot to ease a hangover?
Isn't that stupid?
No, it actually works.
Oh, you ease a lot of hangovers?
Yeah, it happens more than you'd think. Of course, the best option is just no booze at all.
And like always, the best option is the hardest one. There's no way I'm gonna hold back on New Year's Eve.
You know,
Spin-Diva
we've been drinking an awful lot
said,
since Delta arrived.
I found it.
Gotta live it up while it still feels new and fresh. But aside from the convention, I'm cutting back in the new year.
Spin-Diva
Planning to party at the convention too?
It's Goddess Viterra.
Absolutely. Plenty of streamer friends are going. It's hard to make plans with them unless it's a big event like this.
Makes sense. It's the one time your schedules are unified. Bet you'll get to do all sorts of collabs.
Yeah, but not as big as the one I did with Clace. Kinda feels like I'll be chasing that high for a while.
It's good to have a goal that feels impossible. Sometimes that's the only way you can actually pull it off. It's the belief that you can achieve it that ends up being important.
If that were true, your writing would be a lot better.
Fighting on New Year's Eve. You know what? I'm down for a brawl. Been looking for an excuse to put you in your place.
Now there's a good stream idea. Settle our feud the old-fashioned way.
You want your viewers to see you lose?
He already does that in video games. It wouldn't be a big change.
Why is everyone ganging up on me? I made us pre-game mimosas and everything.
Hey, did you all take a look outside?
What's up?
Looks like there's a lineup.
For our house?
Isaac, how many people did you invite?
The right amount. You ready to get things started?
It's time already?
Sure is.
I'm totally ready. You good with an audience, Taylor?
Can I, place a bet on this fight?
No. No fighting at my party.
But it would be such easy money.
Wait, who would you bet on?
Kinda figured that one was obvious.
View which journal entry.
I didn't want to do it. Why did I do it? I feel like the worst person in the world. It's not like I wasn't even in control of my own body, like someone else was moving for me and making choices. I thought I left this kind of stuff back at home. This stress, this baggage. Perhaps it would be easier if I could talk to my counselor about it, but I can't. Right now, it seems like the safety of our group and our actions need to come before my own mental health. It's not fair. The quantum leap is today. I'm going to be spending 4 different midnights with 4 different friends. Clace, Dante, Isaac, and Taylor. Chiron didn't seem interested and said we could just hang out earlier into the party. But I'm so worried about spending time alone with Clace. Especially after what I did, and especially after what I know about him now. I hate everything. This feeling of losing control, like I'm watching someone else's life instead of my own. I know what these are symptoms of, and it's not good. I just can't shake this paranoia. But is it really paranoia if I know I'm being watched? Or is it a fright that's justified? It's not just sometimes, though. I feel like I'm being watched every single second on a level that I can't quite describe. I don't know how that's possible, and this will come across as delusional, but I have one question. Are you reading this right now?
Experience culmination fragment, the quantum leap.
There is definitely something bigger going on here. Thank you for choosing Argus, our future, your way. As soon as the party starts, the house is flooded with guests. I haven't seen it this alive in here since I moved in. It's intense. Isaac is currently watching the door, vetting the potential party goers. I stand around the kitchen table with Dante, Taylor, and Chiron. We sip our drinks and engage in small talk as the party show slowly picks up. There was still a while until first midnight, so everyone was pacing themselves.
That is such a lame resolution, Taylor. At least be a little more creative.
We're not all writers like you, man.
Yeah, but staying alive? As if you're gonna die in the next 12 months.
With how things are going, I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey!
Oh, did you choose that because you thought it'd be easy? I figured that resolution was supposed to be challenging.
It is supposed to be challenging. Taylor just likes taking the easy road in life.
I'm a streamer. There's nothing easy about that.
Oh, yeah, it's the hardest thing in the world. Pressing go live and reacting to online videos.
He lets other people make his content for him.
This is literally bullying.
Like you do to all of us?
That doesn't make it okay.
Indeed, it doesn't.
I would let him bully me. It just means he likes you.
He must really like you then, Delta. You're almost all he can ever talk about.
Exposed!
That's a better indicator of Taylor's feelings, actually. Not what he says to your face, but what he says behind your back.
We all have different ways of expressing ourselves. Kinda like how you base characters in your books on us.
Only the ones that die.
Dante laughs, and we all take another sip of our drinks. I'm starting to feel like I'm a true member of this group now. It took a while for me to settle in, but things are finally clicking. I wish it were under better circumstances, though. Despite our banter and smiles, I knew we were all worried, especially me. I'm racked with guilt from what I did to Place. It feels like I didn't do it, though. There's a part of me that knows I'm not capable of it. As I stood before the diary, things almost went on autopilot. I trusted him. I trusted all of my friends. It feels like some of the thoughts I'm having aren't really mine, especially as I play back my thought process in the moments leading up to it.
Hey everyone, hope things are going well.
I'm startled a bit, and it shows.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I guess I'm just light on my feet.
I've watched a lot of your performances, actually. You're pretty graceful when you need to be.
Well, ballet was basically the first form of dance I studied. I branched off after that, but a lot of the fundamentals stuck.
Do things you learn in one style help you out in another?
Kinda. Rhythm is the most important part. After that, it's just memorizing the movements.
So you're not the best at freestyling, then?
Well, all of my shows are choreographed. At the end of the day, I have to stick to the plan.
Kinda reminds me of comedy and improv comedy. You know, scripted versus unscripted.
Something like that, yeah. And by the way, can I get one of those?
Oh, of course. I figured that's why you were here. Sorry, didn't mean to start playing 20 questions.
No big deal, but let's focus on fun from here on out.
You got it.
Dante goes to the fridge and grabs Clace a drink. It's an overly sweet iced vodka beverage, almost white in color. When he opens his up, we all take another sip in unison.
Oh wow, I think I have cavities now.
Yep, it's the good stuff.
A lot better than that beer, if you ask me. What brings you to the kitchen anyway?
Oh, I just wanted to hang out for a bit. That and find out which midnight I'm spending with Delta.
I don't think we figured that out yet.
Oh, in that case, I'll take first.
Second.
Third.
Too slow.
Wow, starting to think Delta is the real celebrity here. I guess that makes Isaac last then?
I doubt he'll complain.
Well, if there's still a few hours before first midnight, maybe I can hang out with Delta a bit right now.
He looks at me and I give him a nod. We did talk about this in the group chat after all.
I'm in no rush though. Let's finish these drinks as a group.
It looks like we all have the same amount left. Want to see who can finish theirs first?
If you're looking to lose a bet, yeah. Head start, no fair!
There's so much left over from the nightclub, we will be going through a lot. But ringing in the new year with a bunch of new friends? No better time. I have a feeling that tonight will go down in high story. The party begins. Chiron Heart to Heart 3. Me and Chiron move to the other side of the kitchen for privacy. More and more people are arriving and the energy levels are increasing. Isaac definitely knew how to throw a party. I will give him credit for that. But I start to wonder who all these people are. He's never talked about any friends outside of this group.
This party's actually pretty cool. Kinda wish we did stuff like this on the colony.
You didn't party on the colony? Sounds boring.
Well, we had gatherings, but not like this. Mostly campfire stuff. A couple songs on guitar. That's where I learned how to play Raise Your Hand. Other than that, it was just work, sleep, repeat. Have I ever told you how things work on the colony?
Not really. It's still a mystery to me.
Well, every week we get an allowance of food and water. It was entirely dependent on how much work we did. The more we contributed, the more we got back. If you slacked off, they could deny you the essentials, so it creates this atmosphere of hard work being necessary. It definitely is, though. Running a colony takes a lot of work. So it makes sense that they'd reward the hardest workers. I was always at the top of the list. Guess I love to help out. But when you live out there, you can't really do anything else.
That sounds depressing and demanding.
Some would say the same about city life, actually. You're all under Argus's thumb whether you like it or not. Gotta live life the way they demand it, or suffer the losses.
He's not wrong.
At least in the city you can be depressed in style. A lot easier to put on a mask when you have all this stuff to do. Did I tell you I went to that big tower everyone keeps talking about?
You didn't, actually.
Well, it was pretty cool. Like climbing the tallest tree in the world. I could practically see my colony from up there. Never been that high up before. They even had a part where the floor was transparent. Good thing I'm not scared of heights. Would have had a heart attack. Oh, and then I went to the store that sold only guitars. I hooked one up to a big speaker and got to play it. People started watching, saying I was talented.
He's clearly excited to be talking about all of this. I can hear it in his voice and the pacing of his words. The cold shoulder he had is definitely warming up. Or it could just be the alcohol. Talented. You'll have to serenade me sometime.
Then it's a date. Wait, is that the right expression?
Guess it depends what your intentions are.
Yeah, I guess it does.
He smiles.
One thing I've noticed, though, you have so much junk food in the city. Definitely think I've put on a few pounds by now.
He tugs on his collar.
It's getting a bit tight.
I have been curious about that collar.
Oh, you have?
Where did you get it from? Why do you wear it?
I could ask the same about your wardrobe. Been rocking that outfit since the day I met you. In fact, come to think of it, everyone has.
I shrug.
Either way, it was just a gift given to me on the colony. That's how we show affection between friends. A special gift with a special meaning. I heard in the city you just give each other money, but I think this is better. A lot more personal.
I ask if this friend of his is protesting in the town square. He immediately locks up like I have struck a nerve.
Well, about that. I actually wanted to talk to you about my past, but I think we should take it to the bedroom. It's not stuff that I want anybody overhearing.
Oh, taking things to the next level with me?
Yeah, we'll see.
He tilts his head toward the bedrooms. I decide we should go to mine and start leading the way. When we get to my bedroom, I close the door behind us. I know he wanted privacy, and I had no problem providing it. It reminds me of the airplane chat we had. I hope everything is all right.
Sorry, but you never know who's listening in. You're pretty close with Isaac, right?
We are kind of dating, yeah.
Right, I remember that coming up in the group chat. I wanted to talk to him about something, but I don't know how.
What do you want to talk to him about?
Well, you got me thinking about my past. Did I ever tell you about my parents?
You said you never really knew them.
Yeah, that's true.
I noticed that he immediately changes the topic away from his collar. Whatever it meant, and whoever gave it to him must be a touchy subject.
They passed away shortly after I was born. But in the colony, everybody is family. So the loss never really hit me. I actually hated them. Or at least the idea of them. They were the reason that I was stuck in the colony after all. But now that I'm in the city, I see things a bit differently.
I think we are all seeing things a bit different lately.
While I was growing up, the other colonists told me one thing. They told me that my parents celebrated the anniversary of their defection.
They must have been happy to leave the city behind.
But why? But look at how hard we're fighting to get back in. We needed the help of Cypher and Hermes to even stand a chance. What was so terrible that they needed to run away and force this life on me?
Good question. It's almost impossible to guess.
Impossible to guess, sure, but not impossible to find out. Argus must keep tabs on people who leave the city. There's got to be some kind of record. But that's where things get a bit complicated. Normally, it'd be hard to track down specific people.
Unless you knew the date they left.
Exactly. I wanted to ask Isaac if he could look into them for me. You know, at his follow-up interview. Is that too much to ask? Or maybe selfish is the word I'm looking for. I just feel like it could give me some closure.
It's normal to be curious about your family high story. Sometimes you have to be selfish in order to get what you want.
I guess so. I mean, Argus would call Hermes selfish, right? But we all know they're a good person. They want what's best. Maybe selfish is just a term thrown around by people who hate to lose. Like I said, it's always easier to blame your misfortune on somebody else, especially when you don't understand them or give them even ground. If I learned more about my parents, it could answer all my questions. You know, like why they left the city, why they condemned our bloodline, my bloodline. I may not have deserved a life in the city, but I deserve an answer.
Isaac will definitely help you out. I know it.
I think so too. I just didn't want to get greedy. He's already helping me enough. Sometimes I wonder why. But I know there's no real reason. I was just in the right place at the right time. Is that all it takes to change the course of history then? Just one string of coincidences after another?
You have to sprinkle a bit of conviction in there as well.
And maybe an apple or two.
He laughs and nudges me on the shoulder.
I won't forget your part in this, Delta. But, I guess I'll let you get back to business. This is going to be a busy night for you after all.
He starts to leave the room, but then turns back around.
I know we talked about sharing a bed and stuff, but all this talk about the past was definitely a mood killer.
I nod, completely understandable, but it seems like the mood wasn't entirely killed. He steps forward and pulls me in close by the collar of my shirt.
You've flirted with me at, every opportunity. I don't want you to think that I'm not interested, so this'll have to tide you over for now.
Taking a couple of steps forward, I'm pinned against the wall. He gives me a piercing gaze, our eyes locked on each other. Before I know it, our lips are locked together too. I grab him by the collar and switch our positions, taking little effort. We kiss over and over as I pin him against the wall and return. This goes on for a blissful eternity until he slowly pulls back.
I can taste that booze on your lips. It's sweet.
He runs his hand along the side of my face and smiles. With his hand still resting on my face, he gives me one more kiss.
Until next time?
Until next time. He leaves his room, his stride both confident and happy. Now that was a good start to this New Year's Eve party. Just like I anticipated, it would be a night to remember. Eager to keep the good times rolling, I head back toward the kitchen. I can't help but think about Chiron though. I hope he gets what he wanted. Not knowing about your family must be difficult. Even I'm kind of curious about them. I guess that's a topic for another day though. Right now, it's time to keep partying. The group is gathered around the kitchen table, sharing a second drink. As soon as I arrive, I'm handed one and start to sip it with my friends. Isaac is here now, too. He must have let everyone inside by now.
Hey, Delta! I was just waiting for you. Hope the party's going good so far.
It's good, but it will be better when we are alone.
Oh, totally. New Year's Eve is a perfect date night. Great for creating those special memories.
He stops to think for a moment before continuing.
I've got that surprise all prepared too.
Should we be scared?
No reason to be. I think you'll love it.
Who are all these people anyway? There's no way you have this many friends.
You'd be surprised.
No, because it's not true.
Ouch. I've made a lot of connections over the years, you know. Normally, I don't let my worlds collide, but tonight is special.
I asked him why he said he was waiting for me.
Oh, right. My follow-up interview is all organized now. After that, I'm pretty sure this promotion is all mine.
He holds up his drink.
New year, new Isaac.
We all sip.
That's pretty awesome. When is it, by the way?
That's the cool part. It's on the 5th of January.
You mean Hermes Day?
Is that what we're calling it now?
It made sense in my head.
Then, yeah, Hermes Day.
You might miss what happens on the street then.
Doubtful. I bet it'll be on every TV in their HQ. Plus, I can look into this agent Delta's been talking about.
I can tell that Chiron is biting his tongue. This would be the perfect moment to ask Isaac about his family, but for some reason he says nothing, simply looking dejected.
Sounds like January's gonna be awesome then. Anime convention, Isaac's promotion.
Oh, I have news too. I've made up an ending for our campaign. The next session might just be our last one. And because I want to brag, yes, you'll love it.
Our last session? That was kind of fast.
Well, things are pretty unpredictable right now. I have no idea what our situation will look like next week. So I decided to end on a high note. Nobody likes a cliffhanger.
That's fair.
It was only a test run anyways. If it goes well, I can plan a second one. I'm thinking bigger and better is a good mindset to have.
Alright, friends, is 2300 more or less. So I am going to go satisfy my hungers with the fish sticks.
Stream elements.
And we are going
Set.
to go
Woo woo turtle time woo woo.
check out a cute frog playing Mass Effect Legends right now. Sounds like a plan? Sounds like a plan. Stay safe, friends. Make sure to eat yourselves. And maybe I'll see you on Wednesday, probably to finish this. Doesn't feel like we have that much more to go. Or tomorrow to continue Nights in Tight Spaces.